A sheriff to salvage the... Written by Etta Foster and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Prologue. The funeral of Joseph Milborn was a simple affair for a simple man. The pews in the little white clapboard church were packed with the people of Long Valley. The women were in dark dresses and veils, the men with their hats at their sides. The tiny, tight-knit community had been there for the plentiful good times, and they had supported him during the illness that had ultimately taken him away. Now, they rallied around the most important piece of himself that Joseph had left behind. His lovely young wife, Clementine, stood in front of the open pine box in which her husband lay. Tears streamed from her sage-green eyes as she bent down to kiss him one last time. "Lord, have me not wake if it be true," she whispered in his ear. "Joseph, my darling, my love, how can I go on without you?" Joseph did not answer. He was still and pale in the narrow coffin, but peaceful. Clementine took a blossom from her hair and tucked it gently beneath his folded hands. Motionless, she stared at his sleeping face until dear, sweet Shirley Harris took her by the elbow and guided her away. There, honey," Shirley whispered. "It's time to let him go." But Clementine couldn't resist a final glance over her shoulder, only to catch sight of the lid being nailed down atop the coffin. Shock and sorrow squeezed remorselessly at her heart, until Clementine nearly collapsed into Shirley's arms. The stout woman with curly auburn hair held her up every step of the way. "Here you go, honey." Shirley sat the new widow in one of the pews, away from the other parishioners. "You just sit right there a while. I'll be close by if you need me." "What am I going to do?" Clementine whispered, to herself more than anyone else. She clasped her hands tightly in her lap. "Oh, what am I going to do?" There were no answers. Joseph had had little family. At the front of the church, a long, slow line of the deceased's friends and neighbours shuffled somberly past his plain casket. Many of them looked Clementine's way as they walked back down the centre aisle, but Shirley kept them at bay. Clementine paid no heed. She sat in the spot Shirley had placed her with her head down, tears dripping from her cheeks. Nothing in the world existed outside of her broken heart and the profound sense of emptiness that swiftly rose to take Joseph's place. Her husband had been ill for quite some time, and yet she had never allowed the thought to cross her mind that he might not recover. Joseph was only a year older than her, 25. He had been the picture of health until he came down with a mild sickness in the winter, too quickly for belief. Influenza had ravaged his body to the point he could hardly be recognised as he lay in their bed. And now he was gone forever. On her first day of being truly alone on the farm, Clementine woke up in a daze. The eye of the sun was just beginning to peek over the rolling horizon, colouring the sky in pale pinks and yellows and blues. She lay silent in the big double bed. Joseph's side was quiet and cold. The old house, too, was stiller than it had ever been. Its floorboards creaked beneath Clementine's feet. She'd always found that to be a comforting sound. Suddenly, it struck her as eerie instead. A splash of ice-cold water to her face shocked the rancher's widow back into reality. She gazed at her own haggard, grief-worn expression in the looking-glass. How could she be the same blushing bride he had carried over the ranch house threshold, who laughingly milked cows and gathered eggs? That life seemed ages ago. By the time Clementine finally made it out onto the front porch, she was met by the sight of 6 or so rough-looking men waiting around the steps. The moment they saw her, each and every one removed his hat. The ranch's grizzled foreman, a lifelong friend of Joseph's, stepped forward. "Ma'am." His voice was husky with ill-concealed emotion. He cleared his throat. We've been waiting here to let you know, no matter what, we'll be here to make this place work. Don't matter what pay you got for us, or if we'll be eating with the hogs from now on. This place was Joe's dream. We're going to keep living it for him." With that, the solemn group dispersed back to their normal duties. It was, after all, a normal day. Except that it wasn't. Joseph wasn't there to whistle a merry tune on his way out to the fields, his tone so high and clear she could hear it long after he'd left. Clementine retreated into the house again for her first hard, lonely cry. She stood at the little kitchen window and stared out at the lush West Virginia pastures. They were blurred almost beyond recognition. She doubted they'd ever look the same again. Still, time passed. The knife's edge of her sorrow dulled from a stab to a slow background throb. Clementine allowed herself to wallow in her misery only for the first day or two. After that, she had been saved by the weight of her continuing responsibilities. The ranch had not died with its master. Rather, it kept thriving on the foundation Joseph built with hard work and determination. All she had for help were her late husband's half-dozen hired hands. That first morning, they had gone to work with empty stomachs in order to give her space to grieve. Clementine was determined such a thing would never happen again. Through the haze of enormous loss, a routine emerged. Up at dawn to milk cows, gather eggs, and cook a big breakfast for the boys, as she called them. Then out to feed and groom the horses and tend to her personal garden. Early in the afternoon, she packed lunches to take out to the men in the fields and barns, which were always received with utmost gratitude. That was when the safety of her structured schedule sometimes failed. Clementine hated walking back alone to the rambling old house, knowing there was no one waiting for her. She swore sometimes she could feel Joseph around, leaning on the fence out front or wandering through the rooms. Back home, out of sight of every other being on the ranch, Clementine occasionally allowed herself to crumble for a moment. Her carefully constructed facade fell away to reveal the yawning chasm that remained in Joseph's absence. She would weep fiercely for a minute before stitching herself back together, bit by bit. Someone needed to do the washing and mending, churn the butter, and make a warm, hearty supper. And despite feeling Joseph in each and every one of these mundane little tasks, despite being able to see the life she had lost as she sewed and stirred a pot on the hearth, Clementine found stability there too. She clung to the illusion of normalcy, like a drowning woman onto an upturned boat. When the ranch hands came in to eat, she had her sweet smile ready. As days went by, the men began to joke and laugh again. In the name of strength, Clementine joined in. For a long time, she faked her joy. A hollowness lurked behind her sunny smiles and sparkling eyes, but she tried her best. For everyone's sake, tried her best to move on. Joseph's lingering memory didn't make that easy. Days crept into weeks, and still 100 times an hour Clementine would be struck by something that reminded her of her late, beloved husband, or her inability to save him from his fate. The pile of bed sheets in the corner of the bedroom that she hadn't been able to launder for a week after he died, his clothes still hanging in the closet, his boots waiting by the door, the mild-mannered gelding he always rode, now patient but lonely out at pasture. At first, Clementine wondered how she could survive the weight of all these crushing little blows. She still expected to wake up early one morning to find Joseph sleeping in the bed beside her. Surely it was all some kind of horrible, extended nightmare. But of course, Joseph never came back. A few times a day, Clementine's feet dragged her out to sit by his grave. "You know," she'd say, "things are going all right, considering. The fields are getting tilled and planted just how you like. The garden's going to look lovely in a few weeks." Then she'd sigh, press her lips together and try to hold back the tears. But I sure wish you were here to see it, darling. Slowly, the colour began to bleed back into Clementine's world. Not all at once, but a little at a time. She noticed the dappled sunshine playing on spring buds and the grassy scent of the warming breeze. Rare smiles crossed her fine features of their own volition. The ranch hands remarked among themselves that it felt as though the pall was finally lifting from over Joseph and Clementine's homestead. When Shirley came to visit with homemade goods and an endless supply of love, she was met with warm embraces. "How are you holding up, Sweet Pea?" she asked. "The ranch looks quite well this early in the season." She busied herself around the kitchen, putting out plates and settings for an afternoon snack. Soon the kettle was hanging on the hearth as the two women settled down at the table. Clementine's voice trailed off. She looked down into her empty cup. "I suppose we're getting by. Things are mighty different now." Shirley reached out and patted her hand, eyes full of sympathy. "And it'll be like that forever, honey. I won't lie to you. The grief's going to come and go for the rest of your life, but you'll learn to bear it, I promise." Clementine bit her lip. "What if I don't?" she said softly. Her voice quavered. "You will." Shirley's gentle voice grew firm. "You're stronger than the sorrow. I can't say it'll get better, but it will get easier." She squeezed the young widow's hand. A lump stuck in Clementine's throat, but she took a deep breath and swallowed hard. The teetering scales of her emotions started to swing back toward an even keel. Below the surface of uncertainty, a kernel of strength took root. Clementine nodded. Yes. Her voice was still quiet, but stronger than it had been. "You're right, Shirley. It will get easier. It must. And even if it doesn't, I must carry on anyway." That's the sad truth. Shirley stood to reach into the basket she'd brought, extracting a beautiful golden brown cherry pie. She cut a slice for Clementine and topped it with a dollop of cream. "Have a treat now, dear. See it as an omen for a better day." These days, Clementine was not often hungry. She had dropped some weight from her already slender frame, and she knew she couldn't afford to lose more. Shirley's cherry pie was the perfect antidote. "It's delicious." Clementine smiled as the bold flavour burst across her tongue. The taste reminded her of gleaming summers past, wading along riverbanks with Joseph and riding horses bareback through green and golden fields. For the first time, such memories filled her with the happiness she felt when they were made, not with sorrow at their great and terrible loss. Though her heart stayed heavy, she suspected that perhaps there was a way through the darkness. Shirley smiled warmly at the look of peace upon her hostess's pretty face. "I thought you might like something good and sweet. Always lifts my spirits." Chuckling, she cut a second piece for herself, and the two friends ate together in the sun-warmed kitchen. Not many words were exchanged between them, but then again, not much needed to be said. When the time came for Shirley to go home down the winding country road, Clementine walked her to the gate. The women shared a tight embrace. "Thank you." Clementine smiled once more. "I don't know where I'd be if not for the grace of good neighbours." "Don't you think a thing of it, honey. You know I'm just up the road if ever you need me." Then she was off on her way, strolling through the late spring afternoon toward the Harris homestead. Clementine turned and retraced her steps to the house. It was much too big and much too lonely still, but as she covered the remainder of the pie and set it aside for that evening's dessert, her heart seemed just a few shades lighter. Chapter 1. 2 years later, spring had ripened into a glorious summer, and though the heat and humidity stifled in equal measure, Clementine welcomed the blazing blue skies. She pulled her bonnet lower to shade her eyes as she worked through the rows of corn in her garden, laying each silk-topped ear down carefully in a basket. They would sell quickly at Sunday market, she hoped. The produce from her garden had been plentiful this year, filling her little market stall with fresh, bright colours. She liked to hear the ranchers' wives admire her handiwork. "What's your secret?" the women would ask, keeping their voices low. "My summer tomatoes never get so red." Clementine always thanked them graciously, but she never revealed her methods. In truth, she didn't do anything particularly special. She did, however, believe that the good fortune of the Milborn spread came at least partially from its guardian angel. Her Joseph had loved this place with his whole heart. 2 years on from his untimely death, his wife still felt the love in every inch of soil. Working the land made her feel close to him again. Early in the afternoon, with a basket full of plump-kernelled sweet corn tucked under her arm, Clementine was making her way back to the house when something stopped her. A sound floated high on the breeze, at once alien and familiar. She paused in her tracks and looked around for the source of the thin, high-pitched cry. It was coming from the lane leading out to the main ranch gate. Clementine set her basket of corn down on the porch steps and went to investigate. She rolled up her sleeves, fully expecting to find some tiny, struggling animal caught in the dense undergrowth. Briefly, she thought to run for a pair of gloves, but the closer she got, the louder and more insistent the cries became. Finally, the end of the lane was in sight. Clementine furrowed her brow. Some object rested at the foot of the gate by the postbox, a basket very like the one in which she collected her produce. The top of the basket had been left open. At its edge, Clementine spotted the fringe of a blanket. Whatever was inside the basket continued to wail. She knew what it sounded like, but the thought was too outlandish. No, it couldn't possibly be, and yet, as she approached and peered over the basket's side, it was. She gasped. Nestled in the folds of that blanket lay a crying baby, its plump hands closed into tiny fists. The perfect cherubic face was contorted and red with displeasure. Clementine watched breathlessly as the child drew air for another long wail. Instinct overtook her almost instantly. "Oh no, sweet one," she cooed, reaching down and lifting the infant into her arms. "Where is your mother?" A quick glance up and down the empty lane revealed no clues as to where the baby had come from. If nothing else, the moment it was safe in Clementine's arms, the baby stopped crying and gazed at her through large, shining eyes the same cerulean colour as the cloudless sky. As the infant was dressed in only a plain white cloth, Clementine could tell it was a girl, a beautiful baby girl with a dear, round little face. Clementine was puzzled. The idea that someone could forget their offspring out in the height of summer heat was absolutely ludicrous. The dry, dusty ground gave up no footprints. No other sound carried on the sweltering air. Clementine huddled the baby to her chest, sheltering its delicate skin from the worst of the sun. She trotted quickly up to the house, only stopping to pick up her abandoned ears of corn. There was still much to be done before next day's market, but the discovery of the infant at the gate rose over all other thoughts. The corn was left to soak in a tub, half to be shucked and half left in the husk for display at her Sunday stall. Clementine then carried the child into the sitting room, where she set about changing the cloth. Soon the babe was wrapped in cloth cut carefully from some of Clementine's old linens. Thus attended to, the tiny girl settled down at once and closed her cornflower blue eyes. Clementine sat stock still on the sofa, looking down at the infant. She didn't know quite how to feel. In her own girlhood, Clementine had been both an elder sister and a nanny. She was hardly a stranger to babies, even those as young as the one now dozing soundly in her arms. Still, she couldn't help the anxiety causing her heart to race. This must be someone's child. All the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, Clementine waited for what she was sure would come. A knock on the door, a young woman frantic with worry, or her husband searching for their inexplicably lost daughter. What explanation could they possibly have? The sun dipped lower toward the horizon, and Clementine imagined passing the child into her parents' arms. The inevitable reality of such a scenario made her irrationally sad. She shook her head. No, it wouldn't do to let her own foolish emotions get the upper hand. The girl was certainly precious, and also certainly missed. It was only a matter of time before that knock arrived. Resignation turned into concern and worry as the sun disappeared and dark blue velvet took over the sky. Clementine swaddled the baby girl, tied her in a sling across her chest to keep her close, and carried on with her work. With the little girl's soft babbling to accompany her, she washed and husked her corn, bundled her fruits and vegetables, and packed up fresh bread and butter for tomorrow's sale. Her parents were nowhere to be found. "Where do you think your mama is?" Clementine asked her charge for the 100th time. "Your papa." Big brother or big sister. Perhaps the bereft family had been simply passing through when their unfortunate youngest fell from the back of the wagon. She couldn't think of an explanation that made any more sense. The baby smiled up at Clementine, grasping a little fistful of her silky dark hair. Clementine's heart swelled. She had always adored children, and of course, she and Joseph had hoped to have a family one day. His death had been the end of that dream, until now. It was awfully bittersweet to think she might have gotten her chance without him. A name for the infant girl suddenly popped into Clementine's head. She tried to shoo it away, focusing instead on polishing each tomato to a lustrous sheen. The distraction was no use. Once the name had entered her consciousness, it stuck. Clementine sighed. She tucked it away for later consideration. She mustn't get her hopes up. It was still possible that the wayward parents could appear at any moment to spirit their child away. The baby cried, to be fed only once in the night. Clementine woke to the noise from a deep and vivid dream. The sensation was much the same as the haze she'd wandered through just after Joseph had passed away. For a long moment, she lay in her bed, staring up at the ceiling and collecting herself. The blanket-lined basket in which the child slept was close by the side of the bed. Clementine peeked over the edge to see two moon-like blue eyes staring hungrily back at her. She laughed despite herself. All right. She scooped the infant into her arms and took her to the kitchen. "I do hope I can help you to settle down." It didn't take long to stoke up the fire and heat up a little milk. Carrying the mug and spoon in one hand and cradling the baby in the other, Clementine took them both back to bed. Pale silver moonlight filtered in through the bedroom curtains and illuminated the strange yet lovely scene. Clementine hummed and rocked the infant, spooning warm milk to her little by little. She brushed the fair blonde hair from the baby girl's face. She was sure it was no more than wishful thinking, but she could have sworn the girl bore more than a passing resemblance to her fair-haired, fair-skinned Joseph. "Were you sent to me?" Clementine murmured, the latest in the day's long stretch of fanciful theories. This one, however, she found comforting, and she held on to it as she and the baby both drifted off to sleep. The next day, Clementine was up before dawn. As usual, she washed and dressed, fed the baby, and slung her across her back so she could go about the morning's chores with both hands free. The child cooed contentedly as Clementine stepped out onto the porch. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the encroaching heat still lay mostly dormant. Clementine headed for the chicken coops. "Mornin', Mum." The ranch foreman passed her on his way to the barns. He offered a friendly smile, turned away, and then turned back quickly. He had seen the infant at dinner the previous evening, but no doubt had assumed she would be reunited with her rightful family by now. Clementine knew what he was thinking. "There's been no word," she said simply, "and I can't just abandon her." The ranch hand rubbed his chin. "You ought to take her to the church," he suggested. "Bet Pastor Smith would know what to do." His implication was clear. Clementine couldn't possibly keep the baby. His suggestion was reasonable too, but a pang of dread still resounded in her chest. She held back her feelings and gave him a grateful nod. "I think I will," she lied, "after market this morning." He didn't say anything else, but she saw the scepticism in his eyes before he continued on his way. The townspeople would have opinions, should they see her in public with a child not her own, especially the gossipy women who loved to buy her produce. There would be questions, many of them. Likely there would also be judgment, both subtle and overt. Clementine's widowhood was well known in Long Valley and well discussed, as was the fact that she hadn't taken another husband. Some of the other wives felt 2 years to be much too long. Others admired her devotion to the bond she had shared with Joseph. Clementine understood she couldn't hope for such widespread support where the mystery baby was concerned. But it didn't matter, either. Not to her. Whether anyone liked it or not, the infant had been dropped at her gate. Had she left her out there in the scorching heat, the girl wouldn't have lasted until evening. The choice was a matter of plain morals. Besides, perhaps the mother and father might turn up at the market. Maybe they hadn't thought to come to Clementine's ranch looking for their daughter. The chance was slim, but not impossible. Clementine paused at the entrance to the first coop long enough to draw the sling up around the baby's nose and mouth, protecting her. She gathered the eggs into her skirts as quickly as possible, suddenly very aware of the dust-thickened air. The tiny girl sneezed, but she laughed with delight at the sight of the disgruntled hens being shooed off their nesting boxes. "Would you like to be a rancher's girl?" Clementine asked fondly. Her mind had already started to conjure visions of a pretty blonde toddler holding on to Clementine's skirts while they went about the chores together. She'd done her best to do away with meaningless fantasy. Still, her heart knew what it wanted. Her heart wanted so desperately to keep this perfect little baby. She wanted to give her the name which had already been so lovingly chosen. Chapter 2. On a different day, under different circumstances, Roger Wilson would have loved the ride to a place called Long Valley in West Virginia. He was most at home in the saddle, horse hooves kicking up plumes of dust from the rutted dirt road that stretched behind him, all the way back home. Back to his old family homestead, and to Marianne. Both were gone now, for different reasons. He'd sold the sprawling ranch his father and grandfather had built by hand, just so he could get away from the woman who had broken his heart. Beautiful Marianne had simply left. She had given her heart to someone else, though she and Roger had been happily betrothed. At least, he had thought that they were happy. He couldn't think of her without remembering the bliss of their all-too-brief engagement, and then the pain of losing her. On his way out to the rolling hillscape of West Virginia, Roger tried not to think at all. He had almost no possessions, outside of some clothes and provisions for the journey. Everything else had been left in the past, where it belonged, including his broken heart. He kept his eyes forward on the empty country road, letting the rhythmic cadence of his horse's hooves drown out the thoughts in his head. The sky above gleamed a cold, hard blue, studded with drifting clouds. Once upon a time he'd have thought a day like this to be perfect. Now it was just one in a long line of others. It didn't matter how bright the sun was shining on the outside. For Roger, the rain came all the time. Hardly realizing it, He reached up and clasped the simple silver locket hanging by a chain around his neck. His engagement gift to her. She had given it back on the night she'd told him there was someone else. Roger knew he shouldn't wear it, but it was the one thing from the past that he couldn't bring himself to let go. Despite her best efforts to slip quietly and completely out of his life, Marianne was coming to Long Valley with him, in a way. Back home, Roger had begun to think she'd always haunt him, as if she were dead, a beautiful, mournful ghost. He'd accepted the sheriff's post in West Virginia as soon as he got word it was free, desperate to escape Marianne's memory. At least there was some distance between them now. Roger blinked at the lush green landscape rolling out before his eyes and realised it was blurry. Though the stubborn sorrow welled in him, he forced it back. There on the road he made a solemn vow. Here was a new Roger Wilson, on his way to the start of a better life. From now on, Marianne might as well have been a figment of his imagination. He certainly resolved to treat her as such. Still, as he finally rode into Long Valley near the close of day, her locket was tucked under his shirt. He promised himself that someday it would be gone too. The man who had sent word about the open job was a round-faced, genial fellow named Irvin Boyd. "Pleasure to meet you, sir," Boyd said, shaking Roger's hand. "Been a long time since this town had a proper sheriff. Me, I'm just glad I can go back to being deputy." He guffawed at his own joke. Roger couldn't help smiling. He was tired and dusty, and he needed a drink, but it was nice to be greeted by a friendly face. Boyd gave him a short tour of the tiny law post and the adjoining two-cell jail. "Not too different from home," Roger remarked. "Like I said in the letter, it's a sleepy place." Boyd took his hat off a hook on the wall and placed it atop his mildly balding head. "Or at least it used to be. Probably the most trouble you were liable to have is the locals being clannish. But lately," he shook his head, "something's changed. Don't know if it's something in the water or what have you, but there've been outlaws about." He opened the door and gestured for Roger to follow. "Outlaws?" Roger glanced at Boyd, his interest piqued. "Well, you know the type. Wandering men, the kind who come up on a place and think they own it." Irvin grimaced. "And I'm ashamed to say, sometimes they do. You're not the first sheriff in Long Valley, not by a long shot." "What happened to the others?" Roger asked, though he thought he could guess. The deputy frowned. Either they ran off, or they ended up falling in with the ones they were supposed to be arresting. Disgust briefly masked his friendly countenance. "I sure hope things'll be different now that you're here." He sighed. "Yes, sir. I sure hope so." "You like it here in Long Valley?" All things considered, Roger was not a man for small talk normally, but as the newcomer he felt some pressure to act sociable. His bones creaked as he pulled himself back up into the saddle. "It's fine enough," Boyd replied. "Most people are good at heart, once you get to know 'em. Don't make much trouble unless you force their hand." He chuckled. "Once a fight starts in Long Valley, you can bet it'll get finished." Roger nodded. He knew small towns and how they were. He'd debated lighting out for one of the big cities, the places where the streets were never quiet. It would have been easier to lose himself in a place like that, forget everything he'd been, everything he'd had. But he just wasn't much of a city boy, and this backwater settlement was where his feet had carried him. He wondered vaguely what his new place looked like. To his surprise, Deputy Boyd led him back the way he came, to the end of a pebbled drive. "Here you are." Boyd stopped his horse in front of the unassuming gate. "It's not much, but I think you'll like it well enough." He dropped a key ring into Roger's open palm. "You just holler if you need anything, Sheriff, and welcome to Long Valley." Roger waited until Boyd left, before sliding down from his horse and unlocking the gate. The fence was old but well made, its hinges oiled into silence. He took his mount by the bridle and walked down the path. The brush on either side had been trimmed recently, the pebbles raked and washed. Long Valley had been expecting him. Up ahead, the shape of a house grew gradually out of the early evening shadows. A lantern hung from a hook beside the door and cast a yellow pool of light down onto the veranda. Roger paused to look at the place from the outside. Like its gate, the sheriff's house was sturdy despite its apparent age. The outside was rough-hewn, charmingly knotted in places, weather-beaten but strong. The steps felt nice and solid under Roger's weight. They didn't give a centimetre when he tested them. He took down the lantern as he unlocked the front door. Flame light spilled into a cosy front room that was packed with a table, a sofa, and a thick brown rug in front of the hearth. A small kitchen sat to his left, though he figured it wouldn't get much use. The thought of cooking alone brought him down pretty low. The bedroom in the back looked just like the rest of the space. Polished blonde wood, humble furniture, a rug made of some soft pelt. Roger put his few belongings down at the foot of the bed, which he couldn't help noticing was double. He felt his throat start to tighten and fled back into the safer, less personal part of the place. Boyd was right, it wasn't much. But Roger had never had much to start with. The little house would suit him just fine. He sat down on the end of the sofa, sighing with equal parts relief and exhaustion. Kicking off his boots was like freeing his aching feet from 10 years' hard labour. He leaned back and shut his eyes, drinking in the silence and the luxury of staying still. It didn't take long for the quiet to turn on him, though. The aches in his body gave way to yet more intrusive thoughts about the life he intended to leave behind. Again, he saw Marianne, beautiful and cruel, telling him with sad eyes that she was no longer his woman. "I'm sorry, Roger," she'd said in her maddeningly sweet voice. "I really am." "Oh, I hate to hurt you." A couple of tears had sneaked out of the corners of those big eyes, and she'd undone the clasp of the locket and held it out to him. "But we're in love, and I want to marry him." He hadn't fought with her, hadn't seen the sense in it. He knew Marianne well enough to see when she'd made up her mind. Taking the locket numbly in his hand, he had walked away from her without a word. It was a walk he took again and again in his mind. At least once a day, he asked himself why he did it. If only he'd had the guts to turn around and tell her no, he wouldn't let her leave him like that. Maybe she'd wanted to see him fight for her, but he hadn't. And he'd never know if he had made the right choice. Roger opened his eyes to the blank, dusky canvas of the cabin's log ceiling. Dark shadows shifted back and forth at the edge of his vision. The last of the red sunlight was dying. Only when he moved to get up did he realise how thoroughly bone-tired he was. "I could sleep right here," he mumbled to himself. "In my clothes and everything. Nobody would ever know." That was true and hard to reconcile with. Something about the encroaching night amplified the emptiness of the house. Roger pushed himself slowly to his feet, reminding himself that he was a sheriff, not a vagrant. He wasn't a guest either. This was his place now. But the little cabin still seemed foreign, as if tomorrow he'd ride back to the sheriff's office and return the keys to Deputy Boyd. "Turns out I'm just passing through." He undressed carelessly and fell onto the bed, not bothering to get under the sheets. His clothes lay scattered on the floor around him, smudged with sweat and dust. If he'd kept his eyes open for longer than it took to take them off, he'd have seen how misplaced they were amid the pristine cleanliness of the room. No one had lived in the sheriff's residence for a long time. Wasn't that what Boyd told him? Drifting in the no-man's land just before sleep, Roger realised suddenly what it was missing. The touch of a woman, a homemaker, someone to make the cabin feel warm and lived in, rather than simply well-arranged. He knew he could do nothing about that himself. That belonged to a woman, a wife, and a lover. The chain around his neck had drawn tight when he hit the bedspread. It dug into his skin. Roger rolled onto his back and clasped his hand around the cool metal for the second time that day. Encompassed by deepening darkness, the lantern extinguished. There was no hiding from his sadness. This time, Roger allowed the crashing wave of sorrow to wash him away. The weight was overbearing. In the throes of emotion, he struggled to breathe. As he lifted the locket and pried the halves apart, tears coursed down his cheeks. He could hardly see Marianne's face through the veil of night and through his own sadness. It didn't matter anyway. He couldn't forget her if he tried, and oh, how he had tried. Chapter 3. The baby's parents never came, and gradually Clementine stopped expecting them. She quickly grew accustomed to hearing fussy cries in the night and seeing that cherubic face, those big blue eyes beaming at her every morning. They had a routine now, she and her little companion, and she found it bizarrely comforting. As yet, the child was still unnamed, although she could feel her love for the baby growing every day, every hour. Clementine hesitated to completely claim her as her own, but as the days went by, as she continued to feed, clothe, and shelter the tiny girl, Clementine became more and more confident that no one else could care for her. That first market day had been interesting. Of course, there was no hiding the infant tied snugly across her chest, especially not when the girl fussed from heat or hunger, and Clementine had to turn her attention away from the stall to tend to her. Initially, they were only glances. Little whispers passed between the customers who browsed the produce as they subtly tried to crane their necks and catch a glimpse of the young widow's precious bundle. But soon the ravenous curiosity of small-town ranchers' wives could not be controlled any longer, and they started to ask questions. What a little angel! Is your family in town, dear? Clementine looked up into the woman's pleasant, wrinkled face, framed by hair the colour of an overcast sky, and smiled. She stalled for a moment, trying to think of the best way to answer. It would be so easy to lie. When she opened her mouth, however, a version of the truth came out. No, ma'am. I'm just taking care of her for a little while. Clementine bounced the baby on her lap, pretending she wasn't nervous. She told herself that it didn't matter what the rest of the town thought, but she knew that she cared nonetheless. The old woman raised her eyebrows. Oh! Her eyes searched Clementine's. Not many little ones in this town. You best enjoy her while you can. She set a few things on the counter to be paid for. Clementine chuckled. I certainly intend to. She added up the cost in her head, counted the change into her palm. You have a wonderful day now. The customer smiled again and turned away, but she glanced back at the baby before she left. Clementine could tell that the news would soon spread like wildfire. If there was one thing the people of Long Valley could be counted on to do, it was gossip. 7 years prior, just after she and Joseph had married, Clementine herself had been the subject of such gossip. The townsfolk whispered like wind through grass every time she went by. How pretty she was, and how polite, and goodness, how young. At one point, there was a rumour going around that she was really Joseph's younger sister, posing as his wife to get out of the shadow of a dark past. Of course, it was all ridiculous, and she never let it get too far under her skin. But those whispers did mean that it took a long time to gain the trust of her new neighbours. She met their looks of bemusement and pity with a bright, friendly smile, and she worked her tail off alongside Joseph on the ranch. Eventually, her strategy paid off. Their modest spread flourished, fairly tripling in size over the next 5 years, and the denizens of Long Valley began to see her in a new light. No matter her age, Clementine was the most loving of wives and as hard a worker as any, and after Joseph's untimely death, the respect of the town continued to grow. She had earned her place in the community through equal parts toil, strength, and grief. Even so, the subject of her conspicuous childlessness throughout her marriage remained an occasional clandestine topic of conversation in town. She had been a healthy young woman entering the prime of her childbearing years, married for plenty long enough to have a gaggle of little ones. Some of the women in town hadn't been shy about commenting on it. "Must be awfully quiet out on the ranch," they would comment knowingly when she came to town to do her errands or sell her garden goods. "The two of you ought to start filling up that house. Lord knows Long Valley's lean on children." The truth was, she and Joseph had been trying for their first child almost since their wedding night. Her neighbours' well-meaning observations stung, but she never let on how much. Now, as she stood at her market stall, cradling the blonde baby girl, Clementine wondered what new rumours would be sparked 2 years after Joseph had died. She wondered, too, what everyone would think of the name she'd picked. Josephine, a tribute to the man who would have been her adopted father, whom she resembled in so many uncanny ways. It was almost unnerving, but it comforted Clementine to look into those big blue eyes and somehow see someone she loved looking back. Over the weeks since Josephine's arrival, she had become Clementine's tiny, cheerful shadow. They were always together, not least because they had to be. There was no one at home on the ranch to watch baby Josie while Clementine worked, and so she was forever coming up with creative ways to protect the baby from the elements. She sewed little dresses and wide-brimmed bonnets, gloves and booties for delicate hands and feet. For a typical infant, Josie was rather overdressed, but such a thing could not be helped. The broiling eye of the summer sun showed no mercy. Nonetheless, she seemed a blissfully happy little girl. There was nothing she liked more than to be fed with the smallest teaspoon in the house, laughing as she smeared mashed vegetables all over her cheeks. She even enjoyed their long work days in the garden, the stables, and sometimes the fields, although the ranch hands sent Clementine in with great haste if they found her working with the baby on her back. "Oh no, Clem," they'd say. "You and that babe go on back to the house. We'll take care of this." At first, Clementine had resisted, insisting that she was perfectly fine. But these men, who had steadfastly served the ranch for more than half its years, gently persevered. Eventually, she and the baby would retreat to the comparatively cool shade of the house to make a meal or bake something. Such was the pace of their sweet little life, which grew more comfortable with each passing day. In the back of her mind, Clementine was certain that Josephine's parents had forsaken her on purpose. Why they had chosen her ranch gate as the place to leave their baby, she couldn't say, but she was already awfully glad that they had. Josie brightened her new mother's days, bringing a happiness Clementine hadn't felt since poor Joseph's passing. She often caught herself singing unprompted, to the baby and to herself, swaying around the kitchen with Josephine cradled in her arms. The spark of true joy lit Clementine's soul again. Sometimes, amid her happiness, she thought of baby Josie's parents and felt a little guilty. Was it right for her to be basking in what was surely a source of great pain? It seemed prudent to remind herself that as much as she loved children, many were born under the cruelest of circumstances. To frame herself as Josie's second chance was self-serving, but it was also kind. She imagined the girl who had given Josie up as being similar to Clementine herself, someone who loved children but hadn't any choice in the matter. Clementine promised this phantom woman 12 times a day to raise her daughter with utmost care. Clementine tried not to wish too hard that Josephine had a daddy. Oh, she could raise a baby on her own. No matter what came, she and Josie would be fine. But what love and tenderness there would have been in a partnered life. Her heart longed for that sort of mutual belonging to each other, but she knew she'd never find another man like Joseph. The days were sweet more than bitter, but still bittersweet. Clementine learned to revel in the best things about her new life and to push through a new and different loneliness all over again. Josephine was a treasure meant to be shared, yet she had no one except the endlessly inquiring townsfolk in Long Valley. Word had spread as quickly as she'd expected, and crowds began to form around her stall on market mornings. Long Valley was a place rather hungry for families. Josephine was soon notorious, and with that fame, the questions grew more frequent, if not more pointed. It became clear that the little girl was not a niece, or the daughter of a friend. Clementine didn't have much of a stomach for continual fibbing, and finally admitted to the circumstances of Josie's arrival. "Someone left her at the gate," she told a sea of interested faces. "They never came back, so I guess she's stuck with me now." Interest turned immediately to shock and puzzled delight. The unanswered question of the child's authentic parentage became the new talk of the town. Clementine's worries about skepticism and doubt were quickly put to rest, to her gratitude. She was one of Long Valley's own, and they were proud to have her. "An angel, that girl," the matrons said to each other as they browsed among the goods at the general store. "That sweet little thing is so lucky to have landed in her arms." Speculations flew as fast as tongues could wag. The abandoned infant was the daughter of outlaws forced to flee from a relentless posse. She'd been left by parents too poor to support another child. She was the product of an illicit affair. None of the theories could be proven, which made them all the more intriguing. The tales of her origins grew almost to be a local myth, the legend of the girl in the basket. Clementine laughed them all off. She knew it was no more than harmless fun. Everyone who came into contact with Josephine doted on her, as if they had known her from birth. And Clementine knew the fascination would pass. She'd lived in small settlements, much like Long Valley, all her life. The moment something new and even mildly interesting occurred, the public focus would shift. Thus, Clementine was hardly surprised to come into town one morning and hear vague whispers about something other than her adopted daughter. There was a newcomer in town, a stranger who had ridden in at sunset. "Word is, he's taken up residence at the sheriff's place over yonder." Long Valley's residents chuckled. "Wonder if he means to whip this place into shape." Clementine didn't pay much mind to these murmurings. She had her hands full, with the baby and the ranch taking up every spare minute of her days, though she did find it a little bit odd that someone might come all the way to Long Valley just to be its sheriff. She loved her ranch and her neighbours, but the town itself was trouble. Hardly a week went by without some report of theft or vandalism, or some mention of shady characters haunting the roads in and out. She had thought about leaving off and on for the past 2 years, but her thriving ranch was here, and so were all her memories of Joseph. And now that she had a baby to look after, the thought of leaving home and starting over was even more daunting. Not that it really mattered who the new sheriff was, anyway. He could be a vagrant or a wanderer for all she cared. The important thing was that Long Valley desperately needed a sheriff, and if some unknown man was willing to step up to the task and do it right, who was she to say anything? Chapter 4. On a cloudy Monday morning, only 2 days after he arrived in Long Valley, Roger made an introductory speech at the insistence of Deputy Boyd. A public notice had been posted in the square, and that was where Roger stood, facing the slowly assembling crowd. He hadn't expected much in terms of turnout, but by the time he began, it seemed the whole town had shown up. "Morning, ladies and gents," Boyd addressed the populace with a smile. "Now, I know this don't happen too much around here, but I got an announcement to make. As you might have seen from the announcement posted right over there, starting today, there's a new lawman in town." He gestured to Roger, amid indecipherable murmurs from the crowd. Boyd continued, "His name's Roger Wilson, and he's come to help me run the office and the jail. I hope you'll join me in showing him some proper West Virginian hospitality." The response to this request was lukewarm, at best. Roger stepped forward to say his piece and saw shifting among the ranks, wary eyes sizing him up. He imagined them all armed with pitchforks and torches. "Hello, folks," he said gruffly. "Deputy Boyd's told me there's been some problems around here lately. I aim to clean those up, but it'll be easier if we work together. Anyone with information on unsolved crimes, recent or otherwise, can drop by the sheriff's office whenever they please. I'll be there and you'll see me on the streets too." The throng murmured again, exchanging glances. He could tell it was a song and dance they'd heard before, and he couldn't rightly blame them if they didn't quite believe what he had to say. But he was determined to do his job well, or at least as well as they'd allow. He cleared his throat. "Anyway, that's all. Thank you. I'll see you around town." They waited for a few moments longer before starting to disperse somewhat suspiciously, as if they thought he was leaving something out. Roger watched them go. He was left with an uneasy feeling that perhaps things would be more difficult than he had anticipated. Then again, a new challenge might be just the thing he needed to take his mind off the stubborn grief of his failed engagement. If there were outlaws about, he had a lot of work to do. He believed that every citizen of every small town in the country deserved to feel safe in their own homes. Roger vowed to make it so. As he quickly discovered, crime around Long Valley had been on the rise for years. Deputy Boyd, as personable as he was, had plainly been unequipped to handle any infractions more serious than loitering or a couple of rowdy drunks in need of a night on a cell floor. The two cells themselves were tidy enough, but the doors were unsecure, their locks rusted. "Can't get a locksmith out here to fix 'em," Boyd explained rather apologetically, "on account of the area's reputation. They don't want their tools stolen." He scratched his head. "Can't hardly blame 'em. Feels like the deck is stacked against us here." Roger was inclined to agree. The more he heard about the roughness of Long Valley, the more unsettled he became. Although he was a brave man with no intention of running from what he considered his sworn duty, he had little experience as a full-blown sheriff. This would be a trial by fire if there ever was one. But Roger wasn't scared. He had walked through fire every day since Marianne left. A little more heat wouldn't make a lick of difference. "Guess it's just you and me then," he said to Boyd, pulling out the worn wooden chair behind his desk. "We better get to work." Despite his trepidation, the first week slipped by in relative peace. The townsfolk were leery of stepping into his office at the outset, though he kept the door propped wide open so they could see him working. He wanted every man, woman, and child in the little settlement to know he was a man of his word and that he was available exactly as he'd promised. If he caught their inquisitive eyes from the street, he waved or tipped his hat. Smiling was a lot to ask, but he tried his best. They still didn't like him. He saw the distrust as plain as the nose on his face. They didn't want to talk to him or welcome him into their tight-knit fold. Sometimes they even crossed the street, rather than walk past the open door of the sheriff's office. The aversion lessened if Boyd was there, but a certain frostiness never left the atmosphere. "I have to admit, fella," Boyd remarked, a few days in, "this is worse than I expected. I guess your predecessors really did a number on this old town." He shook his head sadly. "Used to be, we never met a stranger in Long Valley. Nowadays, it seems like that's all we got." "It's not their fault," Roger answered. He was careful to hide his own disappointment. "Been a tough few years around here." "That it has," Boyd was silent a while longer, then forced himself to brighten up. People will start coming in soon enough. You'll see. Once they realise that I trust you, they'll follow suit. Roger wasn't so sure, and so was pleasantly surprised when the deputy's prediction proved somewhat correct late in the week. A stout, middle-aged rancher with close-cut dark hair and deep lines around his mouth stepped through the door. He nodded to Deputy Boyd and shook his hand. "How are you, friend?" Boyd asked congenially. "And what can we do for you?" He turned to Roger. "Sheriff, this is Howard Flynn, runs a big old spread just to the south of here. 500 head of cattle on a good day." Roger raised his eyebrows, impressed. That kind of wealth was bound to attract trouble seekers, no doubt. He got up and crossed to Boyd's desk, offering his own hand. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Flynn. How can I help?" Flynn ran a weathered hand over his stubbly jaw. He spoke reluctantly. "Well, the thing is, we're losing some of our cattle. Not too many, and not all at once. But I count 'em when I bring 'em out, and I count 'em when they come home. This week, 5 have up and disappeared." "Dairy cows?" Roger asked. He slipped a pad of paper out of his pocket and began to take notes. "Most of them are for meat." Flynn gave the sheriff a pointed look. "Worth a lot of money if they stick around long enough for me to sell." "I understand," Roger said, meaning it. "Even to a man of your means, it's a significant loss. Any patterns you can tell me about? Clues? Time of day, broken fences, tracks in the mud? Noticed anything odd?" Flynn chewed his lip, considering. The creases in his face deepened as he thought. "It's the older ones, usually. Makes me think the culprits know what they're doing, which ones to separate out, which ones won't put up as much of a fight." He shrugged. "Or maybe it's easier to brand over an old scar. That could have something to do with it." "What's your brand look like so I can keep my eyes open?" Roger asked. 2 bars in a circle." Flynn eyed the nub of Roger's pencil. "Wasn't really keen on troubling you about this, but—" He shuffled his feet. "I'm a mite worried that if it keeps up, I won't be able to buy or sell. Folks got a way of finding out about bad luck, and they can be mighty superstitious." "Sure." Roger finished up his notes. "You mind if I take a ride out to your land? I'd like to look around." The request caught Flynn off guard. "Sure," he said after a moment of hesitation. "Sure, why not?" To Boyd, Roger said, "Hold down the fort, deputy. I'll be back." Boyd saluted. "You got it, Sheriff." As it turned out, there were no clues to speak of around the Flynn property, save for a few bent fence posts and some matted down grass. The rancher's family fled into the house at the sight of the sheriff coming up their front path. More than once, Roger caught glimpses of children peeking out from behind drawn curtains. Still, he faced no direct harassment. Flynn hung back as Roger worked. "It's decent of you to ride out," he admitted as the 2 men returned from the back pastures. "Haven't had a sheriff who'd make a house call ever since we moved here." "And when was that?" Roger braced for the answer. 4 years ago, or thereabouts. Flynn surveyed his land, eyes squinting against the afternoon sun. "Thought we could make a decent living in an up-and-coming place. Less competition to handle, and I guess that's been true." His eyes, dark and sombre, locked onto Roger's. "But it's like I told you, Sheriff. I can't sustain too many losses and keep food on the table. Worst comes to worst, they'll drive us out." The implication was crystal clear. Fix the mounting problems in Long Valley or sacrifice the town. "I hear you," Roger replied gravely. "You've got my word, Mr. Flynn. Boyd and I will see to it that this gets resolved." "Ain't nobody got to tell you a sheriff's word don't mean much to us. Not after we've seen them come and go." Flynn smiled thinly. "All the same, I appreciate it. Maybe you're different, Sheriff. I sure hope so. Roger didn't sleep well that night, or many of the nights following. Behind his eyelids, he kept seeing the strain in Howard Flynn's face, the deep lines making him look decades older than his years. He thought of the children hiding in the house, children who'd have empty stomachs if their father's cows didn't stop disappearing. The dire state of Long Valley depressed him, but it also gave him more purpose than he'd had in months. Marianne didn't need him anymore. The people here, on the other hand, certainly did, whether they admitted it or not. When all else in his life looked lost, he now had his duty to cling to. If only they trusted him an ounce more than not at all. He knew he had to do something to reach them, put himself out where he could be accessible. They had to see him as a person, as well as a figure of authority. He meant to help, not harm. Roger stared up at the wooden beams crisscrossing his bedroom ceiling in the dark. The obstacles littering his path were many, but they were by no means insurmountable. A broken heart might never change, but a guarded one could be persuaded. In time, they would come to know he wasn't to be feared or mistrusted. Until then, he was a man on a mission. Find the danger wherever it lay and eliminate it forever. Lift the curse of misfortune floating above this little corner of West Virginia. Pour his personal pain into the task of making Long Valley happy and safe once more. Chapter 5. There wasn't a lot of time for trips to town during the week. Since baby Josephine had come into her life, Clementine's outings had grown sparser still. Whenever possible, she sent dear Shirley, or even one of the ranch hands, to run her necessary errands. They were more than happy to assist. Of course, Clementine went into Long Valley herself every Saturday to set up her stall at the market and sell her fresh eggs and vegetables. Her goods were more popular than ever since Josephine became the ranch mascot. The baby's chubby little face, cherubic and always smiling, never failed to attract attention. Often, the women would buy more and browse longer just to have an excuse to spend time with her. Clementine didn't mind. She relished the opportunity to sit down and rest her aching feet and bones. Besides, watching the community embrace her perfect miracle baby filled her with happiness. There was no question that Josephine belonged right where she had ended up, in her adoptive mother's arms. Now and then, throughout the day, Clementine sent up a silent prayer of thanks. At noon, as usual, the morning market stalls were broken down and vendors packed up their leftover wares. The produce was nearly gone, and the rest would be sent around to feed the hungry. Because of her generosity, many assumed Clementine to be a wealthy woman. Truth be told, she often barely scraped by. Running the ranch and taking care of her employees devoured most of the profit she made, and she just couldn't bring herself to keep more than a few pennies at the end of the day. With Josephine in her arms, she felt like the richest woman in the world. It was only right that she shared what she had with others. She hummed a merry tune as she wrapped Josephine up across her chest, preparing to take her down the street to the bank. Monday was payday on the ranch. Clementine was nothing, if not prompt with the wages. It had always struck her as reckless to keep any significant sums of money in the house, particularly as the sole female proprietor, and so she'd stopped at the bank every week for years. She could have traced the route with her eyes closed. That afternoon, however, there was something unusual happening on the other side of the square. Clementine paused for a moment, shielding her eyes against the sun. The scraping of shovels and shouting of voices carried all the way to where she stood at the bank's front stoop. She squinted. A team of men stood grouped around the beginnings of a shallow hole in the ground on the western face of the square, its perimeter marked off by wooden stakes. One of the men, Clementine noticed, stood a good few inches above the others. Notable, too, was his conspicuous lack of a shirt. The colour rose immediately to her cheeks, but the young widow couldn't force herself to look away. Bare to the waist, his sun-bronzed torso accented by a chest full of coarse dark hair, the man wielded his spade as if it weighed little more than a toothpick. He worked tirelessly under the glare of the noontime sun, transfixed by his stunning physique. Clementine didn't even realise right away that his identity was unknown to her. The man was too far away to afford a good look at his face, but she was quite sure she'd remember someone like him. He straightened up, wiping the sweat from his face with a naked forearm. Clementine came to her senses with a mortified start. She'd been staring at the poor stranger for who knew how long. Gathering her wits, she hurried into the safety of the bank, hoping no one had seen her goggling unabashedly at a working man. Pleasantries passed between her and the teller. Coins were counted, twice, but she couldn't keep her mind from straying back to the stranger in the square. A wandering labourer, perhaps, an uncommonly well-built vagabond. He might have been hired for a day or a week. It wasn't unusual to see young men drift from job to job. But somehow Clementine knew he was different. He was throwing himself into his work with a clear sense of purpose. And though his shirt was nowhere to be seen, his trousers and boots were sturdy, not the rags of a transient. Clementine was so engrossed in her musings about him that she almost forgot to take the small sack of coins off the counter. "Mind where you're going now, lass. Don't get lost on your way home," the teller teased. Clementine smiled absently. The thought of getting another eyeful of that man drove her to distraction, stirring up feelings long dormant. Part of her was a little ashamed, but a larger piece believed she had earned such a tiny, harmless reward. No one suffered from her wordless admiration of a handsome figure. He was, to put it mildly, a sight for sore eyes. He was also drawing a small crowd. Clementine hid her grin of amusement as she laid eyes on the other girls, aimlessly milling around the half-dug foundation, not so subtly making eyes at the workers from behind their fans. The shirtless man appeared completely oblivious to the attention. His muscles rippled with every strike of the shovel. Clementine paused again to enjoy the sight. It had been so long since she had looked at another man in any way similar to the way she'd beheld Joseph. She hadn't thought that any man could make her feel quite like that ever again. Apparently, she was wrong, so wrong, in fact, that she let her whole guard come down, lost to the world around her. Yet more questions concerning the handsome labourer ran through her mind. She wanted to know who he was. She came back to reality with a bump as her sack of coins was snatched unceremoniously from her hand. Clementine let out a yelp of indignation, grabbing in vain for the back of the robber's shirt. He darted nimbly down the street, heading straight toward the worksite. The commotion had drawn the gazes of a dozen or so passers-by, for the area around the square was always busy after Sunday market. Several of the bystanders moved in to help, but none acted as quickly or decisively as the bare-chested man with the shovel. He dropped his tools and sprang onto the thief with the lithe ferocity of a wild animal, bringing his flight to a rapid end. The would-be criminal lay face down in the freshly turned dirt, face and clothes muddied, a groan escaping him. Clementine rushed across the road as the labourer pried her coins free. He stood up to his full, considerable height. Just as she drew to a halt in front of him, their eyes met for the first time. "Ma'am," he nodded politely. His voice was deep and mellow, textured by just a hint of gravel. This close, she could see how finely his features were made, like he'd been sculpted carefully by hand. But the most arresting thing about his face, by far, were his clear blue eyes, glowing like pure sapphires against his tanned skin. Clementine was lost for words. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. A faint shadow of concern crossed the man's countenance. He offered her the coin bag. "Are these yours, miss?" Oh, yes, thank you very much. Clementine took the money. I really am most grateful. Heaven knows what would have happened if he had got away. She held the coins tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white. The man shrugged modestly. He pulled a shirt on, leaving it untucked around the waist. The women standing behind Clementine murmured, and then cut themselves off abruptly. "I'm just here to do my job," he said. Clementine blinked. "If you don't mind my asking, what is your job, sir? I'm sure I've never seen you before." For a moment, he looked at her, genuinely puzzled. "You weren't at the meeting in town this week?" She shook her head. "No, I'm sorry. I run a ranch outside of town on my own, and I can't very well leave it too often. The town only sees me on Sundays." "And that's if we're lucky," one of the other men chimed in with a grin. "Clementine's a busy woman, Sheriff. It's a blessed miracle she stopped to talk." She paused. So, the rumours were true after all. This was the new face of the law in Long Valley. Clementine had to admit, they could have done a lot worse, not to mention the impressive display he'd just put on for her. If he was as good at stopping cattle rustlers as he was at catching thieves, all of West Virginia would be shipshape in no time, and at the same time, she knew the former sheriffs in Long Valley hadn't operated by the highest standards. Too many over the years had been in it for profit more than honour, wealth more than integrity. With the exception of steadfast Deputy Boyd, the office and the sheriff's residence had seen more than their fair share of grifters out to make a buck or two. But she could tell just by looking at him that this one was different. She'd never seen a lawman in their town work alongside the citizens he was sworn to protect. She'd certainly never seen one actively prevent a crime the way he had. And it had seemed so effortless. He was clearly a powerful man. Dare I think it? Clementine wondered. He might be a decent man. "You're not hurt, are you, ma'am?" the sheriff asked now. He bent over his downed quarry, deftly roping the unfortunate man's hands behind his back. "I can call the doctor, if you need." "No, no!" Flattered by his continuing attention, Clementine waved it off. "He didn't lay a finger on me, only on my money." At this, the sheriff nodded solemnly, his eyes intent upon her face. Clementine's heart did a little tumble in her chest. He extended his hand, and she shook it. "You just let me know if there's anything I can help you with," he said. "My name's Roger Wilson. I'm at the sheriff's office most days, and if I'm not, Deputy Boyd can find me." "Thank you," she said again, awestruck. He was a spring breeze across the desert flats, a river through parched earth. Clementine couldn't say how she knew, but she knew in that moment he was exactly what they needed in their struggling settlement. A man who would do right by them for once, a man who would finally manage to get their town back on the straight and narrow. Chapter 6. The act of catching a petty thief in the town square meant little to Roger outside of performing his necessary duties. To some of Long Valley's citizens, though, it seemed to be the beginning of a small seedling of confidence. During the week after that first dramatic public arrest, the cramped sheriff's office saw a distinct increase in traffic. More often than not, Roger looked up from his desk to see someone standing with Boyd, chatting about some problem or other. The reports, rarely longer than half a page, were carefully logged and passed along to him. Mostly they concerned small crimes, things that would only ever really get noticed in a town the size of Long Valley. A neighbour's dog kept wriggling under the fence and barking at the livestock. A handful of change went mysteriously missing from a shopkeeper's counter. A few young ladies reported harassment from ex-lovers and requested an escort around town. This last series of reports proved to be persistent, even though Roger politely declined the opportunity to accompany the girls. He reminded each one that if they ever felt endangered, his office door was always open. But a personal escort for every girl in Long Valley, he explained, just wasn't possible. After the latest girl left, Boyd shook his head, grinning. "Looks like I was wrong about your popularity, Sheriff," he remarked. "You seem to be getting on just fine with the locals." "Not all of them," Roger replied. He wanted to make a larger impression on the ranchers, not just their wives and daughters. He had a lingering feeling, what with the region's spotty law enforcement history, that there was more illicit activity going on than he could see, and he knew he'd never get to the bottom of it all without some help. For that, he needed to earn the trust and respect of the men working the land and raising their horses and cattle in the fields around Long Valley. They could be his eyes, let him know if they saw anything suspicious lurking on the outskirts of the town. Roger was nothing if not an ambitious man. He'd clean up the whole territory if he could. Deputy Boyd approved of his plan in theory, but didn't hide his doubt that it would actually come to fruition. "It's a good sign that Flynn was here," he acknowledged. "He's always been the easy type, though. The others, I'm not so sure." "I guess I really have my work cut out for me," Roger mused. He smiled slightly. "Maybe if I hang around the square a while, there'll be more pickpockets to stop in broad daylight." Boyd glanced toward the door leading into the jail. "We've only got space for one more," he said dryly. Roger leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers together behind his head. "What do you think about adding a few cells? There's space in the lot. Maybe we can knock out a couple walls and expand." "It's crossed my mind." Boyd nodded. "Up till now, the whole valley would have laughed at me, though. We ain't got much in the way of a force, as you know." He waved his hand at the cramped room. "Couldn't be that hard to rustle up a posse. As a matter of fact, I bet you could tell me some names right off the bat. Guys who wouldn't mind picking up a gun and rounding up some troublemakers." Boyd laughed. "Yeah, I suppose I got a dozen right here." He tapped the side of his head. "Problem is, there's nothing we ain't tried already, a posse included." The deputy sighed. "Morale is a real issue around here, Sheriff, and I'll be darned if I know how to solve it." It seemed to be a puzzle indeed. While the office slowly accumulated petty complaints, Roger took to walking around the settlement himself, tipping his hat and saying good morning, afternoon, or evening to anyone he passed. The responses he got were mixed, some indifferent, some interested, some downright cold. What he saw on these outwardly casual strolls was a town that survived largely by its own grit and determination. Long Valley's structures were shabby and crooked, the roofs leaked, wind howled through cracks in the eaves. Everything appeared to be covered by a coarse layer of dust. Clearly, the people here had been down on their luck for a long time. Roger saw more locks, many of them improvised, than he had ever seen in a town of that size. The shop owners had an air of permanent suspicion. They were still not at ease in his presence. Roger stopped at the tailor's and the general store to ask about business and also about recent crime. In both places, the answer was the same. There's always crime. The tailor, a stout little man with an impeccably waxed moustache, eyed Roger sidelong. "We just stopped reporting it on account of nothing getting done." "That's a shame, but I'm here now." "I intend to fix it," Roger said. The man snorted, puffing out his moustache. "Good luck. You'll need it." At the general store, Roger probed for information about the officers before him. Boyd had yet to discuss their misdeeds in detail, though he had implied that they were serious. The woman behind the counter looked at Roger through watery grey eyes. "Took us for all we had," she said simply. She couldn't have been older than middle age, and yet she somehow seemed withered. Her name was Miss Langley. Even if he hadn't been told that she was a spinster, he would have recognised the type. "What do you mean?" Roger prompted patiently. Miss Langley pulled up a stool and sat down heavily upon it. She was halfway through counting a bag of change with plump but nimble fingers. The coins continued to clink onto the countertop as she spoke. "Long Valley was up and coming," she said softly, sounding as though she was constantly on the verge of losing her breath. "This was in my mother's time, mind you. By the time I came along, that's when things started to go amiss." She paused briefly in her counting. "Not that I had anything to do with it." Roger waited. Eventually the lady resumed, as did the clinking coins. "People came through here with things to trade and sell all the time," she continued. "Sunday market used to be twice as big, 3 times even, but then the best goods began to disappear. Visitors left with next to nothing, no money, no inventory, and nobody knew, or no one would say, where it went." Roger raised his eyebrows. He had caught the insinuations and wondered if he believed them. "You mean to say the sheriff was stealing from the townsfolk?" Miss Langley pressed her lips into a thin line. "Sure, seemed that way, according to my mama." She didn't look at him anymore. "Soon as the folks realised what was happening, they ran the rascal out of town, but the next one took us for an even longer ride. We were so eager for justice." Roger grunted. If what the bleary-eyed woman said was true, he could understand why so few in Long Valley wanted anything to do with him. To them, he was just another grifter, looking for an opportunity to spring his trap. "In the end, we stopped getting travellers altogether," Miss Langley finished. "Unless they were up to no good, that is. Like the pickpocket who stole Clementine's money the other day. I guarantee he was just passing through." Her observation proved astute, for that was precisely what the dishevelled young man had said. Roger had put him in a cell and quickly figured out that he was just a kid with sticky fingers looking to pick up whatever he could. After another day in the jail, he planned to run the thief as far out of town as he could go. Not a perfect solution, but the best he could come up with for the time being. He'd already decided that if he saw the kid again, there would be a lot worse waiting than a bare floor behind bars. "That he was, miss. I assure you he wasn't from here." "They never are," she replied. Her gaze travelled up to his face. "And neither are you, Sheriff." Although her quiet words carried no venom, Roger felt an odd prick of shame. He gave the lady a grim smile and bid her farewell, scooping up his hat. "I'll be seeing you, Miss Langley." "I suppose you will." After a day like that, plus the stares on the street and the whispers behind his back, it was difficult not to succumb to the sadness that came calling every time he stepped into the silence of his home. Roger welcomed a little solitude, especially in these trying times, but he was keenly aware of the weight of expectation upon his shoulders. All of Long Valley had its eyes on him. The pressure was enormous, and there was no telling when or if it would let up. But despite all that, there was one small bright spot. The girl whose purse had been stolen in the square, who had come running to retrieve it and thank him, had the loveliest green eyes he'd ever seen. He thought about those eyes sometimes, as he ate his dinner alone, or as he lay in bed awaiting the onset of sleep. Yes, there was guilt. Marianne had been his one and only for so long, it felt wrong to think of another girl. Even though Marianne had been the one to end things between them, he felt a dull but persistent loyalty, and tried to fend off thoughts of Clementine. Undeterred, her sage-coloured eyes and shining black hair appeared frequently in the dark behind his eyelids. And for reasons he couldn't quite understand, her face helped soothe him down into dreams. Sometimes she was there too, walking just ahead. She'd glance back, silhouetted against the brilliant sun, and smile. Chapter 7. Clementine had never been truly afraid in Long Valley. Even in the wake of Joseph's death, she had felt the unspoken protection of those around her, a shield of love and faith. Wherever she went these days, she was met by friendly acceptance. The addition of a baby had only made her dearer to her neighbours. But the incident with the stolen coins, as minor as it had turned out to be, shook Clementine to the core. On her way back from town that day, the wheels of her mind spun perilously fast, churning out every worst-case scenario she could possibly imagine. What if he's holding a grudge against me? What if the sheriff lets him go and he comes to my house? Is he following me home right now? She whipped around in a borderline panic more times than she wanted to admit on that once tranquil walk home, clutching Josephine to her bosom as if the infant was made of solid gold. Of course, her eyes found nothing to fear, nor did her ears. Still, the discomfort lingered. The first thing she did at the ranch house was seek out her foreman and ask him to secure every inch of the house and the surrounding land. If there's a broken fence, I want you to fix it right away. And I want you to make sure every single gate locks tight. Unsettled by her unusually sharp demands, the foreman hesitated. What brought this on, Clem? Something happen? His face clouded with consternation. You need me to rough someone up for you. She took a deep breath and shook her head and recounted the attempted robbery in as much detail as she could manage to recall. So, she finished, that is why I'd like you to make sure there's no way anyone can get in unless I let them, just in case. The foreman's eyes hardened. He had always been a loyal worker for Joseph and had continued to serve the ranch's mistress with the same dedication. Understood. He put his hand on her shoulder in a fatherly kind of way. You don't worry your head about it, all right? Not even mice will get through when we're done. Clementine appreciated his reassurance, but the anxiety did not go away. She went in to feed Josephine and put her baskets and other market things away. Once inside, she was all too aware of the sounds in her empty house, the creaks and groans that sounded exactly like footfalls approaching from behind. By the time she sat down at the table to give Josephine her lunch that day, her hands had been unable to hold the spoon steady. Milk splashed onto the tabletop, much to the child's delight. Clementine's heart hammered against her chest. She felt like she could hardly breathe. There he is at the window. Look, a shadow behind the curtain. She gasped as she whirled around to stare at the curtain in question. But it was as unmoving as ever. No one was slinking up the front walk or along the side of the house. She and Josephine were, like usual, all alone. The only difference was that now they had a third companion, her fear. The next few days came and went. The young thief showed no trace of himself, not a footprint, tramped down path in the fields, or so much as a twig out of place. The locks she'd asked for were bolted prominently onto every gate across the property. Stretches of newly erected fencing stood strong, yet the sly paranoia remained. Clementine no longer looked forward to leaving the confines of the main house, not even to work in her beloved garden. She stayed on high guard whenever she was out, stopping her work often to peer all around. The soft green hills of West Virginia had always been gorgeous to her eyes, but now she wished the land was as flat as the frontier. She would feel safer if she could see for miles. Baby Josephine was never far from Clementine's side, if not directly attached to her. At first, she was content with the snug linen sling her mother had fashioned, from which the little girl's chubby limbs protruded on each side. As time wore on and her confidence increased, however, Josephine's curiosity overcame her comfort. She began to fuss persistently the longer she was kept entrapped against Clementine's body. She flailed her arms and legs, voicing her displeasure through great shuddering wails. Clementine tried to hush her, but the baby refused to be shushed. She sought her freedom with single-minded gusto until at last Clementine relented. The sling became a sheet spread on the ground, and Josephine was left to amuse herself upon it, grabbing at flowers and blades of grass. The two of them made a funny little caravan, a mother towing her child along the rows of corn and beans, tomatoes and squash. Josephine adored being scooted through the grass, and the air rang with her bright laughter. It was frequently the only sound that could make Clementine smile despite her frayed nerves. Days kept rolling by, hot, hazy days where the sun beat down on Clementine's neck and shoulders so ferociously that she'd retreat indoors with Josephine by noon. She gave her baby girl cool baths in the wash basin and made sure the house had plenty of shady spots for her to take naps. The thought of leaving Josephine alone and defenceless inside the house filled Clementine with horror. Moments that ought to have been peaceful were filled instead by frightened, intrusive thoughts of constant danger. In her mind, the thief wanted vengeance for his first failure. He was perpetually on his way to the ranch, hopping gates and fences as though they were paving stones. She kept her gaze trained on the front door when she could see it, and when she couldn't, she waited for the noise of footsteps storming up onto the porch. The invasion never came. At the end of each day, that turned out to be tranquil after all. Clementine vowed not to let her fear-mongering brain get the better of her any longer. She lay in bed, envisioning afternoons spent playing with Josephine, indulging in her child's unbothered joy. What a delight that she had come to automatically think of the baby left at the ranch gate as her child. She could not have imagined a life as full as the one she'd managed to cultivate. And often, as she laid out her plans for a better tomorrow, she imagined the man who had come to her rescue. To her mild shame and secret delight, he was almost always bare-chested in her mind's eye, just as he'd been that Sunday. His well-sculpted muscles gleamed tan and glowing in the sunlight. Alone in her room with a sleeping child, Clementine insisted to herself that what she cared about most of all was the young sheriff's character. She couldn't deny, that he sure was a treat to look at. But that handsomeness didn't mean a thing if he wasn't there to bring good to Long Valley. Any man could break ground for a foundation. Clementine hoped he would help to nurture the community that tried to grow there. She took the next Sunday off from the market, sending sweet Shirley in her stead so she could hide at home and nurse her insecurities. Shirley had returned that afternoon with a pile of money and well wishes. "Everyone missed you and that darling babe," she told Clementine. "There'll be a lot of broken hearts if you don't show your pretty face next week." Then she winked. "And I think the new sheriff was looking for you too." "Oh, stop!" Clementine clucked her tongue, trying not to appear pleased. "That's just your romantic imagination running wild again, Shirl." Shirley smiled. "I beg to differ. That young man must have walked by the stall a dozen times before I finally asked him to stop and have a look around." "Well, did he buy anything?" Clementine could feel a blush threatening, a reaction she fought valiantly. "I hope you told him how sweet the corn is this season." "Something tells me corn wasn't the type of sweetness he was after." Shirley laughed out loud at the expression of bald shock on Clementine's face. "Settle down, sweet pea. Far be it from me to say any such thing, at least not while he's within earshot." Clementine grumbled. "You're trying to make darn sure I don't send you back there, aren't you?" Shirley held her hands out innocently. "Honey, we both know you're fixin' to do whatever you please. I just don't want you missing any opportunities, that's all." "Right." Clementine gave her neighbour a pointed look as she slipped some of the money into Shirley's hand. Well, fine. If it will make you happy, I'll get on back to the market this coming Sunday. But I bet you're making this all up. Shirley took Clementine's hand and pushed the money back into it. I'll take none of that, thank you. No extra mouths to feed under my roof. She reached out and caressed Josephine's cheek. You keep an eye on your mama, won't you? Josephine giggled. She just melts my heart, Shirley cooed. And no, Miss Clementine, for your information, I'm not spinning any yarns today. You'll see for yourself next Sunday. I guarantee it. Clementine rolled her eyes but smiled. Thank you, Shirley. I wish you'd take something for your trouble. I wouldn't dream of it, Shirley spoke firmly. You do well enough for yourself here, Clem, but you need every penny you can get. Clementine watched Shirley make her way down the gravel path toward the road. She was right, as always. There was precious little left over once the costs of the wrench were seen to, if the robber had gotten away with the last week's wages. Clementine shuddered to think of working herself half to death in the heat, just to make up the loss. Truly, she owed Sheriff Wilson more for his help than a sincere thank you. He may not have known, but he had saved her from teetering on the cusp of ruin. That sobering reality stuck with her all throughout the rest of the day, as she rocked little Josephine to sleep, once again surrounded by the big, empty home she'd once shared with Joseph. Clementine allowed a few tears to slip from her eyes. They rolled down her cheeks, wetting the fringe of the baby's blanket. The life she was living wasn't supposed to be for her alone. Joseph should have been getting ready to climb into the bed beside her and wrap his arms around her waist, the way he always did. They should be sharing these tender moments with their beautiful child together, as a brand new family. Instead, she laid Josephine down in her cradle and crept into the bed on her own, embraced by nothing apart from the plain white sheets. Chapter 8. The best thing about petty crime was that it was easily handled, especially for a man of Roger's stature and quiet, unflappable demeanour. He stood for no posturing, no shifting of blame, or blustery pointing of fingers. His singular talent for eliciting admissions of guilt, either on the spot or a few hours later in the stifling jail, soon became a popular topic of conversation on everyone's lips. The air of mistrust from the town gave way to one of cautious interest, if not quite that of acceptance. Long Valley's fairly scant population of young, unmarried women kept up their mooning after him, while the men gave grudging nods in the street. Wasn't much, but any progress was better than none. Roger was just glad to be moving past the first frigid stage of being a newcomer. The townsfolk were beginning to see that he meant to stay in West Virginia. As he squared away the first wave of reports, others trickled in. The alleged incidents were growing more troublesome, seemingly by the day. Reports of stray dogs turned into allegations of peeping toms. Noisy neighbours became prowlers in the night. One of the ranchers farthest out from the town proper said he'd found his daughter's beloved pony stone dead in its pasture from a gunshot wound. Roger rode out to take a look at that one. The pony had been given a proper, tear-stained burial, but the scene was still grim. Blood darkened the matted patch of grass where the animal had lain in the night, shot down by a mystery assailant. "I just don't understand it," the rancher muttered, shaking his head with disgust. What in the Sam Hill were they thinking, shooting up a little girl's pony like that? Sweetest creature alive, that poor thing was. I tell you, I'm going to have one heck of a time finding another like it. Roger agreed wholeheartedly that the act was one of reprehensible cowardice. It was hard to conceive of the type of man who had done it and then stolen away under cover of darkness. If the other animals could talk, They would surely have some wild stories to tell. The changing tone of the crime reports left the sheriff tense and uneasy. A particularly sinister undercurrent was coming to light that hadn't been apparent when he first arrived. He had thought that Long Valley was, like so many other backwater settlements, a casualty of roving vagabonds. Unguarded by the law, it was an easy target. But now it was a case of dead livestock, rumours of stalking and escalated burglaries. Roger couldn't quite explain his own hunch, but he was beginning to think there was another reason why the town was being targeted. There was something sinister going on beneath the surface, and he wanted to know just what it was. The pursuit of knowledge took Roger farther and farther afield from the sheriff's office. He felt sorry about leaving Boyd to manage things on his own, but Deputy Boyd was quick to give his blessing. "Don't think twice about me, Sheriff. I'll be perfectly fine right where I am. You're doing important work out there, and if manning this here desk means I can help you in any way, I'm happy to do it." Thus encouraged, Roger began to visit the ranches dotting the rolling land around Long Valley. He drew a crude map as he travelled, in hopes that it might help him pinpoint a pattern to the most severe crimes. It was on one of these excursions that he came upon Clementine's ranch for the first time. Upon learning of his mapping project, Boyd mentioned her land straight away. "You ought to go out there and check on her," he suggested. "She's beloved in these parts, and she's got a new baby. Keep an eye out." Roger remembered the child from their chance meeting in the square, but not as well as he remembered Clementine's eyes, the shade of her hair, and the shape of her lips. As much as he desired to make sure she was safe and sound in her home, he was also driven by a desire to see her again. Riding along the fence on the perimeter of her property, he forced himself to relax. This is work, not pleasure. I need to make sure all of my citizens are safe. It's my duty. Outside the gate, he hitched his horse to a nearby post and started to retrace his route on foot. The old fence looked as though it had been skillfully mended in recent days. He made a note of the work. Did she perhaps know there was danger afoot? "Oh, Sheriff!" The cheerful, matronly voice came from the other side of the gate. Shirley Harris waved, beckoning him over. "Afternoon, Mrs. Harris," said Roger, removing his hat. "How can I help you?" He didn't ask what she was doing on Clementine's farm, and as it turned out, he needn't have wondered. "Well, I saw you out here and thought you might like to join us for a nice cold sweet tea." Something about her smile made Roger think of his own mother, years gone, and he knew he couldn't refuse her offer. She added, "I hate to drag you away from your work, but you look like you could use a break from all this sun, honey. I suppose it wouldn't hurt." "Thank you, ma'am." She opened the gate with all the familiarity of an old friend, and Roger stepped through. His boots crunched pleasantly on the gravel path. "What brings you by, Sheriff?" Shirley inquired casually. "I dare say I haven't seen you out this way before." She had a strange, mischievous twinkle in her eye. He got a little nervous looking at her. "I'm, investigating the area," he answered. Aware of how unusual that sounded, he cleared his throat and tried again. "I'm investigating some crimes that have happened here, in this area." "This area?" Shirley furrowed her brow. "You'd better have a talk with Clementine about it. She'll want to know." She paused. "On account of the baby and all?" The house at the end of the gravel pathway was modest, but charming. Bigger than his sheriff's residence, but with a much homier, more comfortable feel. He took a moment to admire the lush garden sprawling between the foot of the steps and the edge of the nearest pasture fence. Talk to her about the garden, too. Shirley winked. It's her pride and joy. She hooked her hand gently but firmly around his elbow and guided him up the stairs. The front door stood slightly ajar, and she led him in. "There you are, Shirley. I was Clementine turned around from the table and stopped short once she laid eyes on Roger. Her thick black hair was gathered into a bun and fastened at the nape of her neck. Illuminated by the sun through the hazy glass of the window, her irises reflected emeralds more than sage. "Afternoon, Ma'am." I was just walking by the place. Roger mustered a smile, wondering why he couldn't seem to be as upfront with her as he had been with Shirley. Defying all reason, he was even more stunned by her beauty the second time around. She was a flower, blooming the same in any light. "Do join us for some cold tea," Clementine entreated him immediately. She bowed her head a little. "It would be my pleasure." "I'm much obliged for your hospitality," Roger replied. He took a seat as the ladies bustled around the kitchen, fetching their new guest a place setting. "Not at all," Clementine smiled sweetly. He was suddenly sure that he could happily look at that smile all day. She sat down across from him, and his gruff heart skipped a beat or two as an excuse to look anywhere other than into her pretty eyes. He glanced around the front of the house. He barely knew the woman, but she was exacting a fierce pull on him, the same way he'd felt about Marianne, right up until she left. "Where's your little one?" "Sleeping. I just checked in on her." Clementine waved a slender hand. "Don't worry, we won't wake her." "Ain't that the truth?" Shirley laughed. "That child sleeps like a stone angel." She shot Roger a surreptitious, expectant glance. He cleared his throat. "So, Miss—" Trailing off, he realised much to his chagrin that he did not know her surname, Milborn. Clementine hesitated. "Mrs. Milborn. If we're being strictly formal, my Joseph's been gone 2 years now." "I sure am sorry to hear that." Roger winced internally. This was not the turn he'd expected their first real conversation to take. "Thank you. You can just call me Clementine." The second part of her reply came quickly, as if she too wanted to tuck the subject of her marital status far away. "Clementine, then." Roger started over. "I should let you know that I'm looking into some criminal incidents in the area, so you may see me around from time to time. I'll get to the bottom of things. You can be sure about that." Her lips turned downward. "To be honest, Sheriff." Clementine stopped and looked away. She spooned an extra lump of sugar into her sweet tea. "I've been worried the thief might bring some of his friends to the ranch. I know it's silly, but now that I've got a little girl, I can't get it out of my mind." "It's not silly at all," said Roger. "But I don't think that young man will be back any time soon." "No?" The relief was visible on her face. "Oh, thank goodness, you're sure." Roger had driven the boy out himself, just as he'd planned. Ran him out as fast as he could go, and I suggested he stay away if he knows what's good for him. I believe he took my advice. A big, bright smile erupted over Clementine's features, lighting them up with joy. "Thank you so much, Sheriff. I owe you everything." "You're too kind." Roger bowed his head modestly. "I'm just doing my duty." When he looked up again, Roger's heart leapt into his throat. The way she was gazing at him, her lustrous eyes shining in the golden afternoon sun, he wished he could bottle it up and save it for later. Nothing else on earth could make a man feel quite the way he did in that moment. A wave of warmth, strange yet comforting, washed over his body. He could feel it in his face, and he hoped it didn't show. It wasn't enough to pull him away from the dark prison of the past, but for the first time in weeks, Roger saw a hint of light at the end of a long, dark tunnel. Chapter 9. It was a strange, almost surreal feeling to have the sheriff sitting at her table drinking tea, but Clementine found she didn't really mind. In fact, even beyond his handsomeness, she rather liked him. He seemed a good, kind, modest man, exactly the type Long Valley was hurting for. "Thank you very much for your hospitality, ladies," he said as the tea in his glass dwindled. "I won't take up any more of your time." "Think nothing of it," Clementine responded with a smile. "Let me see you out, Sheriff." Ignoring the knowing smile aimed at her from Shirley's direction, she stood up and escorted him out the front door and down the porch steps. Together, they walked toward the front gate. "Quite a place you've got," he said, with more than a trace of admiration. "Can't be easy running a place like this all by your lonesome." Clementine laughed. "Oh, I don't. I'm fortunate to have a whole team here. We're like a family. In some ways, that was true. Joseph's loyal employees had held her up through the worst of times. She had no doubt the ranch would have been lost long ago without them." He nodded. "That's—" Suddenly, the sheriff stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head slightly to the side, as if listening to some small, distant sound. Clementine opened her mouth to ask what was wrong, but he stopped her with a raised hand. Then he turned back toward the house. She followed his line of sight, still unsure of what was happening. Shirley had picked a sleepy Josephine up from her nap and followed them out at a distance. She saw the look on Sheriff Wilson's face and hurried to Clementine's side. "What's the matter?" Clementine finally managed to whisper. "Don't rightly know," he muttered. His brows were fiercely furrowed in concentration. "Thought I heard something. You ladies stay here." He walked back toward the porch, hand on his holster, listening hard. Clementine held her breath. Roger reached toward the door with his left hand, and as he did so, a clatter came from the other side. The two women exchanged worried glances. Hadn't they just been in the kitchen, drinking tea, and having a lovely time? They watched nervously as he eased the door open and passed over the threshold. Clementine took the baby from Shirley and clutched her to her chest. Her heart pounded. The loud crack of a gunshot pierced the tranquil afternoon air, scattering nearby birds from the trees. Clementine and Shirley gasped. The shot was followed by several loud thuds, and then the hard shatter of breaking glass. Startled, little Josephine began to cry. If it weren't for the child in her arms, Clementine would have gone running to see what had befallen Sheriff Wilson. As it was, she could do nothing but stand in the front yard and wait. Huddled together with Shirley, the open front doorway stared back at her like a single dark eye. "Oh!" Shirley cried. She pointed. "Look!" 3 shadowy figures leapt one after the other from a window around the side of the house, tumbling into the grass below. Clementine caught only a glimpse of their faces as they bolted off into the fields, heading toward the edge of the property. Not 1 second after the intruder's feet hit the ground, Roger burst from the door. His gun was drawn and steady as he barreled after them, but the would-be thieves' short head start proved to be enough. Roger looped around and returned to where the women stood. "What was that? Are you all right?" Clementine asked. He had hardly broken a sweat despite his vigorous pursuit. "We heard the gunshot." Her heart still fluttered unevenly. "Looks like a crew of burglars," Roger said, glancing back the way the 3 men had run. "Caught them just as they were starting to rifle through the place." He holstered his gun. "The shot was mine. No need to worry." She let out her breath. "Thank goodness." Relieved but shaken, she turned her attention to her crying daughter. "It's okay, darling. Sheriff Wilson took care of everything." He smiled a little. "Please, call me Roger." "Who were they?" Shirley's eyes were wide with anxiety. "Will Clem and the baby be safe here?" She put a hand on Clementine's arm. "You're more than welcome to come on down the road to my place, dear. Even just for tonight." The offer was tempting, but Clementine hated to leave the ranch house empty. "Oh, Shirley, I wouldn't get a wink of sleep worrying about the state of things without anybody here." "I'll stay, Mum. Miss Clementine. For now. With your permission, that is." Clementine blinked. Of course, Sheriff. She paused and corrected herself. Roger, stay as long as you like. Having someone else in the house for a few more hours would certainly make her feel better. Josephine, secure in Clementine's arms, had gradually stopped crying. She stared at Roger curiously, as Shirley, satisfied by Roger's assurance, bid them farewell and began the walk back to her own home. The baby reached out a chubby hand toward Roger's shirt sleeve. Clementine laughed lightly. It seems like you've made a new friend. She brushed her hand over the soft blonde down on Josephine's head. She's not too fond of strangers usually. Maybe she sees something special in you. He chuckled, gently pinching the baby's cheek. I don't have the foggiest idea what it could be, but I sure appreciate it. At the door, he put out an arm to stop her. Let me go first, just in case. Clementine put up no resistance. Her heart sped up again as she watched Roger precede her. They both listened for errant noises, but the house was silent. The broken window was in the sitting room. Shards of glass glittered on the wood floor and stuck out at wild angles from the otherwise empty frame. The sight of it gave Clementine the shivers, and she left the room quickly, heading for the kitchen. I'm grateful to you once again, Roger, she said to the young sheriff. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, she laughed, and I'm starting to think I'll have to hire a bodyguard. He sat back down on the same chair he'd occupied earlier. Clementine got the pitcher and poured him another tall glass of sweet tea. I hope you don't mind if I start to get supper ready, she said, and there'll be a spot at the table for you, of course. Much obliged to you, Miss Clementine, Roger answered. Do whatever you need to do. I'll just be here until you feel safe. His thoughtfulness touched her. You've saved me twice now, she said. I think we can do away with the formalities, don't you? If you're Roger, then I'm Clementine. And this here is little Josephine. Delighted by the sound of her own name, Josephine giggled. Once more, she reached toward Roger, this time cooing happily. She's a sweetheart, isn't she? He looked at Clementine as if he was about to follow up with another, less rhetorical question, then changed his mind and closed his mouth. Afraid he had been moments away from inquiring as to her parents' whereabouts, Clementine said nothing. Instead, she busied herself cooking and carrying on small talk. Yes, she's so smart and lovely. I'm very lucky to have her. Every so often, she glanced toward the broken window in the sitting room, visible on the other side of the hallway. There was never anyone there, or any sign of new invaders. But this second incident had shaken her even worse than the first. It had struck at her own home, the place where she most needed to feel safe. Roger must have noticed because, after some time, he moved his chair to the side. Now, each time she looked, she found herself gazing at him instead. This new sight still made her heart skip, but perhaps for a different, less frightening reason. I know it's worrisome, he said kindly. That's what I'm here for. Long Valley's going to be a different place before too long. I promise you that. Had the words come from any other lawman before him, Clementine would have been sceptical at the very least. From Roger, however, the declaration carried strength and conviction. He obviously believed in his job, and she wanted to believe in him. It was the very least she could do after all he had done for her. When dinner was done, Roger volunteered to take it out to the fields for the ranch hands. Not one to turn down an offer of help, Clementine agreed, with some trepidation. Roger saw it in her face. I won't be gone long. Sit tight and don't answer the door. Armed with baskets of food, he set out on his errand. Clementine stayed in the kitchen. It was unbearably hot in there now, on account of all the cooking, but she couldn't bring herself to open any of the other windows more than a crack. The lengthening shadows outside made her jump at every rustle of leaves or blade of grass. She huffed out a sigh and decided that she needed a distraction. By the time Roger came back to the house, Clementine was up to her elbows bathing Josie. The little girl's bright, sing-song laughter helped calm the worst of her nerves. She smiled at the sheriff, feeling a wave of relief crash over her. "I hope they were polite to you, Roger," she said. "They were no trouble. And they said they'd keep an eye out." He hesitated. "But I'd like to stay until dark, if that's fine by you. I don't take to the thought of you sitting in here by yourself." "I'd be most thankful," Clementine admitted. "If you were to say you didn't think they'd be back, I'd trust you, but—" Roger nodded. "Say no more. I'll be right outside if you need me." Chapter 10. Roger sat outside in one of the porch chairs, rocking gently and listening for anything other than the slow chirp of early crickets over the summer breeze. He thought he'd done a decent job of hiding exactly how unsettled the break-in had made him, but now his nerves kept him on full alert. He was grateful that she had allowed him to stay on the premises until nightfall. Still, the scope of the land Clementine Milborn owned was vaster than he'd imagined. It was an impressive spread, to be sure. Under these circumstances, that much space was also worrying. There were too many dark places for a man bent on bad deeds to hide. The sun dipped down toward the horizon, and Roger's mind returned to the occupants of the house. Beautiful, smiling Clementine, and her sweet-faced babe. He had been curious about her home life. He should have guessed that there would be a tragedy somewhere. Now that he knew she was no longer married, he felt more concerned about how she was coping rather than how she had lost her husband. But her resilience was obvious, and he couldn't help but admire it. The similarity between them was a little subtler, but he saw it. He was alone too, through no fault of his own. As the first rays of a brilliant tangerine-pink sunset began to spread across the clouds, the door opened and Clementine stepped out. She paused for a moment to admire the sky, and then she took the empty chair beside him. Her hair, tucked up for most of the day into a loosely wrapped bun, was starting to fall lock by lock down her neck. Roger didn't stare. He had enough self-control for that. He kept his eyes focused on the bucolic West Virginia landscape and considered the idea that had been forming inside his head for the past few hours. It was, especially by his own fairly cautious standards, a reckless one. He wondered which was talking louder, loneliness or genuine concern. Hard to tell. Nonetheless, the more he thought about Clementine and Josephine living by themselves in the mostly unguarded ranch house, the more he knew he couldn't let things stay that way. The run-in on the street, and now the botched robbery at her home, proved that crime was inching closer. Roger couldn't let that bide. Unfortunately, his options when it came to protecting her were limited, at best. Despite his dedication to the town and its surrounding region, Roger's entire force was still limited to him and Irvin Boyd. Boyd's efforts to scrounge up a town posse had been rewarded with moderate success, but Clementine was too precious to entrust to any of those boys. The fact that he'd somehow come to think of Clementine as precious did not escape him. Crazy as it sounded, so soon after they had met, it just felt right to Roger. She was an emerald in a town of stone and dirt, and the townsfolk seemed to know it. "What a pretty night," she said softly. He glanced over at her. The sunset reflected pools of colour in her eyes and on her skin. It was that sight, that pristine moment, that convinced Roger his plan was at least halfway decent. The worst she could do was say no. He took a deep breath. "Sure is." A few beats of silence passed, and when she made no further attempt to fill them, Roger forged ahead. "So, I was thinking as I sat out here, and I want to run something by you." She looked at him, puzzled. What's that? Well, it might sound like foolish nonsense, but hear me out. This was it. The point of no return. I think you and I ought to get married. There was no immediate response. Roger didn't dare look to gauge her reaction for a long time. The words had sounded so outlandish once he'd said them aloud that he wouldn't be surprised to find she thought he was joking. And indeed, the first thing Clementine said was, "You don't mean that." He could breathe again. "Yes, I do," he said calmly. The steady creaking of the old rockers stopped. She shook her head, laughing slightly. "It wouldn't do, Roger. We've only just met, and... She trailed off, apparently at a loss for words. I know. All you've done thus far is feed me supper and put up with me loitering on your front porch. It doesn't make for much of a courtship," Roger replied. Learning from his previous carelessness, he made no mention of her late husband at all. Her pretty face was flushed. Clementine chewed her lip. Then she murmured, "Hard to believe it's really been 2 years since he passed away. This place was Joseph's pride and joy." Her eyes returned to roaming the rolling, sunset-painted fields. "That's why I'm glad you came to town, Sheriff. It hasn't been easy, but I couldn't leave if I wanted to." The clear pain in her voice, even years after her husband's death, struck Roger to the core. He cleared his throat. "I'm sorry for your loss." Pardon me if my question was insensitive. No matter how hard he tried to tread lightly, it seemed he was doomed to stumble over his words. He resolved to keep his mouth shut from then on, to avoid making any more blunders. "I should be the one to apologise," Clementine reassured him. "It's hardly conversation for polite company, especially someone who doesn't know me." Her hands folded and unfolded in her lap. "I can't imagine you'd want to marry a widow anyway." Roger frowned. That was the last thing to matter to him. He was more concerned about the way he'd come off, perhaps as though he assumed that the errant husband had run off on her. "That doesn't mean much to me, if I'm honest," he admitted. "All kinds of things happen to all kinds of people." "That's charitable of you to say," she replied. Then, with the barest hint of a smile in her voice, "Did you come to Long Valley in search of a wife?" Roger winced. But of course, she didn't know his past, any more than he had known hers. Hardly. "But an arrangement like this could benefit the both of us. You said yourself that you need someone to keep you safe. Who better than the sheriff of the whole town?" Clementine's little smile widened. "And what, pray tell, do you expect to get from me?" She was teasing, but he answered truthfully. "I need these townsfolk to trust me if I'm to do anything to help them. They don't yet, but they trust you. And maybe, if you were to marry me, some of that trust would carry over." "I think you're a perfectly fine sheriff," she said. "The townspeople will come around, with or without me." She leaned back in her chair. The squeaking of her rocker started again. "I don't need an answer tonight," Roger told her. "I don't even need an answer next week, if it takes that long. But I just wanted you to know the offer stands." Clementine sighed. Her words came slow and deliberate, as if she was choosing everyone by hand. "It seems cruel to tell you so flatly, but I couldn't ever be a proper wife, not to anyone other than my Joseph." Nothing about the declaration surprised Roger. "I understand." Her questioning look was obvious. He looked down and smoothed a hand over his knee, pensively. "It was a woman who drove me out to West Virginia. I loved her, but she left me. Don't think there's anyone who could take her place any time soon." "How awful," Clementine said softly. "I've had better times, but I think we might just be able to help each other, you and me. I'll earn some credibility in town and you'll have someone to watch over your livelihood." She nodded absently. The last of the sunset had started to disappear, and Roger stood up from the rocking chair. He stretched and then looked back at her. "Thanks again for the tea, and for supper. You know where to find me if you need anything." "Will you give me a few days to consider?" she asked. "It's just that it's a big decision for me. Even with 2 years gone, I'm not sure if I'm ready." "Like I said, take all the time you need." Roger was in no hurry. Other than rooting out the infestation of ne'er-do-wells around Long Valley, he had plenty of days to spare. The future stretched out as one long, straight, dusty road before him. Where it led, he couldn't tell. "Thank you for that and for everything else." Clementine rose, but she did not follow him off the porch into the deepening blue shadows. Given the events of the day, Roger preferred it that way. "I'll give you my answer soon," she called, waving from the top of the steps. He glanced back at the house one more time before slipping out of the gate, and she was still standing there, faintly silhouetted. Roger prayed she would be safe, that the night would pass uneventfully. He kept his eyes and ears open on the way back to his own little house, just inside the bounds of Long Valley. There was nothing to hear but the sounds of a country night. Roger undressed as the last lights were going out down the road, except for the saloon, which wasn't far from him. Sometimes, if the crickets and night birds were especially quiet, he could hear them carousing late into the night. Was it some of those drunken revellers who had decided, still inebriated from the previous night, to try their luck at Clementine's? He wished he had gotten a good look at their faces. But tomorrow was another day. Maybe he'd stop by the saloon and ask around, see if anyone there was up to talking. That'd help keep his mind off waiting for Clementine's answer. Chapter 11. She had a lot to think about, but no time to spare. Roger's proposal had shocked her, filled her head with 1,000 whirling thoughts, and yet life on the ranch went on. She couldn't be expected to stop everything just because a man she barely knew asked her to marry him. Clementine wondered what he could possibly have been thinking as he sat there on her porch, watching the day wane. On the face of it, nothing about a spontaneous marriage between a well-established young widow and a new, upstart sheriff made any sense. But it wasn't the craziest thing she'd heard in her life, either. The man was earnest, and he told the truth. He hadn't acted underhanded in any way. He had protected her. She had to admit that she could do a lot worse in terms of second husbands. Still, she was resistant to the idea. Another marriage meant the real, undeniable end of her life with Joseph, and it was that life she'd wanted. How could she welcome another man, no matter how kind and strong and strapping, into the house Joseph had built? No, it was impossible. Clementine spent the first couple of days after the proposal thinking of ways to politely turn it down. She could tell him she didn't want to be a sheriff's wife, or more accurately, that she didn't want to be anyone's wife. She could tell him that the solitary life she led on the ranch fulfilled her every need. It wouldn't be the truth, of course, but her loneliness was no concern of his. "I just don't have time," she practiced saying in a variety of tones when she was alone with her daughter, apologetic, sad, even a little playful. If she gave him the opportunity, would Roger pass the whole thing off as a joke, or would he keep after her? In the past, Clementine had known a few men who refused to take no for an answer until forced. Roger did not strike her as that type at all, but she knew that one could never be too careful. At the same time, she worried about turning against the man who was supposed to be her greatest protector. Then again, part of her knew she was being ridiculous and paranoid. Roger Wilson came across as the most caring, compassionate man she had met in a long time. He handled Josephine so tenderly, and he had seemed sincerely sympathetic upon learning about Joseph. and there were merits to his idea of a mutually beneficial marriage. That was how, slowly, over the course of a week or so, Clementine's mindset turned. The moment she realised she was actually considering the marriage as a possibility, she burst out laughing and startled Josie. "Forgive me, darling," she said to the baby, hugging her close. "I just couldn't have imagined I'd be here, where we are, thinking seriously about that." She kissed the girl on her forehead. "What do you think? Would you like to live with Sheriff Wilson?" Clementine had no illusions about expecting Roger to take on a fatherly role. As far as she was concerned, Josephine was her child alone, and she neither wanted nor believed that he'd step in as a second parent. Raising her daughter was the one thing Clementine had absolute confidence in. The rest of the ranch, however, that was a different story. Yes, she had done it all on her own, shouldering the bulk of the burden for 2 long years, and the ranch hands were still there helping her move everything along. But Clementine was no fool. She kept the books fastidiously. They were scraping by, and thinly. If she or any one of her workers were to fall ill or be injured, the ranch would be in real danger of going under. It was no one's fault, and as long as things stayed stable, their perilous balancing act didn't matter. Yet with every season, Clementine wondered how much longer the good times would last, and now she had a little one to look after. A child whose needs would only grow alongside hers. The truth was, Clementine was tired. She rarely let herself feel the exhaustion, but she could see it at the end of the day and in the mornings when she rose while it was still dark. Sometimes, if she sat too long, she began to feel like she might never get up again. It was like grief, but on a different plane, that weight she had learned to live with. This one was slowly wearing her body down. Every day was packed end to end with 1,000 little things. Milk the cows, groom the horses, go through the coops and collect the eggs, even the ones the hens tried to hide. Then it was time to weed the garden, cook the meals, and love her spirited, boisterous little girl. Out of all her chores, Clementine knew the ones she wanted to focus on. She thought of her days as a happy homemaker with longing. The work itself was not the problem. She had never been anything less than a hard worker. But this was a dream she had shared with Joseph, and now it felt half empty because he was gone. Clementine loved her garden. She loved the animals, and she loved Josephine most of all. She didn't want to be just a rancher anymore. At least, not all by herself. The thought of having someone else to help her with the land and with managing her workers grew more appealing by the day. It was beginning to seem like Roger was right after all. Once Clementine admitted to herself that she might be open to marrying him, she fretted about other things. What would the public think? She knew that Joseph hadn't been forgotten by his friends and neighbours. If they saw her as a traitor, she would be utterly devastated. Dishonouring his memory couldn't be further from her intention. But they would never know how she told Roger he'd be her husband in name and title only, or how she fully intended to sleep in separate rooms. All they would see from the outside would be Clementine welcoming a new man into Joseph's home. All these things plagued her mind, fracturing her already insufficient sleep. By the time the next Sunday market rolled around, Clementine wasn't sure how much longer she'd be able to endure. She was so tired. Early Sunday morning, she baked cornbread and a fresh apple pie. Then she loaded the fragrant basket of baked goods and all her produce into the wagon and set off for town. Clementine couldn't say exactly what she was going to do. The bread and pie might just be a little extra thank you for the sheriff's kindness. No one expected her to agree to anything. Nobody even knew he'd asked. She had meant to stop at his post before the market opened, but when the moment came, Clementine let the cart roll on by. She left the covered basket in the back while she set up her stall. baby Josephine snoozing in her sling. Fellow vendors stopped to say hello and ask after the baby. She greeted them all with a smile. "My, but you look worn to pieces," the baker's wife told her sympathetically. "I suppose a new baby will do that to anyone. But we're worried about you, dear. Please don't work yourself to death." "I'm trying my best," Clementine said gamely. Even to her own ears, the words rang a little hollow. It embarrassed her to know how threadbare she looked, but she was also relieved. If nothing else, everyone in Long Valley knew about hard times. "If there's ever anything you should need, don't hesitate to let us know." This was a tune she had heard over and over since Joseph's death, and Clementine always felt too guilty to take full advantage. She needed many things, had needed them for 2 years, but she wasn't the only one. The ranch needed more workers, but there were no funds to pay them. Their livestock had dwindled for years as Clementine scrambled to keep the ranch afloat on her own. She didn't have an eye for cattle, nor much of a heart for sending her cows off to the slaughter. The biggest lesson she had learned: ranching was a hard business, but there was truly nothing like it. Clementine just needed a little more help. The sun climbed high in the sky as the market filled with shoppers enjoying the late morning. Clementine bounced her baby on her lap and exchanged a constant stream of pleasantries with everyone who passed. She graciously accepted compliments on the quality of her wares and the beauty of her child. And in the background, she looked for Roger. He often mingled with the crowds on Sundays. That morning, however, he wasn't there to grace her tired eyes with a smile or a quiet greeting. The basket in the wagon remained untouched. Clementine was almost surprised to see it hadn't been stolen as she loaded up her empty bushels and baskets at the market's close. Cradling Josephine carefully, she climbed up onto the wagon's bench and took a moment to catch her breath. The wagon trundled its way down the street at a deliberately leisurely pace. Clementine pretended to soak in the niceness of the day. The sun had kept her baked goods warm. The smell of apple and sweet corn wafted from the basket. A few steps later, the sheriff's office was in front of her, its door standing open. She hopped down to the street and retrieved the basket. Her heart thudded twice as fast as her footsteps as she approached. Surely Irvin Boyd was waiting to waylay her with his genial grin. But Boyd's desk, in the relative shade of the stuffy little building, was empty, as if he might leap out from behind it at any moment. Clementine scurried gingerly past. She could see another small room in the back, with a similar desk. This one was occupied by a familiar figure. Basket and baby in hand, Clementine knocked on the doorframe. "Hello, Roger. May I come in?" Chapter 12. The back room of the sheriff's office was stifling hot. A concentrated beam of sun from the tiny window behind his desk beat down on the back of Roger's neck. He wondered idly if stopping every few minutes to mop the sweat off his brow was the reason his paperwork was taking so long. Deputy Boyd never came to the post on weekends. Sundays are the day of rest, and I take that very seriously, and Saturdays are to prepare. He'd told Roger cheerfully. Roger never begrudged the man a little break. All through the week he was at his desk, toiling away as hard as anyone else. Today, it just seemed like the mountain of paperwork wasn't getting any smaller. All the incident reports, most of them petty, had begun to blend together, and he had no doubt that they'd start to pile back up again as soon as he left the office to go home for the night. A man couldn't walk 10 feet in Long Valley without witnessing some act of vandalism or other. Roger sighed. Again, he mopped his face with his handkerchief, head bowed low over the desk. The faint buzzing of a fly droned intermittently as it bumbled over and over against the window glass. He had half a mind to get up and swat it when a different sound entered his consciousness. "Hello, Roger. May I come in?" Glancing up quickly, Roger realised that it was a polite knock, which had jerked him out of his work-fuelled reverie In spite of the sweltering heat, Clementine looked as lovely as ever, her dark hair tucked under a hat. But there were circles under her eyes, and Roger worried for her instantly. "No, no, it's much too hot in here," he told her, rising to his feet. She had a basket in her hand, from which he could smell the enticing scent of fresh-baked cornbread. "Why don't we take up Deputy Boyd's desk for now?" What little air came in through the front door felt like a stiff breeze compared to the stillness of the very back. Gratefully, Clementine set her basket atop Boyd's desk. "That's for you," she said, "as a token of my gratitude. I hope you like apple pie." Her smile, though she offered it readily, was as tired as the rest of her countenance. Roger gestured for her to sit. "Thank you very much, Clementine. Apple pie just happens to be my favourite." He had been partial to cherry during his time with Marianne, but he reckoned a change of taste was in order. "I'm glad to hear it," she said. "There's cornbread too. Figured you could use a treat." She adjusted the baby on her chest and settled down into the spare chair. Roger sat in Boyd's place, bracing himself for whatever might come next. "You haven't had any more trouble, have you?" he asked. He'd toyed once more with the idea of setting up some kind of security to send out to her place, but ultimately decided against it. The ragtag posse Boyd had gathered did not inspire confidence. The last thing Clementine needed was more odd strangers hanging around. To his relief, she shook her head. "Not a peep, but—" Her voice trailed off, and he watched her face fall a bit. "I'm tired, Roger. For 2 years, I told myself I could keep up with the ranch because that's what Joseph would have wanted. I know it would have killed him to see it crumble. He worked so hard to build it into what it is today." "He sounds like he was a fine man," Roger commented. He hoped it wasn't an odd thing to say. He wanted Clementine to know he bore her late husband no ill will. "He was," she agreed, her eyes softening. "It's kind of you to say so. But the ranch isn't the same without him. It thrived off his passion and energy." She pressed her lips together. "I won't sell it, but I can't run it any longer. I need help." Roger looked across the desk at the beautiful, worn woman in front of him. She spoke from her heart with raw sincerity, rocking her sleeping babe as she did. Her voice was soft, but strong. She was not afraid to ask for help. He sensed that she was, however, nervous about the implications of her request. So was he, truthfully. "Clementine," he said, "I have to ask, are you accepting my proposal?" She inhaled deeply and let it out. Yes, I suppose I am." The shadow of another smile crossed her weary face. "There's no real fanfare, Sheriff. I don't have it in me right now, but there is a place for you on the ranch, if you still want it." A tiny twinkle entered her eye. "I guess that apple pie is an engagement gift." Roger grinned, scarcely believing it. Couldn't ask for better. He reached across the desk and patted her hand. "Don't you worry about a single thing, as far as the wedding goes. I'll take care of all that. You've got enough on your plate." For the first time since she'd arrived at the post that afternoon, Clementine looked at him with true warmth. Some of the deep-seated fatigue in her eyes had lifted away. "I've got a feeling things are going to get a little easier," she said. Roger stood up. "Excuse me just a moment, Clementine." He made his way back into the steaming little office and rummaged through the top drawer of his own desk. There was a box tucked down close to the back of the compartment. Nothing fancy, only a simple square container with a slot for a golden ring adorned with a single small ruby. Once upon a time, his mother had worn it. She'd bequeathed it to her only son not long before her death, so he could someday give it to his betrothed. Marianne, much as he loved her, had never seen it. She would have laughed at its relative plainness, and he would have been crushed. Something told him that Clementine's reaction would be very different. She gazed up at him curiously as he returned and motioned for her to come stand with him in the outer doorway. The hot midsummer air blew in from the street and buffeted them both like a damp blanket. Although the circumstances were far from glamorous, Roger withdrew the box from his pocket and got down on one knee. "Clementine Milborn, will you marry me?" The words were solemn but sincere. He looked her straight in her emerald eyes as he spoke. She gave a slight gasp. The apples of her cheeks reddened prettily. Roger hadn't realised the main side effect of moving to the door, in addition to providing ventilation, until it was too late. A small crowd immediately started to gather, waiting with bated breath to hear the lady's answer. Clementine's blush deepened. Roger regretted catching her off guard, but he couldn't regret asking her. Perhaps he could have come up with a different way, but what was done, and Clementine seemed to be rising to the occasion. She glanced bashfully around, but the corners of her lips tugged gently upwards. Then she held out her hand to him. "Yes, I will." A cheer rose up from the throng, the numbers of which had multiplied by the second. Men whistled, women laughed and clapped. Clementine let Roger slip the ring onto her finger. She was flustered, but she looked happy. Baby Josephine, awakened by the joyful commotion, grinned and giggled. A line of their fellow townsmen and townswomen formed in order to offer congratulations to the newly engaged couple. Roger smiled as he shook hands and said thank you again and again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Clementine doing the same with the women. They embraced her, fawned over her child, and made her laugh. Several of the younger girls spent quite a while admiring the ring. Roger, suddenly a groom-to-be, didn't fight the flood of contentment that filled his spirit. Well-wisher after well-wisher told him he was a lucky man, and he knew it. Clementine didn't have to say yes, and she certainly didn't have to humour his theatrics. This, he hoped, would be the start of a happy life together on the ranch. When he finally went back to work, having sent his betrothed off home, the tiny office room wasn't so smothering, and Roger found that the paperwork didn't look so bad after all. Suddenly, he had something other than catching criminals to look forward to, and he had someone to come home to, or he would, very soon. First, there was a wedding to plan. Chapter 13. In the wake of her sudden engagement to Roger, Clementine had to admit that her days did feel considerably lighter. Of course, Roger would not move in until they were married. Still, he spent more and more time working alongside her on the ranch. She worried that he might become overworked, but so far he had proven to be as strong and durable as an ox. Still, he couldn't be there all the time. The bulk of his day was spent at the sheriff's office, taking in complaints and handling his reports, business as usual. When asked, Roger was quick to say how much he preferred to be at the ranch. Unfortunately, crime and its victims would not wait for him to herd cattle or muck out stalls. Clementine didn't mind. The work he managed to do in his downtime was already a huge weight off her shoulders. There was no way for Roger to fill the void Joseph had left in her heart, but the sheriff stepped into his work boots easily enough. For her part, Clementine kept her favourite chores. She loved the hours spent with the horses in the barn, meticulously brushing their coats until they gleamed. She was doing just that late one morning when her routine was interrupted by the arrival of her jolly neighbour, Shirley. Shirley's russet curls shone under the bright sunlight, and she shaded her eyes with one hand as she approached the barn. "Oh, Clementine! Are you in there, dear? I've got someone I'd love for you to meet." Clementine hesitated, her brush poised in the air. Someone for her to meet. Confused, she set the brush aside, hoisted Josephine in her arms, and stepped out into the barn aisle. The glare of the sun momentarily reduced both Shirley and an unidentified visitor to featureless shadows. "There you are," Shirley sang. She brought the stranger forward with an insistent tug at his arm, and Clementine saw him clearly for the first time. He was built like a whip, tall and thin, dark eyes a stark contrast to his corn-silk hair and beard. "Hello?" Clementine greeted him cautiously. "How can I help you?" The man smiled thinly, but Shirley leapt in before he had the chance to speak. "You'll be looking for men this harvest season, won't you, dear?" She nodded at the stranger. "This nice young man is a newcomer, just arrived here in Long Valley. I thought you two should meet." The blonde stranger cleared his throat, politely prying his arm loose from Shirley's grasp. "You must be Mrs. Clementine Milborn." "That's right." Clementine kept her tone light and friendly, but something about the stranger made her uneasy. She didn't like the way his eyes bored into her, or the way his lip curled when he smiled. "Are you looking for work?" she asked. He cleared his throat again. "Actually, I'd like to inquire as to the cost of this ranch." Clementine blinked. She glanced at Shirley, who seemed equally caught off guard. "The cost? Of my ranch?" "Yes," he said earnestly. "I'm interested in purchasing it. It's a remarkable spread of land." Clementine wondered if her well-meaning neighbour had conversed with the man at all before marching him over, or if she had simply hauled him down the road. Perhaps, she thought, he had lied to her. "If you don't mind my asking, what made you decide you want to buy a ranch? It's tough work, you know, early mornings, late nights." In her 7 years working the land in Long Valley, Clementine had seen her share of would-be ranchers pack up and quit, bested by either the land itself or the life attached to it. This slender man hardly seemed cut out for the hard-scrabble life he claimed to seek. He seemed undeterred by her warnings. "I'm just in love with the rancher's life," he told her. "Such connection with nature. Such freedom." She looked him over. He was too clean to be a local, too well kept. His clothes were tailored and not of the hardy cloth favoured by Clementine's neighbours. Not a smudge of dirt or dust clouded his ensemble, and his words didn't have the ring of truth. He sounded as though he was trying to convince her of something rather than being honest. She didn't trust him at all. Nevertheless, it wasn't in her nature to turn a rude face to a stranger. She managed a sweet smile. "Well, sir, I admire your interest and your enthusiasm, but this particular ranch is not for sale." "Nonsense. Name your price. I guarantee I can match it." He offered up a much broader, easier grin that still failed to put Clementine at ease. She could see now that Shirley was uncomfortable too. "There is no price," she said plainly. "The ranch has a lot of sentimental value. It will never be sold." She let her words sink in. "Now, if you're looking for a job, that I might be able to offer. We'll be coming up on harvest season soon, like Mrs. Harris said." "Oh, no," the man interjected quickly. He sighed. "I have to say I'm disappointed, Ma'am. But if you change your mind, please do get in touch. I'm quite eager to set up my own homestead out here." He handed Clementine a slip of paper, tipped his hat to the women, and walked away. Clementine watched him go. She couldn't say exactly why, but he'd given her a bad feeling, like gooseflesh. Despite the heat, she shivered. "Who was that?" she said to Shirley. Shirley knew nothing more than she did. "I'm sorry, Clementine." "I thought he just wanted to work. I certainly didn't think he would ask to buy the ranch." Clementine smiled at her reassuringly. "Of course not, Shirley. I'm not worried about it." She glanced down at the paper in her hand and read the name scrawled across the sheet. "But I've never heard of anyone by the name of Reed Cook." Shirley shook her head slowly. "Neither have I." She stood in silence for a moment or two, contemplating, then shrugged her shoulders. Let me help you while I'm here, since he turned out to be no help at all. She picked up a milk bucket and headed off toward the cows. Clementine was left to scrutinize the piece of paper bearing the man's name. He had scribbled something like an address or postbox as well, but his handwriting was awfully hard to make out. She furrowed her brow. It didn't seem like the penmanship of a man as well dressed as he, nor with his manner of speaking. There was definitely something odd about him. She went back to her horse and finished up the grooming, though her mind was elsewhere. Had she seen that narrow, sharply cut face before? The memories of dozens of Sunday markets flashed through her brain. It was no use. The face had no name, no identity, other than the one he had given. After their chores were done, Clementine and Shirley came back to the ranch house to feed Josephine and discuss the odd stranger further. He could have been another burglar, Clementine mused. Maybe he thought I'd show him around. Then, why not just accept the job? Shirley pointed out. He would have gotten to see the whole place right away. I don't know. Clementine rubbed her eyes with her fingers. I suppose he could have been telling the truth. Only. Long Valley doesn't have much to offer. He'd be better off going all the way out west to the bigger territories where there's gold. If I were you, I'd ask Roger about him, Shirley said. If anyone can find out anything about a stranger waltzing into town and asking to buy property, it'd be the sheriff. Clementine agreed. He'll be here tonight for supper, she said. I'll tell him then. She wiped off Josephine's face and smiled at the tiny girl. Josephine giggled. Ma! Instantly, Shirley whirled around from where she stood at the sink. Both women stared at the child. What did you say, baby? Clementine's eyes welled with excited, joyful tears. Can you say it again? Josephine smacked her lips. She grabbed for the spoon. Quickly, her mother fed her another mouthful to keep her happy, in hopes that she might continue. Shirley held her breath. Ma! Josephine exclaimed. Mama! She seemed completely delighted and completely unaware of the novelty of the situation. Clementine burst into tears of happiness. She laid down the spoon and caught her daughter up in her arms, holding her tight. Oh, Josephine, she whispered, I love you more than anything in this world. Happily, the baby twined her fingers in Clementine's hair. Her cherubic face lit up like sunshine. Mama! She proclaimed again, reaching out to pat at Clementine's cheek with one small hand. Yes, Clementine covered her face in kisses. That's me. I'm your mama. Well, I never. Shirley fanned herself, wiping at the corners of her eyes with a white handkerchief. Doesn't that just beat all? Clementine held out her free arm, and the three women embraced in the middle of the kitchen. For the moment, the strange, blonde-haired man was completely forgotten. But Clementine remembered him later, after the joy of Josephine's first word had subsided to a quiet sparkle. The recollection of his dark, brooding eyes dampened her elation. She patted down her pockets, found the slip of paper, and looked at it for a third time. Nothing had changed, just a name and an indecipherable address. Reed Cook, Clementine murmured, rolling the name on her tongue. Still no chord was struck, and yet he kept needling at her. Why would he want to purchase her ranch? He couldn't possibly be in it for the money. She glanced out the window toward the road leading in from town. The afternoon was waning. Storm clouds built up on the horizon. Josephine lay napping peacefully in her cradle, and Roger couldn't get to the ranch fast enough. Chapter 14. The name Reed Cook had haunted Roger's mind ever since he'd heard it from Clementine's lips the day before. She had told him all about her encounter with the strange man. The event itself wasn't too far out of the ordinary, in Roger's opinion, but Clementine's worry was contagious, and he had promised to look for more information when he returned to his office. But so far, his search had turned up nothing. Unsurprisingly, Roger's predecessors in the sheriff's office hadn't been too conscientious about keeping up their records. The scant ledgers that remained were either mostly empty or in poor condition, their pages warped and faded, bindings coming undone, and none of them contained even a passing mention of Reed Cook. Not even Deputy Boyd was able to provide anything more. "Cook?" He frowned, cocking his head to the side. "No, I don't reckon there are any cooks in Long Valley. If anyone would know, it would be the postmaster. He's the one with the census records." A check of those records, even back to the time when Long Valley was little more than a twinkle in a settler's eye, bore no fruit. As far as Roger could determine, no cooks at all had made their home anywhere in the region. He thanked the postmaster and spent the walk back to his office, wondering what his thwarted efforts could mean. First, it was clear the man was an out-of-towner. His obviously distant origins might explain his interest in buying up land, though Roger, like Clementine, questioned his choice of location, despite his pledge of loyalty to the people and his growing affection for the area. Roger would hardly have described the place as thriving. The ranches, Clementine's included, eked out a living, and not much more than that. Still, maybe the mysterious cook considered himself a visionary, or maybe he just liked a challenge. It was an attitude Roger himself could respect, foolhardy as it seemed. If Long Valley wanted to grow and expand its ranks, it would have to accept change, and the tides of change always bore new faces. Not so long ago, Roger had been one of them. As the day moved from morning to afternoon, Roger stopped thinking too hard about Reed Cook. He had other things to attend to, the biggest of which was an ongoing property line dispute between two ranchers. The men, according to friends and neighbours, had nearly come to blows in the field containing their shared border. In an effort to settle things once and for all, Roger had dug up the original survey maps of the land. He was poring intently over those maps when a familiar light knock sounded at his door. He glanced up to see Clementine standing at the threshold. She held up a big jar of sweet tea from her ranch kitchen. "Hello, Roger," she smiled. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." Her green eyes flicked quizzically over the array of drawings spread out in front of him. "No, of course not." He shifted the papers to the side, accepting her offer of tea. "Thank you. You surely didn't need to come all the way into town just to bring me something to drink, but I appreciate it." "Well," Clementine sat down in the chair opposite Roger's desk. "The truth is, I haven't been able to get that Cook fellow off my mind all day. Have you found anything?" Roger shook his head. He must be new to these parts. There's no trace of any cook in Long Valley since the place was founded. Disappointment shadowed Clementine's face, and Roger felt a pang of guilt, as if he had let her down. "I guess Shirley was right," she mused, "about him wanting to start a new life in Long Valley. But why here? And why my ranch?" "Those are fair questions, and I don't know that we'll get the answers any time soon," Roger answered. "But I'll keep trying if it'll make you feel any more at ease." Clementine smiled again. "It sure would help me sleep better at night." She fell silent for a moment, and then her pretty face brightened, her expression losing its hint of gloom. "Josie said 'Mama' again this morning. I'm so excited to hear her little voice." Whenever Clementine talked about Josephine, her whole face lit up with the warmest, gentlest glow. Roger, who had often looked forward to starting a family, was transfixed by her beauty in these moments. He could hardly believe that this beautiful woman had agreed to be his wife. Maybe there wouldn't be much romance between them, but he still admired Clementine to no end. She reminded him of a painting, a humble Madonna with a baby tied across her chest. Any man would be privileged to have such a lady by his side. I can't wait to raise her up together. Josie's going to be a pretty little one. The words were out of Roger's mouth before he had time to think about them. A long pause followed, during which he and Clementine stared at each other, both surprised. He cleared his throat and pulled his eyes away from her, momentarily embarrassed. Then she said, "I think I'd like that." And so would she. When Roger glanced back at his betrothed, he felt as though the breath had been stolen from his lungs. The sunbeam slanting in from his office's tiny window bathed her in golden light, and she glowed from within. "Well, I appreciate you saying so." Roger found himself fumbling for words. She was certainly the most stunning woman he had seen since arriving in Long Valley, maybe even the most stunning he'd seen in his lifetime. He suddenly realised that he hadn't thought of Marianne for days. The pair sat together in silence, neither of them quite sure what to say. Roger shuffled the papers on his desk. Noticing the property maps, Clementine leaned forward, suddenly interested. "What are those?" Before Roger had a chance to explain, a figure appeared in the doorway. The man was young and dishevelled, a mail sack slung across his scrawny shoulders. The smile he aimed at Clementine was full of rotten brown teeth. "Afternoon, ma'am," said the man, barely disguising his leering. He didn't even glance Roger's way. "You too, Sheriff." One dirty hand dug around in the mail sack, withdrawing a letter. "Brought this for you." Even as he extended his hand toward Roger's desk, his eyes never left Clementine's face. "Hello, Silas," she said softly, her own gaze pointedly downcast. Her manner had completely changed the moment he walked into the room. Now she seemed withdrawn, and her discomfort was evident. Roger took the letter from Silas's outstretched fingers, without sparing it a look. "Thank you." His tone was curt, even sharp. It was a far cry from the friendly way he tried to speak to the townspeople as a rule, but something about Silas set his teeth on edge. "You are more than welcome," Silas answered. His lecherous gaze remained glued to Clementine. She pressed as far back into her chair as she could. "Can I help you with anything else?" Roger balled his hands into fists, without quite realising it. He wanted the young man out of his office immediately. Finally, Silas turned to the sheriff. "No, sir," he drawled. "I'm just doing my job." Roger glared at him. "Feel free to consider it done." He watched the mailman slink out of the office and into the street beyond. Clementine shuddered. "There are very few people I dislike as much as Silas Tucker," she murmured. "And I apologise sincerely for his poor conduct inside an office of the law," Roger replied. "The last thing I want is for you to feel uncomfortable in any way." Clementine sighed, visibly relaxed, and mustered herself to give him a playful little grin. "I must say, Roger, you do find any opportunity to charm a lady, don't you?" "Absolutely, if you're the lady in question." She laughed and stood up, straightening her skirts. "Then, I think the least I can do is invite you out to the ranch for dinner again. There'll be a nice big pot of stew and I've just baked some fresh bread." Roger smiled. "I'd be honoured." "Good." Clementine hesitated as she stepped towards the door, seeming reluctant to leave. "You'll let me know if you find anything on Reed Cook, won't you?" "I sure will," Roger promised. Though, at the moment, Cook was far from the forefront of his mind. He could have looked at her all day. Lord, she's pretty as a picture. "All right, see you this evening then. I know you're a busy man, but I hope you won't be too late. Josephine and I will be waiting." A slight frown furrowed her brow. "Speaking of Josie, I'd better get going. Shirley's at the ranch while she takes her nap." "Don't let me keep you," Roger said. He gestured vaguely at the maps on the desk. "I don't think this will take much longer." Maybe I'll be there a little early." "That would be wonderful," Clementine laughed. "The boys can always use an extra set of hands." And with that, she was off in a flutter of skirts. Even after she was gone, it took a great effort for Roger to drag his focus back to the task at hand. The property maps might as well have been translated into a different language, for all he could concentrate on them now. His mind kept drifting to Clementine on her route home, the country breeze sifting through her long, dark hair. In his imagination, she was constantly smiling, happy and content. That was the way she deserved to be, always. Sitting at his desk, Roger felt himself smiling too. Clementine had left his office not 5 minutes prior, but he already could not wait to see her again. Chapter 15. Roger's face was gradually becoming a familiar sight on the ranch. He had a knack for turning up exactly when Clementine needed him most, whether that meant herding cows, baling hay, mending fences, or anything else that had to be done. She had never met a handier man than the sheriff, and he put in every hour of work with a smile. Never once did Clementine see him snap at the other men or hear a cross word from his mouth. Roger was simply the most stalwart support she could have asked for, unfailing at every turn. Before Roger's arrival, the ranch had been scraping by. At the end of every month, Clementine had just enough earnings left to cover the needs of Josephine and herself. If her market days had been particularly fruitful, there was sometimes a little to put away for a rainy day. But Joseph's presence had always given her a sense of security. Now that he was gone, so was that confidence. The biggest ranching fortunes lay in cattle, and Clementine was intimidated by every aspect of buying and selling livestock. She had been to the noisy, crowded auctions only a few times and learned little from watching Joseph work. By the time Roger came to work among a handful of permanently dusty old cowboys, its operations had downsized to a couple of barns of milking cows and a modest herd of beef cattle that Clementine's tender heart kept safe from the slaughterhouse. Most of the grazing fields grew tall throughout the summer, unclipped by hungry bovine mouths. "Seems like you've got a lot of extra space here," Roger commented one day as they sat in the shade of the porch, looking out on heat waves shimmering across the grass. "You ever think about expanding?" "That was the plan at one time." Clementine smiled wistfully at the memory of Joseph's blue eyes shining as he talked about his dreams for the future. She shrugged slightly. "But I'm no cowgirl, and you can't have a decent cattle drive with only a few wranglers." "That's true." Roger watched her bounce Josephine gently on her lap. "But maybe a booming cattle business is just what this town needs." Clementine gave him half a smile. "There are bigger ranches you could be pitching that idea to right this minute," she told him. "No way is this baby going to let her mama start moving cows for a living just because some sheriff suggested it." She planted a kiss on her daughter's plump cheek. "Isn't that right, sweet pea?" Josephine burbled happily. Roger chuckled. "All I'm saying is it might be something to think about once Long Valley gets back on the straight and narrow. I don't like to see you just barely making ends meet." "I knew I shouldn't have let you peek at my bookkeeping," Clementine teased. She smoothed down a cowlick on the back of Josephine's head and sighed. "But this is about to become a two-person venture. I want you to have a say in how the ranch is run." She paused. "And anyway, you might be right." She had a child to think about now, after all. How nice it would be to spoil her little girl without worrying where the extra money was coming from. As far as Clementine was concerned, Josie deserved the world and more. Like I said, just something to think about. But you've got time. Long Valley has other problems to deal with before anyone starts off big-time cattle drives. Roger's expression grew briefly distant. It was the expression he wore when he thought about the work that waited for him back in his tiny office. genially guarded by Deputy Boyd. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" Clementine prodded, smiling. He shook his head. "Until I became a lawman, I never realised just how much two men can argue over nothing." "Welcome to Long Valley, Sheriff," Clementine said wryly. "All we do is ranch and squabble all the livelong day." "Don't I know it?" He rubbed the 5 o'clock shadow sprouting darkly along his jaw. "There are two boys out to the east of here, scrapping over where to put up their fences." He measured 12 inches with his hands. "Can't agree on a foot of difference, if that. The neighbours told me they were darn near to shooting, and they think it might not simmer down next time." "Is that better or worse than thieves coming through the window?" Clementine asked. "I don't like either one of them, to tell you the truth." Roger's piercing blue eyes were full to the brim with determination. "But you mark my words, Clementine. I'll have this place tidied up by the time little Josie's on her feet. She'll be running through a peaceful paradise in West Virginia." Clementine was awed by the strength of Roger's singular convictions and the actions he took to back them up. There had never been a sheriff or any official in the region who stood so firmly behind his words. Every day he proved himself more admirable. "I hope you're right, Roger," she said. "I want her to grow up safe and healthy for all her days." Roger's gaze was as soft and warm as it was brilliant. "So do I." The brief tenderness of the moment was soon broken by a man's voice calling up from the path to the gate. "Hello. Anyone home?" Clementine and Roger both turned to see a stranger walking toward the house on foot, his pale face shaded by the wide brim of a hat. Clementine sucked in a sharp breath. Her arms tightened around Josie. "Reed Cook," she said quietly. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Roger straighten up. Reed wore the same unsettling smirk as when he'd first shown up, escorted by Shirley. He stopped just short of the porch steps and stuck one hand into his pocket, touching his hat with the other. "Afternoon, Mrs. Milborn." He turned his greasy charm onto Roger, who clearly refused to buy an ounce of it. "And I reckon you must be the sheriff I've heard so much about." "I'm surprised to see you back, Mr. Cook." Clementine spoke carefully. She didn't like the way Reed's dark eyes settled on her and the baby, as though he could see straight through skin and bone. "Is there some way I can help you?" She'd already decided that if he asked for a job this time, she would say the previous vacancy had been filled. If she had to, she would make something up. This snake of a man would not be allowed to linger on her property, much less work and board there. "Maybe there is." His thin lips curved. "I thought I'd stop by and see if you changed your mind about my offer." Darn his persistence. Clementine bit her lip. She could not for the life of her understand why he wanted the ranch so badly. "No, I'm sorry, sir," she said. "As I said before, my land is not for sale." "Ah, I see." Reed nodded sagely. "You're a woman who drives a hard bargain. Well, I can respect that. Tell me what I can do to sweeten the pot." Clementine was baffled. "Nothing. I don't want to sell." She knew the gears were turning in Reed's head. His eyes had taken on a shrewd gleam. Once more, he opened his mouth, but this time, his words were cut off. "Where are you from, Mr. Cook?" Roger drawled. He hadn't stood up from the rocking chair, and his hands lay folded placidly in his lap. Only the cutting blue edge of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Reed snorted dismissively. "Not here." In the next instant, he appeared to recover himself. The grin returned, and he spread his arms out wide. "I've come in search of great adventure, my dear Sheriff Wilson. A brand new, grand sort of life. Isn't that nice?" Roger's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me tell you something, Reed. Do you mind if I call you Reed?" "Not at all," the newcomer professed, smiling broadly. He tried not to fidget under the intensity of Roger's stare. Around these parts, we tend to take someone's word the first time they say it. Most of Long Valley is made up of good, honest folk. We mean what we say. You'd do well to remember that when you move in. Reed's magnanimous expression soured. The anger was black, but fleeting. I would expect no less from a fine little community of this calibre, he responded smoothly. Obviously, they have an excellent choice of lawmen. Roger didn't smile. Just someone who takes their job seriously. Clearing his throat, Cook tugged on his lapels. All right then, I'll be going. I know when I'm up against a wall. He made a half turn, stopped, and looked over his shoulder at Clementine. I just hope this isn't a choice you'll come to regret. For your sake, and hers. His eyes flicked to the baby in her arms. Clementine's face paled. She wanted to say something, anything, to rebuke him, but he was rapidly striding down toward the gate. Beside her, Roger bristled. His normally benevolent countenance had gone stony with thinly veiled anger. He's sorely mistaken if he thinks he can waltz in here and stir the pot however he likes, Roger muttered. Clementine took a deep breath. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. She held Josephine a little more tightly still. Do you think that was a threat? Roger grunted. If it was, Reed Cook just bought himself a whole mess of trouble. Chapter 16. As it turned out, Roger was right about the effect his engagement to Clementine would have on his reputation. In fact, he was even more right than he knew. On some mornings, there were already complainants waiting outside the door to the sheriff's office when he arrived to begin the day's work. Roger steeled himself when he saw these small gatherings in front of the office. More often than not, the early groups were made up of chatty young women eager to tell him every shred of suspicious gossip they had heard. And he always listened. He couldn't afford to ignore anything because occasionally these verbal torrents led to a clue in an open case, or even an arrest. Those few bright spots made the rest of the time more bearable because it was far more likely that Roger would be trapped behind his desk for an hour or two, listening patiently to the woes of a series of beleaguered women. In the interest of public image, he generally put up with their histrionics until the subject of romance was inevitably raised, at which point he gently reminded them that he was happily betrothed. Not many of those women stayed long after any mention of his engagement. He always breathed a sigh of relief as he saw them out. Were it up to me, he said to Boyd on more than one occasion, I'd make the jail next door big enough to use as a hiding place. And Boyd, who typically escaped the attention of these ladies, always laughed. Such was the rhythm of Roger's life in Long Valley. His days were spent labouring over mounds of mundane paperwork, report after report of petty thievery, vandalism, and public intoxication. The land dispute straggled on, each side submitting an argument against the other for Roger to adjudicate. He worked at the desk in the stuffy back room until his eyes glazed over late in the afternoon. Then came his hour of respite. He'd square up his piles of paper, bid goodbye to Boyd for the day, and head out to Clementine's ranch. After ages cooped up on the hard wooden office chair, the grass and wind and wide open spaces were like water pouring over desert sands. Just the smell of the place rejuvenated him in the first sweet breath. Seeing Clementine helped too, of course. Before seeking out odd jobs to be done, he never failed to look for her face peering out the kitchen window, and she never failed to be there. Her smile and wave lightened his heart. If he caught a glimpse of Josephine, even better. Several times, Roger caught himself thinking of Clementine and her girl as his wife and daughter. At first, the inadvertent thought embarrassed him. They hadn't even set a proper date for their wedding ceremony. The second time the thought crossed his mind, and then the third, he realised how much he liked the sound of it. Married or not, weren't they an odd little family already, in their own way? The same way Clementine had found her daughter, Roger felt he had found his wife. He saw no reason not to think of Clementine as such. She had not rebuffed his devotion to her or Josephine. On the contrary, she'd welcomed it. Roger had never realised until now that he'd been searching for that kind of acceptance all his life. He was eager to make their arrangement official so that he could move to the ranch and make his home there. Unfortunately, the bad luck surrounding Long Valley seemed determined not to allow Roger any time off to get married. Day after day, more incidents trickled in. Roger did not like to delegate his work to Deputy Boyd, but eventually he had no choice. The paperwork filled both desks, with the sole exception of the space Boyd kept free so he could talk to whoever might wander into the office. It was amazing, Roger thought, how the man could write down detailed reports and carry on a lively conversation at the same time. The crimes continued to be small, nearly meaningless in their banality, until one day, one wasn't. It should have been a welcome relief, a sight for sore eyes, to see Clementine in his office. He'd gotten so used to seeing her on the ranch that she seemed out of place in his office doorway. Josephine on her chest, her face drawn with worry. Roger felt his muscles tense involuntarily. Now that they were seeing each other on a more or less daily basis, she rarely made the trip into town just to come by the office. "Is everything all right?" he asked. She stepped over to the empty guest chair and sat in it, cradling Josephine. "I don't know." Her voice was low and tight. "I don't think so." Roger flipped to an empty leaf of paper. Pencil poised, he said, "What happened?" He knew Clementine pretty well by now. She wasn't the type of woman prone to drama or needless worry. Her apprehension was cause for genuine concern. Clementine chewed on her lower lip. She fussed idly with Josephine's clothes, and Roger noticed her hands could not keep still. He waited as patiently as possible, despite the nearly overwhelming urge to reach out and take her hands in his. "Some of my horses are dead. Killed," she told him quietly, at long last. "The foreman and a couple of the others found them when they were moving pastures this morning." Her green eyes filled with sorrow. "The chickens, too. 2 of the coops looked like they were raided." Roger knew how much Clementine adored her animals. A loss like this no doubt pained her immensely. "Is there anything you can tell me about what was seen there?" he inquired. "Anything out of place?" His instinct was to throw away protocol for a few minutes and simply comfort her. But they were in public. He had to remain professional. The wire around the coops was cut with a blade, not like a fox or a weasel might do with their teeth. Roger made a note, then sat back. "You think the same person is to blame for everything?" he said. Clementine nodded. She didn't need to name the suspect, but she did it anyway. "I think Reed Cook didn't much care for my refusal to sell him the ranch." She smoothed down Josephine's hair. "And so, he came and did something about it." Roger grimaced. He hadn't liked the look of Reed Cook from the second he'd laid eyes on him, and now dislike and distrust were fermenting into loathing. All of a sudden he recalled what Clementine had said after Reed departed. "Do you think that was a threat?" At the time, Roger hadn't been completely sure. Now he was. "When you go home," he told Clementine, "make sure you lock the doors and windows. Check all the gates and all the fences. Don't go anywhere alone." He hesitated. "I'll be there as soon as I can. If it was him, I'm going to prove it. And if it wasn't, I want to know who in this town thinks they can get away with frightening you." Clementine attempted a smile. It didn't quite reach her eyes. Roger threw professionalism to the wind, put his pencil down, and reached across the desk, grasping her hand in his. Hers was cold and a little shaky. He squeezed gently. Don't be afraid, Clementine. He might think he's big and bad, but I'm going to be right there standing beside you. We will figure this out, I promise. And then I'll make sure Reed Cook is taken care of. Thank you, she whispered. He gave her his handkerchief just as the tears brimming in her eyes spilled over. She dabbed them away, letting out a deep sigh. It's so foolish. So horrible. I just wish I knew what he was thinking. Roger shook his head. No, you don't. Men like that never think anything good. He got up from his desk and led her by the hand out to where Deputy Boyd was working his way through his own backlog of papers. Deputy, I'd be mighty grateful if you could take Miss Clementine home to her ranch. She's in need of a personal escort, and I have some things to look into before I join her. Boyd glanced between them. Can do, Sheriff. No problem at all. He motioned politely for Clementine to precede him out the door. She looked back at Roger. I'll be along soon, Roger told her. Don't you worry. Boyd will be with you until then. That's right, Boyd said cheerfully. Perfect weather for a little ride. Roger stood watching until Clementine had been safely helped into the sheriff's wagon. He followed it out onto the street and then turned the opposite way to head down to the post. The little bell above the door signalled his arrival. Howdy, Sheriff, said the postmaster. He pushed his dusty glasses up on the bridge of his nose. What do you need? You recall the name I asked about the other day? He's a new man in town, and I don't like the look of him. I need to track down some personal information. The postmaster shuffled some papers and came up with a slip of paper, which he squinted at. Reed Cook? Reed Cook. I'll see what I can find, said the postmaster. What kind of character are we talking? Desperado? Highwayman? Escaped convict? I don't know, Roger admitted. Call it a bad feeling. If you say so. Check back tomorrow. I might have something by then. I appreciate it. Roger left the post office at the same calm walk as always, but by the time he reached the hitching post outside of the jail, he was moving at something more than a jog. He jumped on the back of his horse without a second thought for all the papers sitting unattended at his desk. His only thoughts at the moment were Clementine and Josephine. Reed Cook or not, there was some cruel prowler on the loose, and Roger meant to protect everything he had begun to hold so dear. Chapter 17. That night, Roger slept outside on the porch of the ranch house, barely shielded from the sudden onslaught of pounding rain. The next morning brought a dense, low-hanging fog that clung to the tops of grass and tree branches, obscuring everything. The air felt like a thick, wet blanket. The fog seemed to kill all noise. Roger sat still, listening for the sound of squelching footsteps, and heard nothing. By late morning, the fog started to lift, leaving behind a dreamy haze. Roger and Clementine made their way out to the horse barn to groom horses and muck stalls in the relative shade. The humidity, however, proved stifling. Clementine could hardly breathe for the thickness of it. At lunchtime, the miserable, sweaty conditions finally got the best of her, aided by the constant undercurrent of stress. She put down her brushes and walked to the stall where Roger was pitching fresh hay over the floor. I'm going in to make us something to eat, she announced. You're welcome to come if you'd rather drink sweet tea for a while instead of shoveling hay. He drew his arm across his forehead. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. His work shirt was half open, exposing the curly hair on his chest. Clementine studiously averted her eyes, aware that a blush was working its way to her cheeks. She giggled to herself. Come on then. Today's been horrible, and it's not even noon. They trudged back to the house, dogged by the heat and the moisture in the air. When Clementine moved to ascend the porch stairs, her foot slipped on an oddly uneven patch of grass. nearly tossing her to the ground. Roger caught her just in time to prevent the fall. "What was that?" she asked, startled. An examination of the ground where she had lost her footing revealed muddy indentations in the shape of boot soles tracking over the sodden ground and up to the front door. Then they heard a clattering coming from inside. Clementine's heart leapt into her throat. She looked at Roger, her eyes wide with fright. He put a finger to his lips and motioned for her to stay close. Moving as one, they slipped around the side of the ranch house to the kitchen window. The sash had been pushed all the way up and propped rather clumsily with a stick. Roger pointed. Clementine nodded. Her pulse raced, drowning out all other thoughts. An unknown spectre loomed behind the closed front door. Roger took the lead, gun ready in his hand. As the door eased open, the clattering got louder. Clementine spotted a mess of her normally tidy things littering the floor. A drawer lay upturned at an odd angle over the threshold between the kitchen and the sitting room. Roger inched forward and Clementine caught sight of a boot, then some dirty denim cuffs. She held her breath. "Hands up." Roger spoke, with an almost eerie calm, as he straightened and brandished his gun. "Don't move a muscle." The intruder froze in his tracks. He lifted his hands obediently. One of them clutched a small, plain purse in which Clementine had hidden her few pieces of jewellery. She crept up behind Roger, peeking past his shoulder. The slovenly, dim face with the mouthful of rotting teeth repulsed her even more than usual. She recoiled, stepping back. "Silas!" Silas Tucker flinched at the sound of his name. She couldn't tell if he had made an attempt to disguise himself or if he was simply dirtier than usual from the muddy outdoors. Caught in the act, his lower lip trembled as if he were about to cry. "Ma'am," he stammered. "It ain't what it looks like." "What are you holding there, Silas?" Roger asked conversationally. His tone hardened abruptly. "Drop it." The little purse thumped to the floor. Silas kicked it away, leaving a smudge on the material. Clementine wrinkled her nose. She could smell him now, a heavy odour of mildew and acrid sweat. Perspiration poured off him in buckets. "I swear," he pleaded, "I ain't stealing." "Come on, Sheriff. You know I'm no criminal. When have you ever hauled me off to jail?" "There's a first time for everything," Roger replied. He lowered the gun, but kept it trained on Silas. "Between you and me, son, I'm not in the business of shooting people unless I have to. I sure would like to know what you were doing with that purse if you weren't stealing." I was just..." The panic was etched clearly on Silas's face. His wide rolling eyes darted from Clementine to Roger and back again. No trace of that leering grin showed on his lips. "I was just looking for something." "I'll give you credit," admitted Roger. "That much is obvious." With his free hand, he motioned toward the upturned drawers on the floor. "But what do you need in Clementine's kitchen?" Silas struggled to keep up. Food?" "Yeah, food! I'm hungry, that's all." His voice rose to a near shout, both thrilled and relieved to have happened upon his version of a plausible story. "I'm just looking for something to eat, I swear." Roger gestured for Clementine to pick up the purse Silas had dropped. She did so gladly, spilling a string of pearls that had belonged to her mother out into her palm. It was her turn to interrogate the unfortunate mailman. "You were going to eat these, Silas?" she asked sweetly. "I'm afraid they don't taste very good." The young man was squirming out of his skin, sweating bullets that soaked the front and back of his filthy shirt. One strap of his overalls hung broken down his back. He kept glancing nervously toward the barrel of Roger's gun. Look, I found 'em by accident, okay? I wasn't going to take 'em with me. They fell out, and I was putting 'em back when you all came in, and then I was going to go back to finding food." Clementine turned toward Roger. Instead of anger on his face, she saw mostly pity, tinged with faint amusement. She felt for the poor kid too. He could not have masterminded his way out of a paper bag. No, someone had put Silas Tucker up to this misguided act of burglary, someone who evidently didn't know him very well. She folded her arms. Whose idea was this, Silas? Surely not yours. At last, a question to which he knew the correct answer. No! No, ma'am, none of it was me, I was told. He trailed off, clearly trying to recall what exactly he had been told and how incriminating it might be. Clementine sighed. Her feeling of an imminent threat ebbed rapidly in the face of Silas's stark incompetence. She almost wanted to tell Roger to put away his gun, but she stopped short, just in case. Who put you up to this? She made another attempt at engaging him, but he knew the answer to that too. He clammed up, swinging his head from side to side. I'm sorry, Mum. Very sorry. I can't tell you that. Fine. Roger stepped in. Then I've got an idea for you, mailboy. He pointed toward the window with his gun. Silas's bleary eyes tracked its path. How about you beat it out of here and never come back? Clementine expected the boy to hightail it as soon as he had a chance at freedom. To her surprise, he stood his ground in a rare display of dumb courage. I gotta get the deed, he proclaimed. What was that now? Roger was sincerely perplexed. The deed? A trace of impatience crept into his voice. You know, he said the word as if he only knew what it sounded like, rather than what it meant. I need it. Roger laughed. I'd love to know why you think you're going to get it. Silas had to pause again. It's my grandpop's old place. The land was his before it got stolen. His performance was blatantly unconvincing, even to himself. Once again, he started to squirm. Joseph didn't buy it from a Tucker, Clementine said. Says you! Silas frowned deeply. How do I know you ain't just making that up? There are land sale records on file, Silas. In fact, I happen to have property maps on my desk right this minute, Roger informed him. Maybe you'd like to come down to the sheriff's office and see them. The sallow colour drained from the mailman's face, leaving his skin sickly white. No, I gotta go. I'll just go. Just let me go, brother. 1. I'm not your brother. 2. You make sure and let everyone who's anyone know this ranch is never going to be for sale. 3. I'd better not catch you back on Clementine's land, Silas. I will never be this nice again. Understand? Roger's amusement had faded, leaving a solemn mask. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Before he had even finished speaking, Silas scrambled for the open window, slithering his skinny bag of bones out and away into the fields. Clementine looked at the mess on the floor. She leaned down and picked up one of the drawers, turning it right side up in her hands. Well, I suppose that's that. The little purse with her string of pearls stayed in her pocket for the moment. She'd have to find somewhere safer to keep it now. Roger didn't answer right away. As he helped her clean up the scene of Silas's bungled crime, the expression on his face was far away, inscrutable. Clementine gazed at him for a long moment, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 18. As far as Roger was concerned, it was no secret who was really behind the latest break-in at Clementine's ranch. Only one other person had expressed such blatant interest in her, and that was the enigmatic out-of-towner, Reed Cook. Roger's thoughts filled with theories about the man and his sketchy history, but information was slow to come from the postmaster's research. Although Roger was anxious for answers, he hesitated to hassle the man too frequently. Of all the shops and offices in Long Valley, The post office and the sheriffs were hands down the busiest. Roger respected that there was other work to do. He certainly had enough himself. He would just have to keep a close eye on Clementine, and for him, that was hardly a chore. She had stopped coming into town except for Sunday markets. On those days, she hurried home quicker than she used to. Roger knew her haste was born of a fear that unknown, shadowy characters were always just out of sight, waiting for the next opportunity to intrude upon her property. He hated that she felt so insecure in a community that clearly adored her. Day by day, the well-meaning but persistent questions about their impending marriage increased. Curious ranchers' wives and starry-eyed romantic young girls wanted to know whether a date had been set, and if not, on what date a date would be set. Roger's response was usually the same, a nervous chuckle, followed by, "You'll have to wait and see." It was hardly enough to satiate their curiosity. He felt the mounting pressure to take Clementine to the church and make theirs an honest union. And he remembered his promise that he'd be the one to take care of things. But with the tension at her ranch and the constant mountain of paperwork obscuring Roger's desk, it was difficult to find a time that felt right. He wanted the whole thing to be as close to perfect as possible. It was, he felt, the least that Clementine deserved. She was a beautiful, strong, independent woman who had graciously agreed to marry him. His second major goal in life was to make sure she didn't regret it. The first, for now, was to find out exactly who saw fit to ruin her peace in Long Valley and put a stop to their schemes. Roger rode out to the ranch every day after leaving the sheriff's office, even before going to his own home. It became his habit to have supper with Clementine and Josephine, and there was comfort to be found in the routine. He could not get enough of his lovely fiancée, nor of her sweet, fair-haired child. "Maybe it's a strange thing to say," Roger remarked one night, watching Josephine happily pick apart her meal, "but I think she kind of looks like you." Clementine laughed. "Oh, please, Roger. With that honey blonde hair. You don't need to say so just to make me feel good about myself." Still, the compliment lit up her gentle green eyes. Roger was pretty sure he'd find an excuse to say it more than once. He shrugged. "I guess it might just be me." The way she looked at him in that moment, with such tender warmth, made him feel something in his heart that had been absent for a long time. One afternoon, as Roger rode up the path from the ranch gate toward the house, he spotted something unusual. Clementine sat in the grass at the base of the porch steps, her gaze fixed intently, almost rapturously, on something in front of her. Immediately, Roger's heartbeat sped up. He did not have a clue what to expect. Then, he saw little Josephine on all fours in front of Clementine, crawling through the long green blades with equal parts speed and determination. She was laughing, the high, joyous sound only then reaching his ears. Roger pulled his horse up short so that he wouldn't risk getting too close. His gaze searched for Clementine's, and she looked up at him dreamily. Her eyes shimmered with tears. "Look at her," she called. "Would you look at this little girl? Smartest little thing in the world." Roger's heart swelled. He dismounted from his saddle and threw the reins over the pommel, striding forward. Josephine started to flounder toward him. A few feet away, Roger stopped, knelt, and held out his arms. "Come on, sweetheart," he coaxed encouragingly. "Come on, you can do it." Josephine paused, her chubby little limbs poised mid-motion. She stared at Roger through huge blue eyes, round as marbles. The downy golden locks of her hair fell like new feathers around her face. After a moment's consideration, she made her way across the distance between them, gaining confidence as she moved. By the time Roger caught her up in his arms, she was giggling again, her whole face alight with the joy of her great accomplishment. He laughed too, unable to help himself. Some 10 feet behind Josephine, Clementine wiped tears of happiness off her cheeks. Roger kissed the baby's plump face and set her down in the direction of her mother. "Go on back to Mama, now! Show her what you can do!" In no time at all, Josephine was grasping triumphantly onto Clementine's hands. Her mother stood, swinging her happily into a loving embrace. Roger straightened up, grinning, and walked to them. "Oh my goodness!" Clementine sniffled, wiping at her eyes. "She's never gone so far before, and certainly not so fast." "Looks like you're about to have your hands full." The urge to embrace them both was fiercely strong, but Roger's instincts held him back. Yes, he still found himself thinking of them as his family, but he didn't want to presume that she felt the same. Though she smiled at him often and returned his admiration freely, who knew what Clementine really thought? Roger had yet to ask her. In some ways, he dreaded her response. After all, he was the one who had first proposed the marriage, framing it as a mutually beneficial business arrangement. He was to be her protector, her guardian, not her partner, and definitely not the father figure to her child. Yet each day pulled him deeper into a tangled web of thoughts and emotions. Their wedding loomed ever larger on the horizon, and he felt something new every time he thought about it. She didn't often wear the ruby ring that signified their engagement. Her work on the farm posed too great a risk of damage to jewellery, but occasionally, in the house and around town, he caught a glimpse of it on her finger. How strange and wonderful a feeling to know that this wonderful, hard-working, compassionate woman was truly set to honour her commitment to him. It was a gift Marianne had ultimately never given. While they were no more than betrothed, Roger could not spend nights at the ranch with her unless he wanted to sleep on the porch again. The thought had crossed his mind more than once. He was worried about more thieves coming during the night, but that wasn't the primary reason, and he had to admit it, at least to himself. More and more, he just wanted to spend extra time with Clementine. After Josephine was put to bed, the dynamic between them shifted ever so subtly. An unspoken companionship lingered in the air, a budding closeness. Some of his favourite times were spent on the porch, as night draped across Clementine's land, the pair sitting in silence, while the stars winked into existence. It was in these times that Roger thought seriously about camping out on the porch, simply so he wouldn't have to leave. As it turned out, Clementine shared the sentiment. One dusky evening, as he prepared to head back to the lonely confines of his separate residence, she lit the oil lantern. The glow of it illuminated her features. Clementine was clearly tired every night, but no less beautiful. "Roger." "Yes." Roger watched her keenly. He liked to think he had long since memorized every detail of her face, but no opportunity to behold her would ever be taken for granted. "Have you decided when we're to be married?" Faint hope tinted her words, and he winced with guilt. But he was nothing if not an honest man. "I haven't, Clementine. I've been too focused on catching up with Reed Cook, to tell you the truth." She nodded. "I sure would like to know he's locked up. Maybe we ought to wait until we know he can't cause us any more trouble." "I agree." Roger smiled and took her left hand, running his thumb over the cool golden circlet of his mother's ruby ring. "It'll be soon," he said quietly. "I promise." She blushed the same colour as the pink sunset sky. "Good night, Roger. You'll be back tomorrow. And every day after." He released her hand and watched her slip back into the house, listening for the deadbolt after the door closed. The light of her lantern bobbed past the front window. All was still and peaceful. Roger's thoughts lingered there in the ranch house as he rode back into Long Valley. He wished, for the umpteenth time, that he was heading the other way, finally going home to Clementine, his wife, waiting for him when he opened the door. Instead, he arrived at his own little house, steeped in eerie quiet, devoid of everything that made a home. The weight of his solitude remained on Roger's heart even after he lay sleepless in bed, his heart and mind both filled with images of Clementine and Josephine. These, the most tender of memories, followed him gently down into slumber at last. Chapter 19. Clementine was learning to endure a perplexing state of fear mixed with comfort. Fear, because she knew in her heart that the miscreants who had targeted her were not yet done spreading havoc on her ranch, and comfort, because of Roger. He was as steady in her life now as a rock that breaks waves before they crash upon the shore. On the days he didn't come to the ranch, which were few and far between, Clementine felt vaguely uneasy and off balance. Without the sheriff's quiet strength nearby, her vulnerability seemed obvious. His devotion remained utterly steadfast, and Josephine was a source of joy to both of them. Clementine could not believe how fast her little girl was growing. The time was flying by so quickly that she wished she could slow it down and savour these precious days. Except for the undercurrent of silent tension, it felt as though the ranch had returned to its tranquil heyday. Of course, there were inevitable cracks in the idyllic facade. One morning, Clementine entered the first chicken coop to find a hen strung up from the rafters by its feet, blood dripping from a fatal wound to the throat. Fighting past her tears, she checked the rest of her flock, afraid of what she might find. Even after she had ensured that she had only lost one hen, the tears continued as she cleared out the entire coop and disposed of the soiled straw. The jitters hadn't left her for the rest of the day. Another day, she walked into the horse barn to find the bags of feed all punctured, spilling their contents in great piles on the floor. Someone had stomped through it, spreading it thin on the ground and kicking it wide. Feed dust swirled thickly in the air to the point where Clementine had to cover her nose and mouth. She and the ranch hands had spent hours cleaning and salvaging what they could of the mess. Both times, Roger was on the scene in minutes, but his prompt arrivals proved to be in vain. None of the harassment had happened within sight of any witnesses, and unlike Silas Tucker, the intruders left behind no discernible evidence. The only thing Clementine got from it all was a stubborn cough, thanks to the dust. She was frustrated, and she could tell Roger was too. Frequently, following supper or Josephine's baths, he would lapse into brief but moody lulls, staring off at some point in the distance. Clementine left him alone during these times. She could almost see the sharp mechanism of his mind working, and she suspected it ran along the same lines as her own. "I think he must be watching me," she said one day. She spoke softly, but her voice sounded startling in the thick quiet that had gathered between them in the kitchen, the words themselves shocking to hear aloud. "Or someone is watching me for him." Roger looked at her. "What makes you say so?" The idea evidently disturbed him. Clementine saw a hard edge in his eyes. She shrugged. "They seem to know when to cause trouble, don't they? You'd think by now they would have left something behind." She mulled it over as she dried the last of the supper dishes. "I'd bet they're outside right now, lurking in the dark." Roger watched her for a long moment before he moved. Face set in stone, he took up her trusty lantern and went out into the deepening shadows to see what he could find. Clementine hovered by the kitchen window, her eyes locked onto the flickering lantern flame. It bobbed and weaved above the grass, illuminating the nearest sliver of Roger's tall, lean figure. He moved with the stealthy grace of a predator stalking its prey, but when he returned to the house, his hands were empty. "If they're there, I didn't find them," he said. Was he relieved that he'd found nothing, or frustrated that there had been no clues? She couldn't tell. She wasn't even sure which of the two she felt herself. The bizarre incidents continued. Over the next few weeks, Clementine and her ranch hands found all manner of small, yet deliberate inconveniences scattered around the property. New fence rails split and broken, gates missing padlocks, the doors to the horse barn and all the stalls left wide open in the middle of the night. The hectic scene of her workers rounding up loose horses barely registered to Clementine as real. She decided at last that she'd stay up herself. All night, if that was what it took. The crooks might be wary of Roger, but perhaps they wouldn't expect her to take action. She was reluctant to tell Roger of the plan. Surely he would object, worried about her safety. But the idea of what would happen to Josephine, alone at night, if something happened to Clementine herself, well, it didn't bear thinking about. She told Roger about what she intended to do. Rather than forbidding her to do something so potentially dangerous, Roger insisted on staying up with her. "I hate to think of you keeping vigil all by your lonesome," he said, "so I'll be right here, just in case." "Thank you." Clementine smiled, touched. She had to admit that she did feel safer with him there, especially as the darkness crept toward the porch. In the interest of stealth and secrecy, Clementine doused the lantern's bright flame. She and Roger sat side by side, lit only by the milky rays of the moon. "If you told me a year ago that this was how I'd be spending my nights, I'd have laughed you out the door," Clementine whispered. She giggled nervously. "Me too, if we're being honest." Roger scooted his chair a little closer to hers. "In an odd way, I'm glad to be here. Not glad for the circumstances, but glad to be with you." It was the barest, most private admission he had made to her so far, and Clementine felt her cheeks flush. "Well, I'm happy to have you, Roger." She reached out to touch his arm, only to jump when her fingers brushed the back of his hand in the very dim light. Roger said nothing, but he caught her fingertips and gave them a little squeeze. Clementine's heart fluttered in her chest. No, these feelings won't do. Not right now, she chided herself. The black velvet gloves of the West Virginia night had closed around them, and Clementine struggled to maintain her focus. She could hear little over the shrill chorus of cicadas in the distance. Suddenly, a sharp snap cut through the noise. Clementine straightened, her senses sharpened. Beside her, Roger sat forward, his hand moving down to his side. Another snap sounded, not far from where they sat, and he drew his gun. "Stay here," he murmured under his breath. Clementine barely heard him. He was virtually indistinguishable from the rest of the inky blackness as he stole down the steps. She feared for him, but her body might as well have been bolted to the chair and filled with sand. Another branch crackled in the field. This one sounded much closer. Clementine realized with dawning horror that someone was making their way towards the house. Her gaze raked through the night for signs of Roger. Finding none, she pulled away from her chair and darted through the front door. Her fingers trembled as she pushed the bolt into place, apologizing to Roger in her mind. The fact of the matter was, he had a gun, and she had a child to think about. Given the prowess he had displayed in the past, he was more than capable of handling things out there, but that didn't mean she did not worry. Clementine's heart was in her throat as she crouched behind the door, listening, breath held. Every so often she peeked out the window to try and catch a glimpse of Roger. Once she thought she saw a fleeting figure, but it was too dark and indistinct to tell. The next sound she heard was a shot echoing across the rolling fields. It was quickly followed by another. After that, nothing. Clementine sank to the floor, shaking. It occurred to her only then that Roger may not have been the only one armed with a gun. What if he was lying injured on the ground outside, or worse? Tears filled her eyes. She pushed herself up from the floor and reached for the lock, determined at least to find out where Roger was. The doorknob rattled from the other side. Clementine froze. A knock sounded. "Clementine, it's me. Are you in there?" She could have flung her arms around him and cried from sheer relief. Roger stepped across the threshold and locked everything soundly at his back, double and triple checking the handle. "Don't know who it was," he told her, "but I scared 'em off with a warning shot or two." She let out her breath. "Thank goodness that was you." He nodded. "Hoped it wouldn't frighten you too much. I didn't have a choice." He grimaced. "Last thing I want is for these vermin to keep thinking they can sneak around this place. If they think there's an armed guard, they may change their minds." "I understand." Clementine sucked in a deep breath. "And thank you again. For everything you've done. I don't know where we'd be without you." Roger stepped close. His blue eyes burned into hers, so passionate and serious that a chill ran down Clementine's spine. He placed his rough, warm hands lightly on her shoulders. "I will catch them, Clementine. You mark my words." She gazed up at him, pouring all the trust and confidence she had in him into her eyes, willing him to understand. "I know you will," she answered. The mysterious intruders never came back, but neither Clementine nor Roger got much sleep. At dawn, she stepped back out onto the porch, holding sleepy Josephine in her arms. The serenity of the countryside seemed like a mask hiding unknown enemies. But Roger stepped out behind her, stretching in the early morning light. "It will be all right," he said, sensing her thoughts. "Like I told you before, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere." Chapter 20. Roger's chair at the desk in the little back room of the sheriff's office stayed empty for longer stretches than ever before. Noticing a pattern, faithful Deputy Boyd transferred drifts of paperwork into his own workspace so that it wouldn't continue to pile up. Anyone coming to speak to Roger when the sheriff wasn't there found themselves politely deferred. Boyd wisely chose not to reveal Roger's location. He was almost always at Clementine's ranch. With the rising evidence of prowlers around her property, excuses for his continual presence were easy to come by. The safety of the ranch had been unquestionably compromised, multiple times. As her fiancé and the sheriff of Long Valley, Roger could not let such transgressions stand. By the light of day, it was easier to believe that all was as it should be. The late summer flowers coloured the hills and made bouquets in horses' mouths as they grazed. Lazy clouds scudded across a sky that was benevolently blue. Clementine and Josephine picnicked in the pastures, a perfect picture of an innocent mother and child. When he was on the ranch, Roger made sure they were always in sight. He had taken to riding regular patrols of the fence perimeter, but even those took long enough to make him uneasy. He hadn't been able to forget Clementine's words. "I think he must be watching me. Reed Cook! Where are you, you son of a gun?" He'd asked Deputy Boyd to keep his eyes open for any man even vaguely matching Cook's description. If Roger closed his eyes, he could see the man's disagreeable face, clear as day, the oiled blonde hair, the curling smirk, and the suit all combined to form an individual Roger very much wanted to see behind bars. He wished he could turn back the clock to the day they had met face to face, just so he could arrest Cook then and there. Clearly, that snake of a would-be rancher was taking full advantage of his freedom to make his displeasure with Clementine abundantly clear. Despite the lack of meaningful evidence, Roger knew he was the one behind everything. No one else would have been boneheaded enough to send Silas Tucker after the deed to the ranch. Heck, no one else had ever dreamed of buying it. In the eyes of Long Valley, Clementine's ranch was hers, and no one else's. Roger was inclined to agree with that particular assessment of ownership, and he was also inclined to uphold it. Besides, he couldn't deny that he himself was starting to feel a certain pride in the place. He could take no credit for its success, but somewhere along the line, he had come to think of it as his home. Clementine's ranch was where he belonged when he wasn't tethered to his desk in the sheriff's office. He could hardly wait until he lived there all the time. But first, Roger had to make sure the ranch and its beloved mistress were safe from the unseen forces that plagued her. He had not gotten a good look at the thieves as they fled, but he knew there had been more than one, and that troubled him greatly. Reed Cook apparently had access to more lackeys than poor, simple Silas. Where were they coming from, and how could Roger make them stop? He puzzled over these questions day and night, even while he paged tiredly through sheaf after sheaf of paperwork. Reports of complaints and petty crime dulled in urgency compared to the intermittent attacks on Clementine's ranch. Roger rolled up the property maps and put them on a shelf. 2 grown men coming to blows in a field no longer struck him as a priority. Instead, he focused the vast majority of his attention on searching for clues about Reed Cook's true identity. The postmaster made no fuss about handing over census records, as long as this is strictly official business, Sheriff. And Roger began the arduous task of sifting through the yellowed pages. He had already been told there were no cooks in Long Valley, but he wondered if it was possible that a mistake had been made. What man would turn up in a place where he had no ties and demand to purchase a certain property? In a way, it was a silly question. Roger understood exactly the type of man he was looking for. Reed Cook was a grifter, a criminal looking for his next target. Roger suspected that most of his previous crimes had been relatively small time, which could be how he'd made it to Long Valley without a reputation. But he couldn't be sure that the man's roots didn't run deeper than it seemed. He might be a secret gold rush kingpin, looking to expand his empire outside of the territories. To Roger's chagrin, he found that the local records were clean as a whistle. No mention of Reed Cook or his forefathers was made, not even in passing. Roger set the books aside and took a moment to hold his head in his hands. He was nothing if not a dogged officer of the law, but this snake in the grass was frustratingly elusive. It hardly made sense how a man as unremarkable as Reed Cook had managed to be so mysteriously elusive. Other than marrying Clementine, Roger's dearest wish had become the capture of this man. To that end, he spent as much time at the ranch as possible. Security was his natural pretense, though the opportunity to see Clementine and the baby provided an ever-growing motivation as well. Roger never felt more at ease than when he was seated in Clementine's living room or kitchen with Josephine on his lap, feeding her or making her laugh. It was astonishing that 2 people he had only known a short while could have taken up such prominent places in his life. For the sake of his recently broken heart, Roger did his best to deny the emerging truth, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. He could feel himself falling for the gorgeous lady rancher. In his eyes, Clementine was as close to perfect as a human being was able to get, and somehow, amid the ins and outs of each hectic day running her property, she found the time to take care of him. Roger had not realized how badly he wanted someone to care for him. He cherished every tender look and private smile she sent his way. The light touches of her fingers on his arm, shoulder, or hand sent shivers through his body. The longer he spent with Clementine, the more his memories of any other woman faded away, until he hadn't thought of Marianne in days. His past was like another lifetime now, a separate existence belonging to a different man. He didn't recognize the Roger Wilson he had been prior to setting foot in Long Valley and having his entire world turned upside down. His dreams, normally so dull and colourless, were routinely punctuated by captivating green eyes. There was no way around it. Roger had fallen under Clementine's spell. Daily he thought about admitting the depth of his feelings for her, of bravely laying his heart in the open for her to accept or reject? How could he be the husband he wanted to be without knowing if she reciprocated his feelings? Each time, however, he held himself back. Don't scare her off, Roger. Cool down. You're not her first husband. That second part bore repeating. Clementine had made it clear from the moment of their engagement that she was not searching for a new soulmate. Whatever Roger thought of his new bride, Clementine had already found and lost the only man she ever expected to love. The memories of her first marriage were sacred territory, upon which Roger had no desire to intrude. Still, he longed for the chance to build a fresh life with her and Josephine, while honouring the one she was forced to leave behind. Never would he expect her to forget about Joseph or stop mourning his passing. Roger just wanted the opportunity to stand beside her in the way that Joseph no longer could. What are you thinking about, Roger? Clementine poured some wine into his glass and perched on the edge of her kitchen chair, looking at him. All but a few of the candles in the room were snuffed, giving them a better view of the darkened fields outside the windows. It was their custom now to sit and talk late into the night, keeping vigil together. Ah, nothing. Roger shook his head, hoping he didn't look too sheepish. She laughed. Nothing. My foot. Your mind was all the way out to Washington. With a smile, she sipped her wine. But never mind, if you don't want to tell me. I won't even say penny for your thoughts. He took a deep breath and held it for a moment, weighing his options. If he laughed or shrugged the moment off, no harm would be done at all. She'd given him a perfect way out. If he embraced the query, who knew how she might react? They're not very interesting anyway, he said at last. Sure not worth a whole penny. Clementine winked. Don't sell yourself short, Roger. I wouldn't have kept you around for so long if you weren't at least a little interesting. She paused. I can make up the sofa if you'd rather stay here than ride all the way back to town. It would be no trouble. Roger winced internally. They had come a long way from their total resistance to Roger staying at the ranch overnight. In the wake of her offer to bring up his feelings would be far too fraught with emotion. He should have poured out his heart right then and there, just outside of the flickering pools of candlelight. It was too late now. The moment had passed as quickly as a shooting star. All he could do was say, "Thank you, Clem. I'd appreciate that." "Oh, please." She reached across and touched his shoulder with feather-light fingertips. "It's the absolute least I can do. Besides, I'm sure Josie will be delighted to have someone else to amuse her in the morning." Roger chuckled. "She's getting big. How long before she's running wild through the pastures? Lord help me." Clementine put a hand over her heart. "A while yet, if I'm lucky. I'll have to grow a whole new set of eyes and arms just to keep her out of trouble." Taking the last small swallow of wine, Clementine rose and moved into the living room to get Roger's bed ready. He closed his eyes, listening to the quiet sounds of the house. Josephine slept peacefully in the back bedroom. Through a slightly open window pane, the only thing he heard was the steady chirp of summer crickets. Chapter 21. The morning was uncommonly tranquil for Clementine. She woke to the smell of coffee brewing on the hearth and the sizzle of eggs and bacon on the fire. Roger had never displayed a propensity for domestic chores, such as cooking. But when she came out of the bedroom, there he was, tending to the griddle. "Mornin', Clem," he said with a smile. "Thought I might be the one to treat you to a meal today." "That's mighty kind of you, Roger." She adjusted the squirming child in her arms. Josephine reached out for Roger. "Ah!" The baby pointed toward him. "Ah!" Roger turned toward her. "And good morning to you too, Miss Josie." Deftly, he scooped her up from Clementine's grasp with the hand that wasn't holding the metal spatula and balanced her on his hip. She clung to the folds of his shirt, watching the fat dance over the flames. "How'd you like that?" he asked her. "Looks pretty tasty, if you ask me." Josie cooed happily, resting her cheek against his shoulder. The little girl had clearly grown very attached to Roger as he spent increasing hours on the ranch. The bond growing between them warmed Clementine's heart. "Could you keep her busy while I tend to the horses?" Clementine stepped towards the door. "It shouldn't take me long. I'll feed her when I come back in." "Take your time." Roger turned the bacon carefully. "We'll be waiting for you." Clementine grinned. "Honestly, I've said it 1,000 times, but I don't know what we'd do without you." She gave his forearm a quick squeeze before flitting out the door. The morning mist had just started to evaporate, giving way to a promise of late summer warmth. She hummed softly as she pulled open the towering barn door, spilling light down the main centre aisle. All at once her light-hearted humming stopped, and her heart skipped a beat or two. The few horses she could see tossed their heads and rolled their eyes, restless and agitated. She calmed them one by one, whispering gentle nothings. Many of the stalls were worryingly empty. In the back of the building, where the hay was kept in neat stacks, a disastrous scene awaited her. Someone had taken a pitchfork to the whole area, strewing everything about. Clementine stood and observed for only a moment, trying to calm herself. Then she turned and ran back toward the barn door. Hay could be swept and forked and shoveled any day of the year. She had to find her missing horses. Roger glanced up from plating eggs and bacon when she burst into the house, out of breath from dashing. His eyes instantly darkened. "What's wrong?" "I'm missing horses," she panted, catching her breath, "and the hay in the barn is all over the place. It's a mess." Roger frowned. Were the stalls opened again? No. Clementine shook her head. "Not this time. Looks like someone just turned them out, but I don't know where. We need to go and round them all up." She let out her breath. "If they're still alive." The image of the dead, strung-up hens flashed through her mind's eye. Her chest tightened. She took Josephine from Roger's arms and clutched her tightly. Roger knew instantly what she was thinking. "You two stay at the house," he said. "I'll get a couple of the boys to ride with me." "I'm sorry. I wish I could help." Clementine struggled against a sudden flood of emotion. She hated feeling so helpless and trapped. The very damsel in distress that she did not want to be. She knew she was lucky that Roger was so good at saving the day, if only he didn't always need to. "You are helping." Roger took her hand in his. "You're helping by keeping yourself and Josie safe. That's what I care about the most." A short while later, Clementine stood on the porch and watched the makeshift posse move out across the fields. Roger stood out on the rolling horizon, tall, dark, and broad-shouldered. Despite her anxiety over what they might find, she couldn't keep a smile off her face when she looked his way. "We're lucky, aren't we?" Clementine murmured to Josie, swaying her gently, "lucky to have a man like that." Roger and the other riders stayed out until the sun had risen high in the sky. The day's promised heat had delivered with a scorching punch. Clementine wiped the sweat from her eyes as she squinted in the direction they'd gone. Her nerves had mounted steadily in their absence. Then she saw the first lithe, loping silhouette of a horse being driven through the long grass toward the barn. Clementine's heart leapt with joy at the knowledge that at least one of her dear animals had made it. As it turned out, there were more and more trailing behind, their hooves kicking up a storm of dust. The riders brought up the rear of the herd. Clementine watched them shepherd the horses into the safety of a corral. She hardly took another breath until the gate was securely locked. "Roger!" As strong as the urge was to leave the porch and run to him, Clementine refused to put so much distance between herself and baby Josephine, who was sleeping inside. She bounced on the balls of her feet with excitement as he approached. He was coated in a fine layer of dust, his handsome face smudged with sweat and dirt. "Hi there, Clem." He grinned. "I do believe we found them all." The smile slipped for a second. "You'll want to get them checked out by a doctor, of course, just in case. But I didn't see that any of them were lame or bleeding." Clementine put a hand to her heart. "I was so frightened. If they had hurt more of my horses, I couldn't bear it." "Well, they still tried to steal them from you." Roger's expression soured. "That's enough of a crime in my book. Doesn't seem like these snakes are going to stop targeting you anytime soon. We've got to keep our guard up." "I agree with that." Clementine grabbed him by the shirt sleeve as soon as he drew close enough and pulled him up the stairs to where she stood on the porch. "Let me get some nice cold water for you, and then we can see about cleaning up the barn." Upon closer inspection, the situation inside the barn proved to be more of an inconvenience than anything. None of the hay had been burned or otherwise destroyed, simply thrown around to create as much of a mess as possible. "This isn't so bad," Roger commented. "We ought to be able to handle it, no problem." Clementine brandished her pitchfork. A mischievous little smirk tilted her lip. "I'll race you, Roger," she challenged. He arched his eyebrows. "I don't know about that, little lady. Always considered it rude to win against a woman." She laughed. "You've got to get the win first." And without further ado, she bent to her task. Bits of straw and chaff flew like a halo around her, swirling in the sunbeams that slanted through the barn windows. Roger had no choice but to match her intensity. In the face of their little game, the heaviness of the atmosphere lifted at last. Clementine shoveled circles of hay around her fiancé, packing the storage as tightly as she could. The thick, sweet scent filled her nose. She could practically taste it. "It occurs to me that you might have an unfair advantage, having lived on this ranch for the last 5 years." Roger planted his pitchfork on the floor and leaned against it, eyeing her. His bright blue irises glowed. "That sounds like you're admitting defeat." Clementine prodded the tines of her pitchfork under a small pile of straw. She kept her head down so he wouldn't see her holding in a giggle. "Hey now, that's not quite what I said." She launched the pitchfork upward, showering Roger in hay. Startled, he took a step backward, brushing it out of his face. Clementine covered him again, unable to contain her glee. Roger backed up toward the biggest stack of hay that was left on the barn floor. He dug in and tossed it back at her. "Now you've done it." She squealed, dropped the pitchfork, and fled down one of the aisles. Roger followed, snatching up a handful of straw. When he finally caught up to her, he slipped his arm around her waist and sprinkled the straw over her head. "Who's winning?" She sputtered. "You devil! I'll be picking it out for days." As she opened her eyes, she realized exactly how close they were standing, his arm still settled at her waist. Roger smelled like sweet hay and fresh air. His tanned skin shone bronze in the natural light. The two of them stayed motionless, half embracing and transfixed by each other's closeness. Clementine's pulse raced in her ears. She thought her heart might beat clean out of her chest. "Roger, Clementine's voice trailed off. She had no idea what to say, or what she even wanted to say. The blood rushed to her cheeks, and she glanced away. Ever the gentleman, Roger took that as his cue to release her. He stepped back in a respectful way. "Don't mention it, Clementine. Nothing I do for you is ever any trouble at all." Regaining some of her composure, Clementine rolled her eyes. "I bet that's something you say to all the ladies in town, Sheriff Wilson." "Nope." He plucked a piece of chaff from her hair. "Just the one I'm going to marry." Clementine could feel her blush about to return with a vengeance, so she retraced her steps to fetch her abandoned pitchfork. "Look at this mess we made, and we were almost through." Roger chuckled. "It was worth it," he said. Chapter 22. As well as things were going with Clementine on her ranch, Roger felt less and less optimistic about his chances of catching Reed Cook. No matter how diligently he combed through the record books, there was nothing to be found. Had he not seen the man for himself, Roger might have thought he was a ghost, some kind of troublemaking phantom out to haunt Long Valley. But even though he was undoubtedly discouraged, Roger refused to give up. He had hoped that he wouldn't have to go running all over creation in the pursuit of this mysterious man, but eventually he concluded it was inevitable. His grudge against Cook deepened steadily with each passing day. Every moment devoted to chasing him down was one not spent by Clementine's side. Still, the circumstances could not be helped. On a clear, pleasant morning, Roger rode out from the sheriff's residence beneath a pale and cloudless sky. Instead of turning down the main road into town toward the office, he steered his horse in the direction of the country. It was the route he'd taken with increasing frequency in recent days, the road that brought him out to Clementine's cozy ranch. If Roger had his druthers, he would have stopped at her gate along the rutted country road. But duty called, and he knew he had to follow. Reed Cook was not about to go unpunished, not on Roger's watch. The little road to Clementine's ranch came and went. He peered down the lane leading up to the house as he passed, feeling a powerful tug of longing in his chest. She'd likely been up for at least a couple of hours by now, and part of him wondered if he would catch a glimpse of her. He never did, which was just as well. Roger knew he would have been sorely tempted to stop and talk to her, and then he might never leave. He took a deep breath and faced forward in the saddle, fixing his eyes on the horizon. Shirley Harris's place came up next, and after that the field stretched out for miles, unmarred by anything other than fences and a few handfuls of sleepy-eyed cows. Roger eased his horse into a lope. The wind slipped past his face like cool silk. It was going to be a long day. As it turned out, the day was both long and mostly unproductive. The surrounding towns were smaller than the town of Long Valley itself. These settlements, too, were wary of him, a sheriff turning up on their doorsteps to ask about a suspicious man named Reed Cook. "There are a lot of suspicious characters around here," one rancher told Roger, tipping his hat down to block the sun, "and a name like Reed Cook doesn't exactly narrow it down." The sentiment was the same, no matter where Roger went, until he reached a small hamlet in the farthest section of Long Valley. Although it wasn't very big, the place was oddly busy. Roger soon found out it was an early stop on the route out west. It was also home to the first person he met who didn't frown and raise an eyebrow at the mention of Reed Cook. The man was older, slightly grizzled, and he looked like he had fallen on hard times. When he moved, it was with a pronounced limp. "Excuse me, fellow," Roger said amiably. "My name's Roger Wilson, Sheriff of Long Valley. Have you heard of a man called Reed Cook? He may have been seen around these parts recently, and I'd like information, if you have it." The old stranger squinted, cocking his head to one side. "Reed Cook, you say?" He chuckled. "I haven't heard of him in a while. Guess he must have finally made his way east, then." Roger, who was fully prepared to receive the denial that was becoming the standard response, snapped to attention. "You know him?" He tried not to sound too excited, even though his heart had started hammering in his chest. "Well..." Roger's new acquaintance reached into his pocket, produced a pipe and a dirty tobacco pouch, and began to meticulously pack the bowl. "I suppose I can't say I ever knew him too well." Sure did know his father, though. He shook his head, fishing around for some paper matches. Poor old Chester never knew what to do with that boy. It pained him to admit it, but I think it was something of a relief when Reed hit the road. Roger scribbled notes as fast as the vagrant could talk. He wondered how this man, with his threadbare clothes and scraggly beard, had come to know the newcomer seeking to purchase Clementine's farm. "Where'd he come from?" Roger asked. The man made a vast sweeping motion with his arm, clear out from the far coast, just like me. Chester Cook owned some mines in California. I reckon Reed thought he had a right to them, and that's why they got to fightin'. Last I heard, he'd hit the trail after Chester told him to beat it. A lopsided grin crinkled his weathered face. Wouldn't have thought he'd end up here. Why not? Roger looked up from his notes. You're here too. But I've got family here, or at least I did. I should have been on my way back out west a long time ago, but things change. He tapped his bad leg. Ain't no use for me in the mines these days. I'm sorry to hear that. Roger fiddled with his pencil. Any idea where I could send a letter to Chester Cook, if I had a mind to? Oh, Chester's gone. A blue halo of smoke drifted up from the end of the pipe, and so are the mines, by now. As far as I heard it, Reed wasn't given a line in the will. That's probably why he's hanging around here now, wanted to get as far away from his other life as he could manage. Anonymity certainly seemed to be the most likely motive for his long-distance relocation. Reed could never have sustained a life of crime among people who knew him by both face and name. Roger wondered if he had settled on Clementine's ranch as the foundation on which he could start rebuilding his identity from scratch. The miner's son had failed to follow in his father's footsteps. Now, it seemed, he meant to try his hand at ranching, and Roger had a sneaking suspicion that it would only be a matter of time before his latest enterprises started to blur the lines of legality, if they hadn't already. And of course, he couldn't help taking the crook's infringement on Long Valley a little personally. Thank you kindly, sir. Roger tipped his hat and turned to go. A thought crossed his mind, and he paused for a moment. Would you say that Reed Cook is dangerous? The drifter pursed his lips, thinking, That's a good question, son. Before his father went and changed the will, I'd have told you no. But now, I'm not real sure what Reed's got left, if anything. And there is nothing less predictable than a desperate man. He glanced sidelong at Roger, eyes glittering in the shadow of his hat brim. I'd be careful if I were you. Roger nodded grimly. Appreciate the warning. As Roger walked away, he thought he could feel that stranger's eyes on his back. The last ominous warning kept ringing in his ears. Cook hadn't looked like someone in the throes of desperation, but Roger knew as well as anyone that appearances could be deceiving. By the time Roger arrived back in his own town, he knew what he had to do. Cook was fast becoming something close to a nemesis, and Roger was more determined than ever to track and bring him down. On his way past Clementine's ranch in the deepening twilight, he looked again toward the gate and made her a silent promise. I'll take care of this, darling. Just you wait. Briefly, he slowed his horse's pace and thought about dropping in to see her before night fell. But the hour was getting late, and he didn't want to impose. Baby Josephine was likely asleep in her crib already, and maybe, he thought, he could use some time on his own to sort out the true depth of his feelings for Clementine. He kept on riding, but not without turning in the saddle and looking once more back toward the house. Tomorrow would be soon enough to see her again. In the meantime, Roger had a new name, a new lead to track down. Nevertheless, he couldn't get his lovely betrothed off his mind. No sooner had he set foot in the dark, quiet confines of the sheriff's residence than pangs of regret began to surface. He thought about turning back to check on her just to make sure no one was lurking. Full dark had fallen, however. He would probably just end up frightening her if he showed up now. So, instead of following his longing heart, He sat down with the hastily dashed page of notes he had taken. Even Roger could see the day's travel didn't amount to much, regardless of his best efforts. Even when he was alive, Chester Cook had lived thousands of miles from West Virginia, and the fractured state of the relationship between father and son told Roger he wouldn't have been much help anyway. He sighed and took himself to bed, undressing without bothering to light the lantern. The calm night sounds of the countryside lulled him into a sweet, warm sleep, through which visions of Clementine danced until morning. Chapter 23. The pitcher of sweet tea gleamed in the early afternoon light, like a chunk of smooth, dark amber. Condensation glistened on the outside of the glass, tracing trails all the way down to the base. Clementine watched the pitcher sweat, while Shirley bounced baby Josephine on her knee on the other side of the table. "Penny for your thoughts, Clem." Shirley took a sip from her glass and smiled. I've been on this earth twice as long as you and I promise I still can't brew tea this good." She winked. "Now, tell me what's got you looking so far away today." Clementine shook her head, sighing. "Oh, nothing." The last thing she wanted to admit to Shirley was that she was finding herself distracted by the thought of Roger more and more often. "What's going on with the ladies in town? Tell me the latest." She topped off her own glass and reached for the bowl containing Josephine's lunch. "And hand me that sweet babe, would you? I have a hunch she's hungry." Indeed, the little girl was in the process of raising a fuss over her empty stomach, banging her balled-up little fists on the tabletop. Shirley gave her over to her mother. Josephine's huge blue eyes lit up as soon as she saw the food. Both women laughed. "Well, I hear Harriet Brown found a boy to marry, but word is he lives somewhere out in the territories, so her poor mother is beside herself with worry." Shirley leaned back in the kitchen chair, grasping her tea with both hands. She was rarely happier than when she was dispensing the newest crop of gossip to a pair of listening ears. "Isn't there good money to be made out there?" Clementine asked. She wiped an errant drip from Josephine's chin. Josie giggled and beamed. "That's what Harriet says." Shirley shrugged. She told her mama it was between this boy and becoming a mail-order bride. You can imagine how Norma reacted to that. Clementine rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Yes, I can." She imagined the Brown family matriarch clear as day, her round face prematurely aged by constant fretting. I assume she just about dropped to the floor. "She swears her heart almost up and quit." Shirley chuckled. "But I think it'll be good for her to get some of her brood under different roofs. She's got enough on her hands as it is. The Browns had a whole gaggle of children, starting with Harriet, and Norma's husband, Henry, was a notoriously quarrelsome man. The last Clementine had heard, he was embroiled in a petty land dispute with their nearest neighbour over a fence line. "I'm sure she'll be all right." Clementine slipped another spoonful into Josie's mouth. "I do wish Henry would quit making trouble for himself, though. If he doesn't, it's only a matter of time before he'll have to deal with a certain strapping young sheriff," said Shirley. Clementine heard her friend's smile before she glanced over and saw it. She tried to look more annoyed than embarrassed, but the telltale bright blush on her cheeks gave her away. "Must you talk about him that way?" she demanded. "I don't have the faintest clue what you mean." Shirley was suddenly all innocent, widening her eyes and batting her lashes. "I'm not the one who's so fascinated with Roger, now am I?" Clementine huffed. "I am not fascinated," she retorted. "A woman must surely take an interest in the man she's agreed to marry." She paused, choosing her next words carefully. "Roger is kind, and he is respectable. I shall be happy to be his wife." "I'll bet you will," Shirley replied, with more mischief in her tone than Clementine thought strictly necessary. She fed her daughter the last of her lunch and turned toward the window, with the empty bowl. Her line of sight was instantly drawn to a source of erratic movement outside in the fields. "What's that?" she murmured, half to herself. The window sash was cracked open to let in the breeze, and she could hear the muffled beating of hooves in the grass. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was watching one of the horses jumping wildly, as if fighting off an unseen enemy. The bowl dropped to the counter with a clatter, as Clementine turned and dashed for the door. "Watch Josie," she said hurriedly. "Something's happening outside." Josie looked after her, puzzled. "Mama?" Clementine didn't stay to hear Shirley's response. She barely felt the porch steps beneath her feet as she ran across the yard to the pasture fence. The horse, a normally docile gelding, tossed its head frantically. She could see the whites of its rolling eyes. "It's all right." She tried to soothe it, but her attempts were in vain. The horse's panic had gone beyond reason. It was only by the grace of a well-timed snatch that Clementine managed to get hold of the gelding's halter and guide it towards the fence. The animal shied away. She hooked her arm around its broad neck and leapt nimbly astride its back. Her thought had been that the horse would be easier to control from a rider's position, but Clementine saw almost immediately that she was mistaken. Rather than settling down under the influence of her gentle hand, the frightened gelding took off along the long length of the field. Clementine bent low over his neck and braced herself, clinging tightly to the roots of its flying mane. The world flashed by with dizzying speed. She didn't see the rope sail over her head, only noticed its smooth coil settle on top of the runaway gelding's heaving chest. The noose tightened abruptly. Shocked out of its breathtaking speed, the gelding reared back. The rope went taut. Clementine looked over her shoulder. A gasp caught in her throat. Standing by the pasture fence, gripping the end of the lasso with both hands, was Roger. His eyes were focused on the restrained gelding with burning intensity. The muscles in his arms tensed and rippled as he bent his quarry to his will. Slowly, as if ashamed, the poor, spooked gelding went to the ground. The moment Clementine's feet touched solid earth, she sprang clear of her mount and ran toward the fence. Her pulse pounded in her ears. "Roger! Clem!" he called back. "Are you hurt?" The rope dropped from his hands. He rushed to meet her. "I'm fine, thanks to you." Without thinking, she threw her arms around his neck. Roger instinctively wrapped her up in a return embrace, his strong arms squeezing her tightly. Clementine rested her chin on his shoulder. At that moment, even more than usual, she thanked whichever higher powers had brought this man to her. "You sure you're okay?" He hadn't moved to separate from her. The words were muffled against her hair. Clementine eased back to look him in the face. "You saved my life," she told him honestly. "Half a minute more, and I could have fallen and been trampled." The thought of it made her shiver. "Come on now," Roger answered modestly. "I was only helping out. You would have gotten it under control eventually." Clementine shook her head. "Let's just say I'm glad you were there." He gazed at her. "I am too." The pair stood looking into each other's eyes, momentarily lost to the rest of the world. A playful, sing-song voice broke through their mutual reverie. "Look at you, Sheriff!" The hero of the day, like always, Shirley walked across the grass with baby Josephine in her arms. A broad grin crinkled the corners of her eyes. She winked at Roger. "You're too much for anyone but Clementine to handle." "Shirley!" Mortified by her friend's boldness, Clementine tried to hush her, but Shirley was not a woman who could easily be hushed. She turned her knowing eyes on Clementine next. "Good for you, Clem, to lasso yourself such a prize." Clementine would have liked nothing more than to sink into the ground at that very instant. She knew her face was burning and that Shirley was thoroughly enjoying herself. Clearing her throat, Clementine stepped back from Roger, reluctantly putting some distance between them. She tried to smooth her hair with both hands, recovering herself. "Thank you again, Roger," she said politely. "There's some cold sweet tea in the kitchen if you'd like a cup." "I'd like that very much," Roger replied. He had not taken his eyes off her for 1 second. Clementine nodded. She was relieved to have something else to do, besides marvel at him. As she marched past Shirley, she muttered, "Aren't you a spitfire today?" Shirley laughed so hard her auburn curls bounced around her face. "You're welcome, dear." Clementine grumbled her way into the house, the others on her heels. When she turned to serve Roger his tea, she found he had taken Josie out of Shirley's arms. The baby pawed lovingly at his face. He took her tiny hands and kissed them. Clementine felt her heart melting. For all that Shirley's incessant teasing annoyed her, she had to agree on the central point. Roger was certainly among the finest of men. How she had managed to get so lucky 2 times in her life, Clementine couldn't even begin to imagine. Chapter 24. It was a strange thing to notice right away, but one of the first things that caught Roger's attention after he started to work on Clementine's ranch was the old hammock strung up between 2 sturdy fields in the nearest cow pasture. None of the ranch hands seemed to use it. Whenever he passed by, it was always empty. Reckoning that a good hammock shouldn't go to waste, he decided to use it himself. He had come to think of the hammock as his own little sanctuary, a place to spend a quiet moment at the end of a long day. He was there now, lying on his back with his fingers laced behind his head. The hammock swayed gently, the rope supports creaking with each back and forth. Around him, the cattle he had brought in not 15 minutes prior grazed contentedly. Every now and then, one of them came up and nudged him with its soft, musky muzzle. On evenings like this, Roger was beginning to think he might prefer the life of a rancher to that of a lawman. Yes, his body hurt every morning. The work days went from sunup to sundown, and he often finished them smelling of various types of dung. But there was an undeniable satisfaction gleaned from working the land with his own hands. And there was the woman who stood beside him while he played the part. He had once worried, very early on, that the lustre might fade from his feelings for her, or that he might discover it was only a shallow infatuation after all. Much to his equal relief and delight, however, the more time Roger spent with his fiancée, the more he grew to adore her. As far as Roger could see, there was not a single flaw to be had in Clementine. She was truly everything a man could ever desire in a perfect wife: intelligent, resourceful, strong, compassionate, and stunningly beautiful to boot. Not a day went by that she wasn't putting in at least as many hard hours as everyone else on the ranch, if not more. Roger admired her intensely. He had cautioned himself not to fall head over heels, as the fact remained that she was a widow, and he well knew her lingering love for her late husband. The bond between Clementine and Joseph was something Roger fully intended to respect. He understood intimately that he could never replace her first husband. He would never want to, but it was becoming almost impossible not to visualize a long, loving future by Clementine's side. The issue of their actual wedding ceremony had yet to be resolved. Roger knew it would stay that way until the trouble around the ranch had been handled, and, preferably, until Reed Cook and his various cronies were locked up safely in prison. The relative tranquility of ranch life hadn't dislodged the slippery criminal from Roger's mind. During his chores, and especially during the regular patrols of the ranch's territory, Roger racked his brain for a way to hunt down and capture Reed Cook. He had no idea where the man ran off to when he wasn't scoping out Clementine's land, but he was willing to bet the hideout wasn't far away. If only he could locate it, then he might be able to rustle up a posse and make a raid on the place. What he wanted was to stop Reed in his tracks and keep him from gaining any more leverage. Silas Tucker was negligible as a threat, but there were other, more competent potential henchmen out there. It was only a matter of time before Cook started recruiting better help. A good thing, then, that Roger had finally hired a second deputy to assist with the mountains of paperwork stacked in his office. He'd wanted to be able to focus entirely on his least favourite blonde grifter, and Howard Lewis provided the perfect answer to the problem. Lewis was young, barely older than Silas Tucker himself, but opposite to the mailman in every way. He'd taken to his admittedly dull duties with the greatest gusto. Say you just moved to a new town and you were looking to start up a life of crime, Roger said to Lewis one day. Maybe some type of criminal enterprise even, a long-term arrangement. That takes time to set up. Where would you be hiding out? You thinking of switching sides, sir? That was another thing Roger appreciated about Howard, his sharp sense of humour. Don't get too excited. He chuckled. Boyd gets my badge before you. He shook his head. Call it an exercise in perspective. I want to know what's going on inside this scoundrel's head. What's he up to? Where can I find him? Howard considered it. It's not my intention to raise an alarm, he said at last. But I'd wager he's closer than you think. No better way to learn the ins and outs of a place than to live in the heart of it. The theory had made a disturbing amount of sense, and it needled Roger as he went about his daily duties on the ranch. Even when he came inside to set the table for dinner with Clementine and play with Josephine, thoughts of Reed Cook simmered in the back of his brain. It rankled him that a petty burglar had come to take up so much of his mental space, and yet he was worried that if Reed was left to his own devices for too long, his crimes would cease to be of the petty variety. Even the smaller things that had happened were enough to scare Clementine. She didn't need anything worse to occur. And suppose something happened while Roger was away from the ranch. Not that Clementine was ever lacking in support. She had a veritable army of staunch allies on her ranch, and all around the town. People Roger suspected would gladly start a riot or a war for her. He had never heard a single harsh word about her in his time around Long Valley. If it was possible to be universally loved, Clementine was. And why not? She had been just as wonderful a friend and neighbour while her husband was still alive. And after his loss, she'd risen masterfully to the occasion. Few men could have stepped into his shoes the way Clementine had. Roger knew from personal experience how difficult it was to work through the haze of grief. Perhaps that was part of the reason he admired her so ardently. In a way, she had done something he could not. While he was fleeing his heartbreak, running off to renew his life, she was embracing hers. And then, on top of everything else, she had taken in a child. He watched her turning the roast on the fire, her face made rosy by the heat. Locks of her long, dark hair were starting to loosen from the bun at the base of her neck. "What's the matter?" she asked, glancing up to meet his eyes. "The roast isn't burned, I promise." A small, teasing smile touched the corners of her lips. "Oh, no." Roger smiled back. "I was just taking a moment to think about what a lucky man I am. Long Valley has been very good to me." Her cheeks reddened further. He loved that colour on her, the way it made her emerald irises shine bright. "Flattery won't get you far with me, Roger," she warned. "Just ask any of the boys. They'll tell you." But the curve never left her lips, and her voice stayed gentle and sweet. When she left the kitchen to join him and Josephine on the sofa, she sat a little closer than she had the time before. "Maybe they weren't saying the right things," Roger suggested. "After all, you're not marrying any of them." She rolled her eyes and blew out a half-exasperated, half-amused breath. "You're just as bad as Shirley," she chided, and I thought she was quite enough on her own. But she nudged him to show she was only joking. "Well, I like Mrs. Harris," Roger declared. "I think she's made some very good points." He scooped Josephine into his arms and planted a kiss on each of her cheeks. The girl laughed madly, grabbing handfuls of his hair. "She's really taken to you," Clementine said. "Josie, I'd say Shirley has too," Roger replied, "unless I'm sorely mistaken." He saw Clementine's pointed look out of the corner of his eye and couldn't keep his laughter contained. It was so easy to fluster her, and she was cute as a button when that happened. "Spoken like a man who won't get any of that roast," Clementine shot back. "Keep talking, mister. There's plenty of bread and water." Her green eyes twinkled laughingly. "Hear that, Josephine?" Roger looked to the baby for support. "I do believe that constitutes a threat." Josephine gurgled happily. "Oh, please." Clementine rested her hand against Roger's broad shoulder. "You're hardly wasting away." Her touch stayed a moment before she withdrew it. Roger instantly missed the warmth of her fingers. He watched as she went back to the kitchen, humming contentedly, and wondered how his life had turned out so much better than he'd expected. Chapter 25. Clementine stood in the grass by the clothesline, squinting in the bright sun as she pinned up her linens to dry. West Virginia was easing into the revived heat of a glorious Indian summer, and the day was shaping up to be clear blue and hot as blazes, a perfect day to hang laundry out. Nearby, baby Josephine played on a picnic blanket, grabbing up tufts of soft grass and flowers. The sunbeams danced in her downy golden hair, which was now plenty long enough to frame her angelic features. She paused to watch a tiny butterfly flit past. Clementine smiled. Her heart burst with love for this magical child who had changed everything in her life, just by chance. Some days, she could still hardly believe that Josephine was hers. "Mama!" Josephine called. She held out her arms to be picked up. "Mama!" "Okay, sweet pea, I'm coming." Clementine pinned the last corner of a damp bedsheet and went over to lift Josie up from the blanket. As she straightened with the little girl braced against her hip, her eyes fell on a pair of feet, paused nearly mid-step on the path leading up to the front of the house. Clementine's heart leapt into her throat. She had to drag her eyes up to the intruder's face, which seemed to take a small eternity. Josie's fingers tightened around Clementine's hand. She too could feel that something wasn't right. Clementine lunged for the side of the house, where her trusty old shotgun leaned against the boards, half obscured by the wild brush. Lately, the weapon was never far from her sight, just in case she happened to need it. In a few swift, practiced movements, she wrapped Josie up and slung her across her back, then grabbed the gun and turned. She'd assumed the visitor might be another of Reed Cook's lackeys, so it was somewhat startling to look closer and realise that she was brandishing her gun in the direction of a young woman. The girl was blonde, like Reed, but that was where their similarities ended. For instance, unlike Reed, she was already surrendering. She raised her hands slowly, wide, frightened eyes trained on the barrel of the shotgun. "I'm sorry." Her voice was little more than a whisper. "I didn't mean to startle you. Please, please don't shoot." Despite the rising heat, she was shaking like a leaf. Clementine felt a rush of pity. The girl couldn't have been any older than she was herself. "What do you want?" Clementine pointed her weapon down at the ground, but she did not let it go. "I'm sorry, but I don't take kindly to folks showing up unannounced on my land." "I understand, and I apologise. I thought if you knew I was coming, you might try to stop me." The woman craned her head to try and catch a glimpse of the precious bundle on Clementine's back. Why would I do that? Suspicious, Clementine angled herself so that Josephine was mostly hidden. You see, the woman faltered and had to compose herself. She's my baby. Clementine almost dropped the shotgun. A wave of stunned silence washed over her. On her back, Josephine fidgeted impatiently. You're the one who left her at the gate. It wasn't a question. Suddenly, everything fell into place, like puzzle pieces clicking together. Clementine saw the face of her daughter in this strange woman's big cornflower blue eyes and soft, pale ringlets. She saw the shape of Josephine's mouth in her lips, the lower of which was trembling as the girl struggled not to cry. As much as Clementine wanted to believe she was lying, she knew that it had to be true. Sighing deeply, Clementine knelt down and placed the shotgun in the grass. Then she folded her arms across her chest and stared down at the girl. All right, let's say I believe you. I'll ask you again. What do you want? I just want to make sure she's healthy. Tears brimmed and spilled over down her cheeks. I want to know I made the right choice. She paused. Her breath hitched in her throat. Can I see her? Tell me something first, Clementine countered. Why would you ever choose to give away such a beautiful little girl? The woman who said she was Josephine's birth mother bit her lip hard. She closed her eyes and the tears fell thickly for a few moments. Clementine was sorry for her, but no less defensive. She was not about to let anyone with ill intentions even look upon Josephine. I'm living with a bad man. The girl spoke as though each word had to be painstakingly extracted. An evil man. When I found out I was going to have a baby, I knew I couldn't let her grow up in that house, being exposed to such darkness. She took a deep, unsteady breath. Your reputation precedes you, Mrs. Milborn. Everyone in Long Valley knows how good you are. You were the best choice for her. The wary hardness in Clementine's heart softened a bit. She'd never seen anyone look as sad and waif-like as this poor thing. At last, she relented and brought Josephine around to her front. But her mercies still had their limits, and she kept Josie strapped tightly to her, sad and waif-like the woman might be, but Clementine wasn't about to let her take Josie from her. The woman gasped. Once more, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She's grown so much, and oh, how beautiful she is. Much to Clementine's relief, she did not even reach for Josie. Thank you. The tears had melted into full sobs by now, through which the nameless blonde visitor struggled to speak. Thank you so much. You don't need to worry about me from now on. I'll never make contact again. Clementine nodded cautiously. I love her very much, I promise you. She's well cared for. That much is clear. The poor girl wiped her eyes. I'm glad I chose you. She's truly your daughter, and I'm so happy for both of you. May you care for her in a way I never could have. And with that, she turned away and walked back the way she had come, disappearing down toward the ranch gate. Clementine followed her just far enough to hear the latch open and close. She glanced down at the child still nestled safely against her bosom. The surge of relief she experienced was tempered by a fine edge of sadness for that girl and her terrible predicament. Clementine kissed the crown of her daughter's head. I'll just have to love you twice as much, for her sake. Now, what do you say we get out of this heat for a while? Josie gurgled her approval. They climbed the steps, and Clementine opened the front door to find Roger standing in the entryway. It was quickly apparent that he'd been observing the entire exchange from the window. Trouble? He asked, though his tone suggested he didn't think so. Clementine shook her head. That was Josie's birth mother, if you can believe it. Roger raised his eyebrows. Really? Did she want her back? I think she was just worried about her and wanted to make sure she hadn't come to harm. And in the process, she almost got herself shot. Clementine didn't want to consider in depth how close she may have come to taking an innocent life. She pushed those thoughts as far back into the recesses of her mind as they would go. "You were defending your home and your child," said Roger. He seemed to possess an uncanny sense for what she was thinking at any given time. At least, he always knew the right thing to say. "I certainly wouldn't have tried attacking you." She smiled at him. "That's good to know, Mr. Sheriff." Roger chuckled. She was right, you know. Whatever she was thinking when she chose you to take her baby, she was absolutely right. You are a wonderful lady, Clementine. He lifted the back of her hand to his lips. As usual, Clementine's cheeks turned that lovely, telltale shade of pink. If she had thought her heart was full before just from looking at Josephine, it was overflowing now. Somehow, by the grace of something holy, the frayed edges of her life had sewn themselves back together into her own little miracle. "And you, Roger, are quite a charming man." She squeezed his rough, warm hand. Not even a year ago, Clementine had been looking down a long and lonely road into an even lonelier future, but that void no longer echoed as hollowly as it used to. There was new hope burning brightly at the end of the tunnel, new adventures to explore with Roger and Josephine by her side. She gazed up into Roger's smiling eyes and knew in her heart of hearts that he held the sort of happiness Joseph would have wanted for her. "You always smile with your eyes," she told him out loud. "Do I?" He looked mildly bemused. "Yes." Once more, Clementine squeezed his hand. "It's one of the things I like best about you." Chapter 26. He had not spent a full day in the sheriff's office in quite some time. Thoughts of the confrontation between Clementine and the sad young woman kept pulling his attention away from the work at hand. His first instinct, of course, had been to rush out to protect his little family from the stranger, but he was glad now that he'd held back. He was proud to know how handily Clementine could take care of herself and Josie. Every day she proved how remarkable a woman she truly was. But the work in front of him wouldn't wait for Roger's thoughts. He had his file on Reed Cook open on his desk in the back room, as it often was, when someone on the street outside raised a ruckus. "Sheriff! Sheriff Wilson! You've got to get down to the bank right away! Robbers!" Roger jumped out of his desk chair so fast it went sprawling over the floor. Expecting the worst, he gestured for both his deputies to follow close behind. The gathering crowd in the road parted like unmown hay as the three lawmen approached the open doors of the bank. Roger spotted someone standing behind the counter, a fistful of something in his hand. "Put your hands up!" Roger shouted. His voice boomed clear across the square. "We've got you outnumbered, son." Hands up and come out slowly. Something about the dopey way the robber lifted his hands above his head struck a chord in Roger's memory. He let out an exasperated sigh as the answer clicked in his brain. Half a second later, Silas Tucker's face came into view. He hadn't made any effort to conceal his identity, not even with a neckerchief or a bigger hat than usual. His other hand held a gun, but he lowered it quickly once he saw the three guns pointed at him. "Sheriff!" The meagre handful of paper bills and coins scattered at his feet. "I wasn't doing nothing, I swear. This is my money. I just came to collect it." Roger didn't buy that explanation one bit. He took off his hat and ran his fingers through his hair. "Silas, look here. I'm the newest man in this room, and I know you don't have 2 nickels to rub together, much less enough to stow away in the bank. Who put you up to this, and why?" The mailman's vacant stare bored into Roger's eyes, almost aggressively obtuse. Roger felt himself wanting to try and teach Silas something, anything, just to see if it would take. "Don't make me repeat myself, son," he warned. The teller directly behind Silas piped up. "Hey, boy! I won't have you showing the sheriff this kind of disrespect in our building. He asked you a question." In the face of mounting scrutiny, Silas's tongue got ahead of his words, and he started to stutter. "I didn't do anything, sir." Honest, really and to truly. He stooped to pick up some of the currency he had dropped. "This money is mine." "Well then, who'd you get it from?" Roger asked patiently. Silas Tucker wasn't any kind of a threat, even with his pistol drawn. Deputy Boyd strode up and plucked the gun from where it dangled, cockeyed in Tucker's fingers. "I'll just be taking that," Boyd announced cheerfully. "Thank you very much." Silas's eyes darted from Roger to Boyd and back again. "No one," he stated flatly. I mean, I earned it working for the postmaster." "I might believe you if it were anything close to payday," Roger replied. "But it's Wednesday, Silas. Flat middle of the week. And I know the postmaster isn't handing you any bonuses." Some of the onlookers suppressed varying degrees of smirks and laughter. Roger paid them no mind. He knew that no matter what half-baked excuses Silas could conjure, the misguided youth would be locked up in the stuffy little jail within the hour. Even now he was starting to back down. "So what if I tried to take it?" he demanded petulantly. "The bank has lots of money. They won't miss it." Again, a titter rose from the crowd. "He's got a point!" someone hollered from the back. One stern frown from Roger was enough to quell the heckler. "See?" Silas was nonetheless bolstered by his lone anonymous supporter. "I ain't the only one." "Maybe not," Roger allowed, "but you're the only one who got caught." He turned the unfortunate young man around and shackled his wrists behind his back. Silas's unkempt clothes smelled vaguely of rot and mildew. The greasy sheen on his skin gleamed under the sun as he was marched from the building. It wasn't until they had completed the short trek from the bank back to the jail that Roger asked the question, humming incessantly through his mind. "Heard from Reed Cook lately, Silas." Silas furrowed his brow. "Who?" The boy had a mind like a sieve. Roger launched into a physical description, including hand motions to approximate measurements like height and weight. "Blonde hair, about this tall, kind of lean. He sent you after the deed to Clementine's ranch, or do you not recall being caught there too?" Silas scowled. He worked his rotten teeth like he had something between them to chew. "Yeah, I remember that. How are you going to know I'm telling the truth one day if you always make out like I'm lying?" "Tell you what, you give telling the truth a try, and I'll figure it out." Tucker's scowl faded slightly into an expression of mild consternation. "Anyways, I ain't heard a peep from nobody. All I am is down on my luck, I'll say." Boyd had Tucker's pistol out to unload. He held out his palm to show 2 bullets and 1 crudely fashioned slug. "You'd have to have pretty rotten luck to be robbing a bank with 2 live rounds and a slug." Silas had no answer to that. He glared at Roger and the deputies sullenly, even after they put him away into one of the 2 cells next door. It was obvious he wouldn't be much help in finally locating Reed, even if he was privy to any information. But the more Roger spoke to Tucker, the less he believed that Tucker knew anything of importance. He couldn't even be trusted with the easiest of tasks. Why would anyone unload their secrets into that half-vacant brain? "The day's gonna come when he gets himself in some real deep trouble," Boyd remarked. "Feels like he's been in over his head for a while now." "I agree." Roger tapped his fingers along the edge of Boyd's desk as he thought. Now I suppose we'll just have to wait and see if his friends will surface and come to the rescue. Personally, Roger rather hoped they would. He knew for a fact that Reed Cook, in particular, had lost his chance at independent wealth when he was thrown out of his father's will. He'd have to come out of the woodwork eventually if he had any hope of surviving on his own. And when he did, Roger would be right there to catch him. He might be able to use the mailman as bait of sorts, catch and release him, like a wild animal low on the food chain, and he might draw out the larger predator that Roger was really looking for. Later in the afternoon, Roger went back to the bank to meet with its manager, a fussy, proud man in a brown suit named Edward Hobbins. Hobbins's most distinguishing feature was his lovingly waxed, luxurious moustache. It dominated the lower half of his face, and Roger couldn't help but watch it bounce with every word the man spoke. "Why, it's an outrage, I tell you. One of our own. I marched down to the postmaster straight away and demanded the boy be fired. Do you know what that man had the nerve to say to me, of all people?" Roger feigned great interest. "What's that?" Hobbins drew his shoulders up haughtily. He said he wouldn't terminate his employment just yet, on account of needing someone to carry the mail. Roger paused. He's not completely wrong. "Well," Hobbins huffed, momentarily bewildered. "He'd rather a criminal deliver letters. He's entrusting that crook with other people's property. Surely you can see how this might be construed as a problem." The manager peered at Roger over the edge of his owlish glasses. "I do see it," Roger admitted. "But look here, friend. We all know Silas Tucker isn't the brightest mind to come out of Long Valley. I don't think he's capable of causing real trouble on his own. My deputy told me he managed to carry off 4 cents total from the scene of the heist. It was Boyd who had patted the robber down and come up triumphantly with a quartet of pennies. Roger was sure that Silas was only a problem when there were outside forces involved. Is that all?" Hobbins's moustache twitched. "I admit, his brainpower leaves much to be desired." He sighed. "Let it be known that I'm choosing to trust your judgment here, Sheriff. You've done well for this town so far. I hope you'll continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Hobbins." "So do I." Silas Tucker spent the night in the jail, snoring so loudly Roger could hear him on the outside when he came to open up the next morning. After rousing him and giving him breakfast, Roger set the first part of his plan in motion, praying it might finally yield some tangible results. He undid Silas's shackles and turned him loose onto the street in front of the sheriff's office. "It's not worth the 4 cents to pay for your food," he told the young man. "Just try to keep your nose out of places it doesn't belong, will you?" Silas grinned. "You betcha, Sheriff." He saluted sloppily and headed off toward the centre of town. In all likelihood, 4 pennies or not, he'd be passed out in the saloon before midday. Roger intended to keep close tabs on his dim-witted quarry. He had a hunch that a certain land-seeking mastermind wouldn't be too many steps behind. Chapter 27. Clementine saw Roger coming up the front path toward the house as early evening began to dim toward twilight. The last of that day's freshly dried laundry was in her arms, and he reached to take the burden from her before stopping himself. His tanned skin was sheened with sweat, the front of his shirt soaked through. "I'd better let you take care of that this time," he said, somewhat sheepishly, and sat down on one of the porch chairs, kicking his boots loose to let his feet rest for a moment. "Don't need these dirty hands all over it." Clementine smiled. "It was a nice thought," she reassured him. "I can always count on you to be doing something sweet." He let out a deep breath, leaned his head back, and closed his eyes for a moment. The exhaustion in his face stood out clear as day, lines of fatigue accentuating the dust that had settled over his features. Clementine reached out and took one of his hands. "Dinner's almost ready," she said. "Why don't you go on and get washed up? It'll be just a few minutes." A grin eased his worn expression. I sure could use a bath right about now. Thank you, darling. He kissed her fingers and walked ahead through the front door. Clementine watched him disappear inside, sweaty, tired, and running himself ragged, but completely at home. She was finding it increasingly hard to imagine the days when she had been on the ranch by her lonesome. Roger was in and out while she finished cooking their meal. She listened to him filling the wash basin from the garden pump, and then to the splashing of cold water. If she stepped just slightly to the side, she could catch a glimpse of him, shirtless and bathing, through the kitchen window. Roger was a good man, but he had never been shy, not since the first day she'd seen him working in the square. But the thought made Clementine's face turn scarlet. She giggled nervously, admonishing herself for even entertaining such an idea. Perhaps he wouldn't mind so much, especially now that they were meant to be married. Nonetheless, it was a wild thing to consider peeping on him. She kept her eyes stubbornly fixed on her cooking. He walked in on her still giggling a little, and she heard him pause as he passed by. "You all right in there, Clem?" She glanced up quickly as though his arrival had surprised her. "Yes, of course. Josie just did a funny little thing. She's so silly." His blue eyes warmed. "She certainly is." Clementine noted with some measure of relief that he had a clean shirt on, though beads of water still glistened in his unruly hair. He sniffed the air. "Smells nice." "I hope you like it." Why was her heart beating so fast, her stomach full of butterflies? Clementine shook her head. More and more, this wonderful man had her feeling like a giddy schoolgirl. "I like everything you cook," he answered. He had resumed his progress towards the sitting room. One of the armchairs creaked as he sat down. To know that he was comfortably existing in her space filled Clementine with a sense of pure and total safety. Nothing bad could happen while Roger was around. Minutes later, she dished the piping hot food onto plates, heaping Roger's high. He'd been doing hours of hard labour on the ranch all day, helping the ranch hands finish up the last of the season's hay baling. No doubt he'd be hungry as a horse. "Come get something to eat," she called, expecting the ready sound of his boots on the wooden floor. Instead, she was met with silence. "Roger?" Clementine crossed to the doorway, peering around the frame. "I know you must be starving." He sat in the big old armchair in front of the hearth, the same one Joseph used to favour. It only took a second for Clementine to realise that he had fallen sound asleep as soon as he sat down. She watched his chest rise and fall with every steady breath. A soft smile curved the edges of her lips. She stepped over to him and stretched out a hand to nudge him awake, but at the last moment, something stopped her. Roger looked so peaceful. All the strain and stress had fallen away, and she could see clearly how young a man he was to have taken on so much responsibility. "I suppose dinner can wait," she murmured fondly. A strand of his dark hair had fallen over his brow. She brushed it back. Then she let her fingers trail through the rest of his locks. They were still damp from his bath. Roger stirred, lips curving upward gently. Surprised, Clementine pulled her hand back, but when he didn't wake, she went back to stroking his hair. They might as well have been married already, so quietly intimate was this moment. Indeed, she hoped their future together would be filled with this kind of loving, homely scene. Roger showed no more signs of rousing after a few minutes of perching on the arm of the chair beside him. Clementine took a blanket off the back of the sofa and covered him up with it. It seemed likely as not that he'd simply sleep through the night until morning, and that was fine by her. She returned to the kitchen to save his untouched plate for later. Josephine was waiting impatiently. "Sorry, sweetheart," Clementine told the restless child. "Roger fell asleep in the chair. Looks like it will be just us girls eating together tonight." Josephine pursed her rosy mouth. She reached for the small spoon in Clementine's hand and gobbled up her first bite with gusto. Voracious appetite thus whetted, she beamed at her mother. "Papa!" Clementine's heart skipped a beat. She glanced towards the sitting room where Roger slept. Then she pointed. "In there!" Josie followed the direction of her finger. "Papa?" she asked. She ate another bite. Clementine could have cried with joy, although it should have struck her as inevitable that little Josie might come to see Roger as her father. Such a dream seemed beyond the realm of expectation. But why shouldn't Josephine think of him that way? He was the one turning up to play with her every day, holding her, sharing meals, and acting as part of their little family. How dearly Clementine wished he was awake, to see Josie acknowledge him as her loving father for the first time. She knew he would be deeply moved. It was yet more proof that both she and Roger had somehow, by fate and circumstance, ended up exactly where they both belonged, each by the other's side. "Thank you, Angel." Clementine squeezed her daughter's perfect, plump cheeks. "You are the greatest gift I have ever received." Josephine, her face smeared with beans, laughed heartily. Afterward, Clementine decided to keep Josie's new word a secret. She wanted Roger to feel the same shock and delight that she had hearing it come straight from the babe's mouth. But she thought about that moment over and over as she sat with her mending a few feet away from where he slept. There was an unexpected ache in her chest, not because she regretted the fact that Roger was weaving more closely into her life, but because hearing her child call someone Papa had suddenly and intensely reminded her of loss. Roger was the one dozing in the chair now. It was Roger who laughed at Josie's jolly antics and shot Clementine loving glances from across the room. For so long, it had been impossible to imagine what moving on from Joseph's death might look or feel like. Now, Clementine realised, she knew, she was starting to allow her very first love to slip through her fingers. It was necessary, and it was time. Joseph would have wanted nothing more for his beloved wife than to love and be loved by a man as honourable as Roger. She liked to think he'd have been proud of her for becoming a sheriff's wife, and she would keep his memory tucked away in her heart, always. But it hurt to know she was leaving him behind. Clementine crawled into bed that night with sadness as her only companion. It wasn't the raw, relentless stab of grief that had accompanied her for 2 long years. This was a sorrow born of knowing that she could not take every piece of her past into the bright future, where Roger and Josephine were waiting. She drew in a deep breath and let a few tears spill out from the corners of her eyes. The small storm hit her hard, and then it passed, leaving her resting in its tranquil wake. Yes, the price of her current happiness had been very, very high. Yes, she had suffered mightily before the dawning of new hope, but that dawn was here at last, breaking its rays of brilliance almost right in front of her eyes. Each day, the beginning of a brand new journey inched closer. She could hardly wait to have Roger by her side for all the rest of her life. There was no way to go but forward. Chapter 28. The town of Long Valley was bustling all day, the streets alive with the din of excited chatter. A slew of children brought into town by their parents for the day's festivities had taken over the square. The joyous energy was so infectious that Roger dismissed his deputies early to allow them to join in the fun. He remained seated at his office desk. As usual, sheaves of paper sat piled around him, but he kept a watchful eye on the door. Clementine had promised to peel herself away from the ranch and meet him in town for the afternoon. She was due any minute. And secretly, Roger was desperate for a distraction, especially one that only she could provide. It was incredibly difficult to force concern about the petty crimes in Long Valley when he knew Reed Cook was still a free man. No one had reported seeing hide nor hair of him since the last time Clementine's ranch had been burgled. But Roger sensed it was only a matter of time. He was resolved to remain extra vigilant, which was why he'd suggested he and Clementine attend the town gathering together. Not only was he expected to make an appearance as the sheriff, but it would give Roger a covert opportunity to look for signs of Cook. Perhaps a mass assembly would give the snake the confidence he needed to show his face again. "You always look so intent on your work," Clementine remarked. Roger looked up quickly. He'd been so lost in thought that he hadn't even noticed her approach. Josephine was nestled in one arm, and Clementine wore her habitual sweet smile. Lord, what a woman! "It's all a ruse," he said, pushing back his chair. "And you're the sight these sore eyes needed, if I may say so." He kissed her cheek and the top of Josephine's head. "How's the ranch treating you today?" "Well, it looks like someone went and baled up the rest of the hay while I wasn't looking, so I'd say we are sitting pretty so far." She winked. "The harvest is still going, but I don't mind that at all." "We'll have pumpkins in the garden soon." Roger led her back the way she'd come, locking the office behind them. "I'll bet those are a hit at the Sunday markets," he remarked. "Oh, yes. I always joke that we make more in the autumn from my pumpkins and gourds than anything else on the ranch." A touch of pride coloured Clementine's words. He loved to listen to her talk about the things that made her proud. "And we'll save one to carve, won't we?" That was one of my favourite parts of harvest season when I was a boy. In his house, there had always been turnips and gourds. The thought of a full-sized pumpkin filled Roger with nostalgic glee. Clementine patted him on the arm. "Of course we will." "You carve, I'll roast the seeds." "Sounds like a fair exchange." The couple wandered arm in arm along with the exuberant flow of passers-by down to the open square. A small rectangular arena covered with various sorts of padding had been erected in the centre. The crowd was already starting to condense at its borders. Roger looked at the town clock. It read 5 minutes to 2. Almost time. He guided Clementine to a shaded spot beneath a tree with a good view of the ring. "Now tell me, how rough does this get? Should I be expecting to step in?" She laughed. "Gosh, I hope not. Sometimes the young boys get a little rowdy, but it's usually not too bad." She paused, although they did need to make a new rule preventing anyone from wrestling after a trip to the saloon. Roger chuckled. They spread out the blanket Clementine had brought from home and sat together, watching the townsfolk mill around. Community events in Long Valley were common, but the size and nature of this one made it stand out. Curious visitors had come from around the region to crowd the space around the ring, vying for the best vantage point. It was Roger's first local wrestling competition. He had no idea what to expect, but he enjoyed the laid-back, cheerful atmosphere, and he loved to see people getting along. The mood of the town had been gloomy and tense for far too long. Presently, a man crossed in front of the makeshift arena and raised his arms, signalling for quiet. A hush fell over the throng of eager onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen of Long Valley," the man boomed over the cheers of his audience, "it is my pleasure to welcome you to the annual Long Valley Wrestling Exhibition." Boisterous cheers rose up, particularly from the youths in attendance. Clementine, smiling, held her hands over Josephine's tender ears, but the little girl was unfazed. As if inspired by the roar of the crowd, she raised her hands in celebration. Roger laughed. The first contenders were 2 labourers from town who swaggered into the ring amid whistles from their friends. Roger observed with amusement as the boys proceeded to haul each other to the ground and thrash around like fish out of water for a few minutes until the announcer called the match. Undaunted, they grappled each other again, much to everyone else's enjoyment. Clementine shook her head. "This makes me glad to have a little girl." Finally ousted from centre stage, the boys were followed up by a pair of men that Roger recognised instantly. He raised his eyebrows. Apparently, Henry Brown and his neighbour had figured out a way to settle their dispute at last. Sure enough, prior to stepping into the impromptu arena, Brown turned to the crowd. "Let it be known," he bellowed, "that the loser of this here wrestling match is going to have to move his darned fence once and for all." He was nearly drowned out by hoots and hollers. This time Clementine rolled her eyes, but the smile hadn't left her face. Roger could tell she simply enjoyed being out in the beautiful weather with her daughter and her fiancé, no matter what sort of foolishness was happening in the square. And the fence-line grudge match proved to be foolishness of the highest calibre. Despite being ranchers by trade, neither competitor was in the best physical shape, and their great clash soon devolved into sweat-soaked shirts and angry grunting. They butted heads like bulls, each pushing the other with all his might. The audience lapsed into a state of sheer awe, gaping open-mouthed at the strange spectacle. "Just pin him!" one exasperated patron hollered at the top of his lungs. "I don't care which one of you does it." Eventually, Brown faltered in his stance and was unceremoniously declared the loser. He left in a storm of belligerence, demanding a second match after he'd caught his breath. Then there was a lull, during which no new challengers approached. Roger was looking elsewhere by then, surveying the closely packed faces for Reed Cooks, but it wasn't until he glanced back at the middle of the square that he finally found him. Reed Cook stood inside the arena, staring defiantly out around the square. His glittering, pale eyes swept the surroundings. The stony glare was enough to silence everyone who saw him. "Is that—" Clementine glanced between Roger and the man in the ring. Her hands tightened in her lap. What is he doing? What does he want? Reed cleared his throat. The sound carried across the open space. "Well, I'd love to participate," he shouted, "but you see, I'm in need of an opponent, and there's one man in particular I have in mind." The deafening silence persisted. A cruel smirk curled Reed's mouth, just as it had the first time Roger laid eyes on him. "I challenge the sheriff." A gasp rippled through the sea of faces. Clementine grasped Roger's arm as if she meant to stop him, but Roger was already standing up. "Please be careful," she pleaded. Her eyes showed a hint of real fear. Roger nodded solemnly. "I will." Then he strode forward toward the ring, the crowd parting like water before him. Chapter 29. Clementine held Josephine close to her chest, nervously bouncing her up and down. She wasn't sure whom she was trying to calm, herself or the child. Down in the centre of the town square, Roger and Reed had both slipped into the wrestling ring. They stood on opposite sides, glaring at each other. Curiously, Reed Cook looked much the same as he had on previous occasions, even down to the suit. He had taken his jacket off, but he looked strangely out of place in his shirt and slacks. The whole scene was very surreal. "Why are you doing this?" Roger growled. Clementine could barely hear him at that distance. She didn't want to move closer, and yet she couldn't bear the thought of being so far from Roger should something dire happen. What she would do in that instance, she didn't really know. But the thought made her move forward toward the square anyway. The onlookers she passed stepped aside, without saying a word or trying to hold her back. They were all transfixed. "No meaning at all," Reed replied. His slimy grin made Clementine sick to her stomach. "Consider this a friendly challenge between you and me. You better not be expecting to gain anything from this little stunt of yours." Roger's piercing eyes narrowed, his voice steely and dangerous. "All you're going to get is laid out flat." Reed laughed. We'll see about that. Like a predator stalking his prey, he began to sidestep in a circle around Roger, who kept his eyes glued to his opponent. Clementine could hardly breathe. The differences in their physiques were plain for all to see. Roger was sturdy and well-muscled, a good 20 pounds heavier in sheer muscle than Reed. But the blonde grifter had a lean meanness to him that Clementine didn't like at all. He was a man who didn't see anything wrong with playing dirty if it meant he would come out on top. She was desperately afraid that he might have a few unsavoury tricks hidden up his sleeves. The standoff ended suddenly, with a burst of energy. Roger charged forward, colliding with his opponent square in the chest and shoving him back into the stiff ropes that had been strung up as barriers at the edges of the ring. Reed grunted. The breath whooshed out of his lungs. He struggled vainly against Roger's vice-like grip, but the sheriff was too strong. Clementine hated to see anyone act with violence, especially her own man. Nevertheless, this time she bit her tongue. If anyone on the face of the earth deserved a hard physical lesson, it was Reed Cook. She reminded herself that this man had ordered her house broken into not once, but 2 or 3 times. He had sent Silas Tucker after the deed to the ranch. Now he was attempting to drive the point of his knee into Roger's stomach to get the bigger man off him. Undeterred, Roger hauled him off the ropes and pushed him to the ground. The crowd gasped as one. But Reed was a quick and savage thinker. As Roger knelt to pin him, he managed to brace his arm against Roger's shoulder and push him backward, knocking him off balance. Reed followed upwards, leaping to his feet and looming over the downed sheriff. Roger regained his feet quickly, but the moment of uncertainty must have unsettled him, even as it unsettled Clementine. Clementine struggled not to cover her eyes. She dreaded the thought that Roger could be hurt, or that she might have to see him injured. The apprehension sitting in the pit of her stomach occasionally elevated into boiling anger as well. How dare this crook interfere with their lives? The gall he displayed in calling Roger out specifically infuriated her. Were it not for the baby in her arms, Clementine might have climbed into that ring herself just to give the man a piece of her mind. As it was, the most she could do was sit there fretting, unable to peel her gaze away from the 2 men. Her only consolation was the fact that every clash between them seemed to reinforce Roger's status as the stronger one. A few times, he disarmed what would have been a tricky manoeuvre simply by lifting Reed's comparatively slender frame off his feet, and every time either man landed on the floor of the arena, the eager throng sucked in its breath. It was hard to know just who the audience was really rooting for. Clementine hoped that by now, Roger had won some solid support in the hearts of his constituents, and that they would back him in this fight. But most of all, more than anything, she just wanted the fight to end. Reed Cook, however, wasn't about to give up easily. Every time Roger brought him down, he sprang back up. His carefully combed hair was mussed and wild, and there were wrinkles and smudges of sweat and dirt marring the pristine white of his shirt. But he was as hardy as any labourer Clementine had ever seen. She was also disheartened to realise that somewhere, somehow, Reed had really learned how to scrap. He played with Roger's centre of gravity, bucking and weaving to try and toss him off kilter. Head-on, Cook was no match for the sheriff, but he had the edge in mobility and speed. When Roger couldn't grab hold of him, Reed zipped around him in circles, forcing the sheriff to try and predict his movements. It was maddening to watch. Clementine's hands clutched each other so hard that her knuckles went white. Uncomfortable with the abrupt change in mood, Josephine squirmed and cried, kicking her little feet. Clementine did her best to keep the girl quiet, stroking her head and humming her lullabies. But the battle in the ring went on. Roger finally caught Reed up at last, stopping him so quickly with his forearm that Cook's feet shot out from under him, and he landed flat on his back, wheezing. A lone voice whooped from the crowd. Most of the observers, however, said nothing. They all stared, hardly daring to move a muscle. Roger positioned his knee over Reed's chest, getting ready to drop down and pin him one last time. Then Reed's eyes snapped open. He flipped onto his side and kicked backwards, chopping at Roger's supporting ankle with the heel of his boot. Suddenly, shot through with pain, Roger's leg gave out. He collapsed in a heap. Quick as a fox, Reed scrambled to hold him down. "How's that feel?" Reed snapped. His voice dripped with acidic glee. "Not so tough now, are you?" "Turns out, you're made of the same stuff as the people you're always stepping on." Despite all his brave talk, he was out of breath, and as soon as Roger had collected himself, he threw Cook off. Clementine's heart leapt, and then it sank again. When Roger tried to stand, his injured ankle wavered under the weight of his body. He gripped the rope so hard it bowed under the force. No one said a word as he got slowly, painfully, back to his feet. 5 feet away, Reed watched smugly, standing again, arms folded across his chest. He was smirking in a way that made Clementine despise him more than she had ever hated any living thing. "Ladies and gentlemen of Long Valley," Reed made a grand, mocking gesture toward Roger. "I present to you your sheriff." His dramatics were cut short by another vicious grapple that sent both men crashing back to the ground. Now that Roger had shown a weakness, however, Reed had no qualms about exploiting it. Any time Roger gained leverage, Reed Cook went for his sore ankle. He wouldn't let Roger keep his feet for more than a second or two, and he certainly never allowed him to stand up straight. The last time Roger attempted to lunge upright, Reed swung his legs in a wide arc and swept Roger's balance away. The sheriff fell like a downed tree, flat on his back. "Oh," murmured the crowd. Clementine stared straight ahead. Her green eyes burned from fighting back tears of rage. She was a lady through and through, but what she wouldn't have given for just one good, hard punch smack in the middle of that varmint's face. The next instant happened so fast that Clementine later could not recall exactly what had happened. One moment, she was looking at Roger prone on the floor of the ring. The next, Reed had a gun in his hand. He pointed the barrel straight down at Roger's head. A wave of motion rippled around Clementine. She glanced over her shoulder to see the entire populace of the town pointing their own guns back at Reed. Each face was deadly serious. Not a trace of the afternoon's casual mirth remained. Reed held his ground for only a fraction of a second longer. "Oh, I'm just playing," he said nonchalantly, holstering the gun. "I ain't going to shoot him." He winked at Roger and stepped away, heading for the stairs. Gingerly, Roger sat up. He appeared to be stunned, his eyes glassy. Clementine dashed forward, reaching toward him underneath the bottom rope. "Roger, are you all right? Let me help you." She shifted Josephine to her back and lifted herself the short distance into the ring. "I'm fine, I think." Roger tested his ankle joint. "Yeah, I think it's okay. Son of a gun just got me good." He stood up, helped Clementine to her feet, and then they all turned and watched Reed Cook descend the steps and saunter casually away down an empty side street. Reed was rumpled, and he had barely won, but not once did he pause to look back. Chapter 30. The aftermath of the wrestling match stung 10 times worse than the loss itself. As humiliating as it had been to stare up from the ground into the looming barrel of Reed's gun, it was nothing compared to the way whispers began to spread. Roger, an up-and-coming local hero mere days ago, was now the rookie sheriff who had lost a match against some out-of-towner. Sure, he looked strong, but did you see how fast that guy brought him down? I might have expected more from someone who talked such a big game. The young women who used to follow his every movement rarely looked at him without giggling. In the streets, sons and fathers saw him and shook their heads. It was plain as day that no matter how far Roger had come since the day of his inauspicious arrival, he had just lost significant progress. There was no respite to be found in the town. Nothing overtly malicious befell him. The townspeople didn't necessarily wish him ill, but he could feel the change in their temperament and in the way they regarded him. He had lost a fight against a stranger who didn't belong in their town. Perhaps that meant Roger had never belonged either. At first, Roger followed what had become his routine for coping with a surplus of stress in town. He went out to Clementine's ranch, hoping a few hours of mucking out stalls or milking cows would help to steady his mind. This time, however, he couldn't shake the notion that he was only running away from issues which demanded his prompt attention. The longer he stayed, the worse he felt. By the time noon rolled around, he knew he had to go back to the office. Clementine was pouring a tall glass of lemonade as he walked into the kitchen. She smiled at him, but it was hesitant. She was too perceptive not to have noticed how his demeanour had shifted. "How can I help you, Roger?" Her tone was light, but also wary, as though she understood right away that he was not there to deliver good news. He felt sorry for having to wrap her up in this mess at all. Reed's unexpected appearance at the wrestling exhibition was hardly her fault, and she had done her best to support him through the defeat. In his heart, Roger knew that Clementine's opinion of him had not budged an inch, and he knew hers was the only one that should matter. Yet, every time he closed his eyes, he was met with the sight of that pistol barrel staring him down. He'd been too stunned to feel much of anything in the moment, not even fear. But now, Roger was angry. He wanted revenge. "I've got to go back into town," he told her, taking care to keep his voice as warm as he could make it. "There's work waiting for me at the office." He paused. "May not be back here for a little while. The deputies tell me our cases are piling up." Clementine blinked. Then she nodded. "Sure thing. Don't work too hard and don't worry about us. Josie and I will keep the light on for you." The faintest shadow of sadness passed over her face. Roger fought against pangs of guilt. In a perfect world, he could have kept up the idyllic new life he'd been forging with her over the past few weeks. Unfortunately, Reed Cook had just given him a rude reminder that there was no perfect world. As he rode away from the tranquil ranch, Roger vowed never to forget that again. He'd lost his head in the cloud of a new romance, and in the process had sacrificed the duty he was sworn to do. The embarrassment he suffered was bitter and cruel, but in Roger's opinion, it was fitting. Respect was not something that was given freely. Roger knew it had to be earned. As he stepped across the threshold of the sheriff's office, he was determined to gain back every scrap of esteem he had lost, and then some. The days slipped by in uniform monotony. Roger refused to spare more than a few thoughts a day for his beloved ranch. The fear that he was not supporting Clementine enough slipped often into the background of his mind, but he chose not to dwell on it. She was a strong woman who had gotten along just fine without him for years. She did not need him to make the ranch run smoothly. Not that he enjoyed imagining how much Clementine didn't need him around, but he couldn't afford to concentrate on anything except his ultimate goal. A goal that was slowly becoming an obsession. He would not know a moment's peace while Reed Cook was a free man. His intensity was such that pedestrians began to give him a wide berth on the street, glancing sidelong at the way his eyes flashed or how his jaw was set a little too firmly. Roger was constantly tense, too tightly wound to relax. He felt that Reed might pop up out of nowhere at any moment. He had to be ready to chase him down and make the arrest. Though Roger's new crusade was off-putting to some, including his deputies, he saw it as atoning for all the mistakes he had made that put him in this predicament in the first place. If only he hadn't been enchanted beyond reason by Clementine's beauty and bewitching softness, he might not have lost sight of his law enforcement goals. Every day, the case reports piled up higher. He couldn't believe things had gotten so bad. Of course, Roger constantly wondered whether his nemesis had anything to do with the high volume of petty crimes inundating the region. Suppose Reed's network of lowlifes was far vaster than Roger could know. It was possible that he had ditched Silas for someone far more competent ages ago, and Roger had just been too busy on the ranch to notice. If that was true, there was no telling how much ground Cook's gang had covered undetected. It was all so dismal and frustrating. Roger waded through paperwork with the tenacity of a wild dog, but for every report he cleared, there was another complaint to log. One afternoon, Roger paused to wolf down his lunch. As he ate, he flipped through the papers remaining in his incoming letterbox. "Hey, Boyd, I got a question." "Well, maybe I've got an answer, Sheriff," Boyd replied. He was the only one unfazed by the veritable swamp of work in which the three lawmen were currently sunk up to their necks. "Lay it on me. How come we've got so many blasted reports?" The question shot out with surprising force. "I don't understand a lick of it." Boyd hesitated. "I hate to say it, Roger, but I think it has everything to do with the wrestling match." Roger's shoulders slumped. "The one I lost, you mean?" Then he frowned. "But that doesn't make sense. Who wants a laughingstock solving more crimes?" "That's not it." Boyd tapped his fingers along the edge of his desk. "I believe it's because everyone else in Long Valley, outside our own town, realised we have a real sheriff here. So they started sending us their crimes." He shrugged. "This office holds the only dedicated lawmen in the whole valley. Makes sense they'd want us everywhere we can go." Roger groaned. "We don't have the personnel or the time for this. The town has bigger problems than a haystack arson 60 miles east." "You know that. I know that." Boyd sighed. "But try telling that farmer his problems don't matter. That's not what I know it." Boyd held up his hand. "Look, Roger, I don't care a whit about what happened between you and that Cook fellow in the square. Champion wrestler or not, you're one of the most decent fellows ever to come around these parts. You've made our home a better place." Roger sighed. "Thanks, Boyd. Means a lot to hear anyone say that nowadays. Folks'll come around." The deputy turned his chair back toward his desk. "They were just a little rattled by the scoundrel pulling a gun on you, that's all. You saw how they reacted. One false move, and he would have been history. I'm going to catch that low-down dog if it's the last thing I ever do," Roger muttered. He balled his hand into a tightly clenched fist. "As far as I'm concerned, the jail is empty, as long as he's not in it." "Keep your eyes peeled," Boyd suggested. "I'd guess he's feeling pretty cocky right about now. No doubt, in my mind, we're going to see his ugly mug round here again, and soon." Roger grimaced. Next time, he'd be ready. Chapter 31. Roger's recent absence from the ranch was more than conspicuous. It was downright uncomfortable. Clementine hated the empty space he had left behind, even though she knew that he had good reason and that he would return eventually. She had grown much too used to the feeling of his presence in almost every room, across every square yard of her land. His name might as well have been on the deed. And now he was gone. Not truly, of course. If she wanted to, Clementine could find him. Most likely he was bent over the desk in that tiny back room, writing out reports until his hands ached. She hoped he wasn't agonising over his latest encounter with Reed, but she was certain that he was. More than anything, the wrestling match had been a matter of pride and dominance. The fact that Reed had technically emerged the winner must have been a shocking blow to Roger's confidence. He had been so quiet and morose in the days immediately after that she hadn't dared to bring it up, in case she unintentionally deepened the wound. She'd thought the passage of time would start his healing. As long as she'd known him, he had never been one to stay down for long, nor to let a single off-the-cuff incident get under his skin. But this conflict with Reed seemed to run deeper than she thought. Clementine was worried for his health. Given the chance, a man like Roger would work himself straight to death in pursuit of a goal. She feared he might chase Reed Cook all the way down into the abyss. Some of these fears were all but confirmed at the first Sunday market after the wrestling event. She stopped by the sheriff's office just to see him for a minute or two and make sure he hadn't driven himself completely insane. To her surprise, Roger's back room was empty. "Looking for Sheriff Wilson, I presume?" The newest deputy, young Howard Lewis, smiled tiredly at her from his desk. He had bags under his eyes the size of fancy hat boxes. All three lawmen were working themselves to the bone. "Yes," Clementine said. "He's not in today." "He was here early," Howard told her. "Left about 15 minutes after I got in. He said he had some arrests to make." Clementine's ears perked up. Roger wouldn't be happy to have her too close to the seedier side of his work, but the urge to see him was terrible. "May I ask where he went?" "I had something I'd like to speak with him about." She adopted the sort of tone that implied serious but personal matters, something to do with the wedding, perhaps, or some other intimate conflict between betrothed partners. To his credit, Howard appeared to understand her meaning instantly. He looked extremely sorry as he said, "My apologies, Miss Clementine. He's in some other part of the valley. We've been getting letters from all over lately, and he means to take care of them all." "I see." Clementine's heart sank a bit. "Thank you anyway. Take care of yourself." She walked out and down the street, heading for her produce stall. The thoughts raced on an endless loop around her mind. Since when had Roger gone to make arrests in other jurisdictions? And where did he plan on hauling his catch? Surely not all the way back to the tiny jail in town. She shook her head slightly as she laid out her wares. The man was being stubborn, playing tough. He had been knocked down, and now he clearly felt the need to build himself back up. Though Clementine was positive his reputation couldn't have taken that large a hit. What was one lost wrestling bout in the grand scheme of things? "What are we going to do with him?" she asked Josephine. "Doesn't he know there's no need to play act around us? We'll accept him for who he is no matter what, won't we?" Josephine cooed cheerfully. Clementine kissed her, so thankful that she had been blessed with a sunny, relentlessly happy child who did not easily bend to the will of sadness. Roger could learn a thing or two from her, she thought. It was upsetting to think of him out there in the world, pretending to be something other than the sweet, loving, affectionate man she already knew him to be. The market was busy, but still awfully lonely for Clementine. She smiled at the women who came to fawn over her baby. She exchanged gardening tips with frazzled wives, and she duelled expertly with hagglers. Whenever a tall, dark man with a wide-brimmed hat approached from the street, her heart jumped with hope, but it was never the one she longed to see. As the rush began to slow, Clementine sat back on her stool and let herself pout a little. She didn't fully understand why Roger had decided to keep his distance so abruptly. Had Reed's little trick gotten that far underneath his skin? Clementine pressed her lips together. He could be so bull-headed. Still, if he needed space, she told herself, then she'd give it to him. She was not one to crowd a man or beg for his attention. But she missed Roger fiercely, and she wished he'd ease up and come home to the ranch. She'd been looking forward to the winding down of harvest, anticipating the extra time they would have to spend together. Her grudge against Reed seemed to intensify by the minute. He'd found ways to rob her of things he didn't even want. Her last ear of sweet corn sold just before noon, and Clementine packed up her things, stacking her empty baskets in the back of her cart. Just as she hopped up onto the bench behind her horse, a flurry of commotion caught her eye. Everyone had stopped to stare at a tall, fine-looking grey stallion high-stepping through the middle of the road. Astride its back sat none other than Reed Cook. His customary suit had been replaced with clothing more typical of Long Valley, though its quality was obviously at least as fine as his mount. The smile he flashed at bystanders was met with little more than awkward silence. Undaunted, Reed proceeded in the direction of the saloon. At the hitching posts, he dismounted with a flourish, tied his reins in a fancy knot around the post, and strode inside as if he had just bought the place. In his wake, a confused, uncomfortable stillness settled over the witnesses. Nobody knew what to do or say. Market patrons exchanged wordless glances. The first to speak was the cobbler, who had not stopped mending soles, even as he watched the goings-on. "That boy's fixing to get himself shot one day," he muttered. His coarse, gravelly voice broke the spell holding sway over his neighbours. Like sleepers waking from a dream, they resumed their lives, shaking off the odd aura Reed trailed behind him. Clementine drove home in a daze. The last thing she'd expected was to see Reed simply, freely mingling among the locals. He'd spent so long hiding out in whatever forsaken hovel he'd found, passing back and forth under Roger's nose. And once he had won, at least by his own estimation, he thought he suddenly had the right to claim a place in town. The nerve! Clementine's blood boiled, as she knew Rogers would once he learned that he'd missed Reed, or maybe the two of them would meet again in the saloon, or on the road leading in or out of town. She tried not to think too deeply about what would happen when they inevitably crossed paths once more. Perhaps harsh words would be spoken, and nothing else. But maybe there would be blood. She shuddered. Surely Roger was far too sensible for that kind of nonsense. At least, he had been before Reed stuck a gun in his face. What if he had changed? That thought concerned Clementine the most. What if the public humiliation visited upon him by his worst enemy had altered Roger in ways that might prove to be irreversible? It frightened Clementine to consider that he might not be acting after all. What would she do if it turned out that this was the real Roger, stony and unyielding, driven by his profession, implacable to all efforts to reason with him? Could she still stand at the altar and become his wife? "This isn't him," Clementine whispered. "This is what Reed's done to him." She whispered those two sentences over and over until they turned into a mantra. By the time she reached her ranch, she'd almost started to believe what she was saying. But then she entered the stark emptiness of her sitting room, looked at the big chair he had slept in not so long ago, and had to swallow the lump in her throat. The swell in her emotions was ridiculous and dramatic. He was not lost to her, not as Joseph was. She had no right to mourn him because he was riding around Long Valley cleaning up the riffraff. When he was ready, Roger would come back to her and he would be the same wonderful man he'd always been. Until then, Clementine just had to be patient. Chapter 32. When he heard that Reed Cook had waltzed shamelessly into town, Roger saw red. He hated that the defeat he'd suffered in front of the whole town had given his enemy the confidence to claim a stake in his home turf. The insult added to injury was almost more than he could bear as a sheriff and as a man. But the anger had a use. It made sure he wasn't idle. Day after day, he went farther afield. tracking down and rounding up the miscreants of the valley. Sometimes he'd bring one of the deputies along, but just as often, Roger rode alone. He was a man on a singular mission, devoted to cleaning up the mean streets of Long Valley, and he was very good at it. Slowly, all the jails within 50 miles filled up, caging over a dozen restless criminals in total. Roger made sure that every single one of those men received the punishment he had coming. His name began to work its way through the settlements of West Virginia. More than once, his targets were warned he was coming for them. Nonetheless, Roger always got his way. There were few things more satisfying than the feeling of hauling a guilty man away in shackles. Each arrest seemed to bring him one step closer to his dearest aspiration, which was catching Reed once and for all. Even as he watched order being restored to the valley, Roger allowed himself only the most fleeting moments of joy and pride. Reed's continuing freedom cast a pall over nearly everything he did. In the back of his mind, Roger thought of Cook constantly. Where was he now? What was he doing? Where would he go next? More than once, deputies Boyd and Lewis called Roger's diligence an obsession, and he acknowledged that the accusation had some merit. He lived and breathed for the man's lawful downfall, but he refused to apologize for his zeal. Reed had committed crimes Roger couldn't help but take personally. He had endangered the safety of the woman Roger loved. It was only natural for him to take a specific interest in bringing the scoundrel to justice. Soon the cases in other parts of West Virginia started to dry up as Roger apprehended a steady slew of perpetrators. His far-wandering feet found their way home earlier and more often. He began to familiarise himself once more with the four walls of his office. The desk was still there waiting for him, but now its surface stayed more or less clear. "You've done some darn good work, Roger," Boyd told him. "I've been here a long time, and I have to say I'm impressed. The valley hasn't been this clean and quiet since I was just a kid myself." "I've never seen it like this," Lewis chimed in. "Did you know I saw old widow McIntyre walking to church on her own the other morning? She hasn't even attempted such a thing in years. Always thought she'd get robbed halfway there." "Is that so?" Roger admittedly felt a rush of gratification from hearing such praise, even from colleagues who had never lost faith in him to begin with. He liked to know he was making a difference in the local community, despite the nagging sense of failure in the back of his head. Elderly women might be escorting themselves to church again, but somewhere Reed Cook was still walking free. And as far as Roger was concerned, that meant no one was truly safe yet. "Come on, Sheriff," Lewis was saying. "We wouldn't put you on about something like that. You can see it yourself. Little kids are running around outside without their ma watching them like a hawk. Rudy's falling asleep on duty at the general store." He clapped Roger on the shoulder. "The people won't forget what you've done for them." Mark my words. Having been burned by the fickle nature of gossip so recently, Roger was sceptical. But now that peace reigned over the rest of the valley, Reed stood as the only obstacle left in his way. And if Roger wanted to have any hope of catching him, he'd have to step out into the town of Long Valley once again. The thought didn't appeal to him, but he had already sworn not to allow his personal feelings to supersede his sense of duty any longer. To his surprise, Roger found the townspeople receptive, much more so than he expected. The first day he spent out on the streets at home was filled with many friendly greetings, handshakes, and tipped hats. The men made small talk about ranch life and the weather, and the young ladies had even gone back to fairly swooning at the sight of him. Deputy Boyd's sentiment was echoed more than once during these brief conversations. "We've never had a sheriff give a hoot near as much as you do. Me and the missus were thinking about selling our land and going out to the territories, but now we think we ought to stay." The praise and congratulations did much to raise Roger's spirits from the doldrums he'd been stuck in, but all it took to send him back down was one glimpse of the ruffian he was really after. Unfortunately, Roger quickly discovered that Reed had become quite the man about town in his absence. The flashy grey stallion was instantly infamous, and he saw it much more often than he liked. Reed's obvious favourite feature of Long Valley was the saloon, and he frequented it with the enthusiasm of a regular local. Many times, Roger walked past the place on his foot patrols, saw Reed's horse tied up to one of the posts outside, and had to fight back the urge to kick open the door and drag him out with his hands bound. There would be a ruckus, of course, but part of Roger felt the chaos would be worth it. He'd finally get to see this awful man face what was coming to him. But Roger was a good sheriff. Angry at what Reed had done, he still believed in the careful meting out of justice, even when it was inconvenient for him. And, as such, as long as he didn't catch Reed in the act of committing a crime, there could be no immensely satisfying arrest. Reed knew it too. He flaunted the knowledge in Roger's face. His jaunts into town became even more flamboyant and disruptive. Pretty soon, everyone knew when Reed had come to pay a visit to the Old Beer and Buzzard. He made sure his entrances and exits were impossible to miss. He also made sure to abide by the law, albeit occasionally by the loosest of threads. The complaints about him came rolling in day after day, but his actions always fell a hair short of any offence that would get him actually arrested. Men in West Virginia were allowed to be rude, coarse, and insulting. As long as they paid their dues at the end of the night, they could share or spurn at their discretion. The fact that Cook was proving himself to be a boorish rogue beneath a thin veneer of manners did not strike Roger as a worthy revelation. The one thing that worried him the most, sometimes enough to keep him awake at night, was the risk that Reed's newfound ego might cause him to take another crack at stealing Clementine's ranch out from under her. Roger could not afford to lose focus on the task at hand, which he knew would happen as soon as he laid eyes on his pretty wife-to-be. Although he yearned to go back to both her and her ranch, he regularly sent one of his deputies to check on her instead. "One at a time, boys," he instructed. "No need to cause her undue panic. I just want to make sure there's no sneaking around at night. Haven't seen Miss Clementine around in a while," Howard remarked. "Not since the morning she came looking for you." He paused. "How are things with the wedding?" Roger managed to smile and patted him on the back. "They're fine, son. Thank you for asking. Now get on out there and don't make mention of any nuptials if you see her. I'm afraid she'll get cold feet if anyone reminds her how long it's been." It was a joke, of course. There was no woman on earth more steadfast than his Clementine. He had every confidence that she would wait for him through the roughest storm, as long as he stayed true. But he missed her terribly, and with the rising levels of tranquility in town, sometimes he wondered if he had swung too far in the opposite direction, sacrificing the sweetest moments of their time together in order to bring down Reed. Roger shook his head. These thoughts were precisely the reason he needed to stay away from her ranch at the moment. His head had to stay clear, his mind sharp. If he needed forgiveness when it was all over, he could ask her for it then. Chapter 33. The reasons Clementine missed having Roger on the ranch seemed to double every day. He had been an exceptionally hard worker and a great animal handler. More than his expertise, though, she craved the warmth and comfort he brought into their home. Roger was a man who exuded strength and safety with every look of his keen blue eyes. The ranch felt empty and unguarded without him. She caught herself tensing up again at every little sound. Josephine's smiles and the flourishing colours in her front garden were the only things that brought Clementine true happiness. She realised only after Roger had left that she'd nearly forgotten what loneliness was like. Still, She kept busy, quietly chastising herself for indulging the intensity of her emotions. The man was but a few miles away, working hard at the job he was actually paid to do, and Clementine heard the results of his labour even from her ranch just outside of town. The ranch hands brought her news of emergent harmony and lifting morale among the citizens of Long Valley. "Not even a pickpocket to be seen," the foreman told her, his voice tinged with awe. "I don't know how he did it." The surge of pride that washed over Clementine for Roger's accomplishments was somewhat dampened by the constant mild melancholy due to his absence. In her heart, she understood things hadn't changed between them at all. His focus had shifted, but as soon as he took care of the problem known as Reed Cook, everything would go back to the way it was, and no one could deny that Reed was a problem. In the same breath that they sang Roger's praises, the boys related tales of Cook's antics, mostly in and around the saloon. "Never seen a man get so fall-down drunk without completely losing his mind," they said. "He must have made some type of deal with the devil. Only reason Farley doesn't kick him out is because he's a gambler." The foreman had shaken his head, downing the rest of his sweet tea in one gulp. "All those pick-up games of faro are driving drink sales through the roof." He chuckled grimly. "It's a shame is what it is. He'll undo all of the sheriff's work if he's not careful." Clementine was indignant. "Well, someone ought to tell him as much." She huffed, but she already knew no one would dare. In a rancher's town like Long Valley, getting banned from the saloon was akin to a curse or an exile. The patrons of the Beer and Buzzard were willing to put up with a lot if it meant they could still enjoy their carefree evenings. Thus, Reed continued to go unpunished. Each report Clementine heard about him was worse than the last. He fought with the men, though always just short of coming to blows that would end in arrest. He frightened the children and made the women nervous. He spent entirely too much time hanging around the likes of Silas Tucker and his ilk. As a guest of the valley, Reed was rapidly wearing out his welcome. Clementine half hoped he'd be ridden out in the middle of the night by an angry, pitchfork-wielding mob. He didn't deserve to reap the benefits of Roger's efforts, and certainly didn't merit the community's hospitality. At the same time, Roger would be devastated if Cook was sent out anyway, other than personally handcuffed by him. He had poured so much of his heart and soul into this pursuit. Clementine wanted Roger to get the last laugh, even if it meant waiting a little longer. She, however, couldn't wait to see him. Once or twice a week, she packed up little Josie on the cart and drove into Long Valley to run errands. No matter what else she had to do, there was always time for a stop at the sheriff's office. Deputy Boyd always greeted her with a smile. He was never without a kind word, and sometimes had a treat for Josie as well. If she was lucky, Roger would be working in the back office. Josephine's face lit up each time she saw him. It was there in that tiny office that Roger first heard the word she had learned to describe him. "Papa!" The first time it happened, Roger had nearly fallen out of his chair. Clementine had watched, mesmerised to see the frustrated strain on Roger's face melting away into pure love and happiness. He would have denied it, but she was sure she saw a few tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Ever the stoic lawman, he simply looked at her and said, "Well, that's something new." But the enormous grin gave his feelings away. She transferred the little girl into his arms and rested her head on his shoulder for a moment, soaking up the sensation of being a family. "She's been saying it a lot recently," Clementine informed him. "I do believe she's missing you." For an instant, Roger looked sad. He planted a tender kiss on Josie's forehead, smoothing down her growing waves of golden hair. "I miss her too." That visit had given Clementine hope that the trials they were facing as a couple might soon be over, but more often she now saw Roger as though he truly was a different man. The smiles she loved didn't reach all the way to his eyes, and he seemed utterly consumed by his fixation on Reed. The papers that used to clutter his desk had been replaced by a file that thickened every time she saw it. The cover page bore Reed's name and description. "He can't stay clean forever," Roger muttered, leafing through his pages of notes. They were all in his own handwriting, scrawled on both sides of the paper. Clementine saw records of where in town Reed had been sighted, what times he had been seen, and what he was doing. The depth of Roger's dedication was comforting, although she had concerns about his health during the long hours he had been working. There was no better man to be protecting the valley from the likes of Reed Cook. And if Roger viewed their marriage with half the passion he put into his duty to the law, Clementine knew that neither she nor Josephine would ever want for anything. "He might try," she ventured carefully, testing those waters. "Maybe he recognises he'd be a fool to throw away what he's managed to scrape together here." Roger stared pensively at a spot on the wall, considering the theory. At length, he shook his head slowly. "No, he'll run out of money eventually. No one's going to bankroll him for long, not when it's clear he can't pay it back." Clementine conceded the point. Even in the event that the angry mob never fully materialised, the town could simply starve him out. His behaviour certainly had been off-putting enough so far. "Do you think he'll ever leave on his own?" she suggested. Roger frowned. "I don't intend to let him." Clementine sighed softly. It was clear there would be no pushing back against her man's ironclad convictions, and she supposed she couldn't really blame him. She rose from her seat and gave him a smile. "All right, Roger. You just let me know when you're ready to come home and get married." "Soon." His response was startlingly immediate, and when he turned to her, his eyes had softened. "I promise you, Clem. Give me 1 more week to take care of Reed, and after that we'll be officially wed, whether he's free or not." An expression of remorse passed over Roger's countenance. "I've waited too long. I want you to be my bride more than I want Reed to pay for what he's done." Clementine's smile widened. As she looked at him, sitting there so serious and handsome, her thoughts from before came back into her head. His devotion had never been clearer, and she wanted to prove that her own feelings matched his. She went to the desk, leaned over it, and kissed him. The moment their lips touched, her heart fluttered madly in her chest. Her cheeks grew warm. Caught by surprise, Roger hesitated, but then he relaxed into the kiss. They stayed together for a long moment before Clementine drew back, still blushing madly. "I must admit, it's lovely to hear you say that," she told him, as nonchalantly as she could manage. She pretended her pulse wasn't still beating like a drum, gathered up her daughter, and stepped toward the door. "Next time, I'll bring you a little surprise. Something to take your mind off work." "I reckon you've already done that," Roger answered. He seemed a little stunned, but he certainly wasn't complaining. Clementine laughed as she left him, sitting dumbfounded in his chair. Her heart felt lighter than it had in days. Just having the promise of a wedding date made her feel much better about the whole thing. Never mind that it was only a week away. "What do you think?" she asked Josie, turning down the street toward the rest of the shops. "This is exciting, isn't it? Mama and Papa are finally getting married." The words caused her heart to jump a little. "I suppose that means you and I ought to make an appointment with the dressmaker." "Oh, you're going to look so precious." All at once, her solemn loneliness had been replaced with a bright swirl of enthusiasm and a burst of energy. There was so much to do, and Clementine knew she already had the perfect planning partner. "I think," she said to Josephine, "that perhaps Shirley would like to help." Chapter 34. The memory of that single kiss carried Roger through the next few days as he worked feverishly on a plan to corner and capture Reed. He took to timing his foot patrols so that he would be out while he knew Reed was in town, holed up in the saloon or carousing in the square. When he was drunk, which was often, Reed displayed a propensity for fighting, and Roger hoped this aggression might lead to an arrest. But Reed was wily. He had clearly become intimately familiar with the fine line between obnoxiousness and serious wrongdoing, and he loved to walk it as precariously as possible. Roger suspected that the games he ran in the saloon after dark might well be rigged, but none of the scouts he sent could prove it. Reed's arrogant smugness repulsed all who were unlucky enough to associate with him. He had soon turned from a foreign curiosity into something of a pariah. Those whose interest had been piqued by his newness pulled away upon discovering the flaws in his personality. Roger received reports that the out-of-towner often asked for money, citing a great need. At first, Roger tried to stay out of the saloon himself. The beer and buzzard had turned into Reed's den of cohorts, or at least those who could stand his grating company. But as the days wore on, without any opportunity to apprehend him, Roger resigned himself to the fact that he needed to meet Reed on his own territory. He wasn't happy about entering the place. In Roger's mind, it wasn't a good idea for a sheriff to be seen with denizens of the town's underbelly. No matter the circumstances, he hoped that if anyone spied him entering, leaving, or pulling up a stool to the bar inside, they'd have the good sense to reason out his true motives. At this point, sacrifices had to be made. Roger's patience was wearing thin. He had a wedding to look forward to. He chose a cool autumn night to make his first visit, walking casually up to the swinging doors. On his right, Reed's grey stallion stood at the hitching post where it had been waiting for most of the day. Its half-hooded eyes watched Roger go by. "Sorry, old boy," Roger muttered, reaching out to pat the animal on the flank. "I'm fixing to bring your master to jail." He noticed that the leathers adorning the beast's head and back were fraying at the seams, the buckles dull and unpolished. Perhaps the image Reed had been so careful to maintain in the beginning was finally starting to slip. Every eye in the barroom shifted to the entrance as Roger strode through the door. A hush fell over the modest crowd, except for the table in the darkest corner. Roger spotted Reed's blonde shock of hair right away, and promptly pretended he hadn't. No use playing the game if he was just going to give it away. "If it ain't the good Sheriff Wilson!" Farley, the barman, exclaimed. He plucked a clean glass from the shelf and placed it on the bar. "What'll it be, sir?" "Anything you'd like. On the house." "That's not necessary." Roger took a seat at an empty stool. "I'm a working man. I'll pay my way, just like anyone else." Farley waved a hand. "Don't bother. Business has been booming, my friend." "That's so." Roger smiled, glad to hear it. He shrugged his shoulders. "Give me the best of whatever you've got. I'll admit, I'm not a drinking man. I just like my beer to taste good." Truthfully, he rarely drank at all. Marianne had hated liquor of all kinds, and apart from a glass of wine now and then, Clementine preferred him completely sober too. Farley laughed, his belly shaking. "Can do, Sheriff." The amber drink he poured went right up to the rim of the glass. Froth spilled over and pooled on the surface of the counter. "That'll do you right." He stepped back to dole out some refills, and Roger saw his eyes dart toward the same dark corner Reed and his cronies currently occupied. "Say," Roger dropped his voice a little, "they're not giving you trouble, are they?" He expected a strenuous denial from a money-minded businessman like Farley. Big drinkers were rarely complained about. They weren't at the start. Farley frowned, and I guess they're still not, depending on what you call trouble. No brawls or anything like that. He hesitated. "Sounds like things have changed," Roger prompted. He nursed the beer sip by sip. It was cool and grassy on his tongue. It was just cards when he first showed up. Farley wiped a beefy arm across his forehead. Little stuff, see? And they was betting pennies a game. I didn't mind it. He scratched the back of his neck. That kind of stuff tends to draw the customers in, and as long as they're paying, who am I to complain? Sure. Roger liked Farley. He wanted to make certain the barkeep knew that the law wasn't there to punish him. Prior to Reed's arrival, the saloon in Long Valley had been as respectable as any of its other businesses. That's fair. You've got to make your coin somehow. Hearing the sheriff take his side, Farley relaxed. That's right. He grabbed up a towel and swiped it over the bar. We're not that sort of place, usually, but I looked the other way. He was new. I give everyone a chance. Yeah, he wasn't the nicest guy. Could have said please and thank you a little more, but it's not like he's the only one. Then, one day, he came in with a box under his arm. I only noticed because he sat down at that table he's at right now and whipped out a faro board. Farley held up his hands, the towel dangling from his fingers. You could have used my jaw to mop the blasted floor. Roger raised an eyebrow. He cast a glance over toward the table, but it was too crowded to see what its occupants were up to. All he knew was that Reed sat in the centre of the hubbub, hat crooked on his head, grinning. The clink of change on the tabletop cut above the bar's general din. "Did you talk to him?" Roger asked. Farley shook his head sheepishly. I couldn't believe he was just carrying a board around. But it looked pretty worn out to me, like maybe he'd got it for cheap, or it was handed down. Wasn't happy about it, as you might imagine, but I figured, what's the worst it could do? Maybe some real games would liven things up around here. He pressed his lips together. Be careful what you wish for. Roger nodded. I guess the games have gotten a little bigger. And a little rowdier. That's the part that worries me. Farley motioned with his head to the other side of the barroom, where the old regulars were congregating. A lot of the original crowd haven't taken kindly to their space, being invaded by some hotshot from who knows where. You think they'd like to put him in his place? Roger tried not to sound too pleased. He knew he'd enjoy nothing more than to see Reed suffer the same sort of defeat he had handed to Roger in the square. But that was a selfish, narrow-minded desire. He had more important things to be concerned with. I know they would. Apprehension crept into Farley's voice, and if he doesn't quit his clowning, I know they will. It'd be no skin off my back, except that it's brewing to explode in my saloon. Roger took another long sip of his beer. He closed his eyes, listening to the racket from Reed's side of the room. I wish I could help you tonight, he said to the barkeep. Right here, right now. But I won't lock Reed Cook up if there's even a chance the charges won't stick. The last thing anyone needs is him walking free with an even bigger chip on his shoulder than before. You're right about that, Farley agreed. But the minute you think this powder keg is about to blow, you send for me, even if it's just a bad feeling in your gut. If I want to put this guy away for good, I've got to see him acting wrong. We'd all be grateful for it, Farley muttered. He reached for Roger's newly empty glass. Want another? Make it half, Roger requested. I'd like to keep my wits about me while I've got that snake in my sights. Roger warmed his bar stool for a few hours more, drawing out the lifespan of his second-half beer. He wanted to see if his presence would cause Reed to act out and do something foolish. There were times that the games table grew loud and a bit rough. When a bout of yelling erupted at one point, Roger thought he might have found his chance. He held himself ready to leap up and arrest Reed at a moment's notice, but the burgeoning argument between two players fizzled out instead of escalating, and as he reached the bottom of his beer glass, Roger got up. He placed his money on the counter. Thanks for the drinks, Farley. Been a pleasure talking to you tonight. Likewise, Sheriff. I hope I see more of you around now that you've smoked out every lowlife in the state. He grinned. Bring Clementine in after your wedding and we'll have a proper party. Roger laughed. I'll run it by her. He turned away from the bar to leave, and his sweeping gaze caught Reed's for little more than a split second. A shiver ran down his spine. The man had been staring at him, his face stony and cold. Even after Roger stepped into the temperate night air, the chill of Reed's demeanour haunted him all the way home. Chapter 35. Clementine hoped that Roger's promise to wed her in a week would push Reed out of his mind a little, so he could pay more attention to happier things and to herself and Josie. She was never greedy for attention, but the more she saw of Roger working to get the best of Reed, the deeper her concern ran. He couldn't talk or think of anything but the lean, sharp-faced man who had attempted in vain to purchase her ranch. She wanted to support Roger in all his endeavours. Aside from Josephine, he was the most important figure in her life. Her dearest wish was to have him back in her world, devoted and loving, and ready to look toward the future. At the moment, however, Reed blocked the view, and Clementine resented that. She hated the feeling of having to compete with him for Roger's attention, but they were competing on two entirely different levels. There were plenty of things Clementine could provide that Reed simply could not. The smell of fresh-baked cornbread and butter preceded her into the sheriff's office one morning, wafting out from under the cloth covering the baking dish. She balanced Josephine in the crook of her other arm. It was so early that Deputies Boyd and Lewis hadn't turned up yet. Roger had eased up on their work duties for a time to give them a break. Clementine wished he'd extend some of the same kindness to himself. He was there when they weren't, poring over his book of notes. She was half convinced that the delicious smell of baked goods was the only thing that made him look up. Good morning, Roger. She set the baking dish down on the side of his desk. I thought I'd bring you some breakfast. Josie and I were awake a little early today. Roger's face lit up upon seeing what was in the dish. Thank you, darling. How'd you know this is my favourite? She giggled. Anything I make is your favourite, and we both know it. That's true. He took her hand and pulled her closer to the desk so he could lean up from his chair and kiss her. Listen, Clem. I know I haven't been the best groom for you, or the man you need me to be, and I want to apologise for that. I let my pride get ahead of me. Clementine smiled a little. She ruffled Roger's dark hair. Honey, we all know Reed Cook is a cheater through and through by now. There's not a soul in this town who doesn't believe he pulled that gun on you because he had to avoid losing that fight. He just didn't want you to get back up. She squeezed his shoulder. So, don't fret about it. You won that match, as far as anyone who isn't Reed himself is concerned. Roger glanced at her, and then he laughed. Well, I'll admit, it does make me feel better to hear it, although I think you might be a biased witness. But even so, Reed still isn't where he should be, and I'm the only one who can be expected to put him there. Clementine cut him a piece of cornbread slathered in butter. Yes, I know. I just needed to make sure you understand that I'm here to take care of you, just as much as you take care of me. Reed is loathsome, and he deserves everything he's got coming to him. That doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves and have a lovely wedding. She leaned down and brushed her lips against his cheek. I don't mean to overstep my bounds, Roger. But I'm holding you to that week, no matter what. Yes, Ma'am. Roger stole one more sweet kiss before Clementine left the office. She always felt like she was floating after seeing Roger and soaking up some of his love. It was so reassuring to know that the man she'd fallen for was still in there. She just had to peel away some of the layers of serious dedication to the law in order to find him again. Comforted that perhaps Roger would be all right with some good food in his stomach and a dose of her affection to keep him going, Clementine trained her focus on the next big part of her day. Shirley had gladly agreed to accompany her to the dressmaker to be fitted for her wedding dress, and they were due to meet very soon. In fact, she spotted Shirley's little wagon trundling into town as she exited Roger's building. Her neighbour waved from the driver's seat. "Good morning, Clem." Shirley was bursting with excitement and energy, her face absolutely glowing. Clementine felt herself glowing back. Her friend was just the spark she needed. "Thank you so much for coming." The two women embraced and started immediately for the dressmakers. With every step, the butterflies in Clementine's stomach multiplied. It was strange, she thought, to be so nervous over a dress. Shirley grasped her hand warmly. "Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world, sweetheart." "Don't you worry, I'll be right here." A confusing mix of emotions swelled in Clementine's chest even before she walked through the door of the shop. She had sudden, vivid memories of doing this once in the past. On a day that seemed impossibly long ago, Clementine had been so young, so thrilled that the life she dreamed of was well within her grasp. Wait. She stopped and took a deep breath. "I need a moment." "Of course, honey." Shirley held Clementine's hand in both of hers, her eyes full of sympathy. "Take however long you need. The shop isn't going anywhere. I don't know what I would have done without you, Shirley. Today, or any day." The gratitude and love she felt for the kindly neighbour who had taken a lost young widow under her wing was overwhelming. Clementine hugged her tightly one more time. "You are just the sweetest thing," Shirley said fondly. She stroked Clementine's hair. "And don't you think anything of it, you hear? I never could have a daughter of my own. I'm sure that's why the Lord made you come along." Shirley smiled and touched Clementine's cheek. "Let's go in. Maggie is waiting." "Hello, hello!" Sure enough, Maggie's bright, boisterous voice greeted them the second the door swung inward. "It's wonderful to see you, Clementine. And for a wedding, you must be over the moon." "Thank you. It's very exciting." Clementine just kept smiling. There was certainly a part of her that danced with happiness, revelling in her good fortune after such an extended period of sorrow. She chose to devote all of her energy to these positive feelings, clinging to them as Maggie showed her dress after beautiful dress. How giddy she had been as a 17-year-old, dreaming of the way her wedding dress would look. She'd spent hours imagining Joseph's reaction when he saw her in it for the first time. And here she was, 5 years later, doing it all over again for a new man. Her younger self would have been so heartbroken, but her younger self just wouldn't have understood. "This is one of my favourites," Maggie enthused, spreading the soft, ethereal skirt of a pale blue dress. "A little fancy, perhaps, but you are getting married." "To Roger Wilson, no less," Shirley added with a wink. "She couldn't have made a finer choice, in my opinion." "Shirley!" Clementine had to put her sad memories away and laugh. "What am I going to do with you?" "I can't take you anywhere." "He is rather strapping," Maggie agreed. Her playful smirk was teasing. How would he feel about this colour? Clementine thought of Roger, so strong and often silent, doggedly following Reed Cook's trail. He was probably still sitting exactly as she had left him, his file open on the desk. "I'm not sure," she admitted. "He'll love it." Again, Shirley jumped in to rescue her. He is completely smitten with Clementine, and who can blame him? That is quite enough of that. Clementine blushed fiercely. "May I try the dress on, Maggie?" "Certainly." Maggie led her customers over to a curtained fitting area, behind which she and Shirley set about transforming Clementine into a bride. A large, full-length mirror occupied one wall. Clementine glanced at her reflection and hurriedly looked away. She was trying not to wonder what Joseph might have thought of this pretty blue dress, had he seen her walking toward him in it. The full skirt flounced slightly as it fell below her knees. She thought that would have made him laugh. "There we are," Maggie announced. "What do you think, Clem?" Slowly, Clementine raised her eyes to the glass in front of her. She looked at herself for a long moment. It was a beautiful piece of clothing, perfect for her simple country wedding. She loved it. And she was also horribly sad. "It's lovely," she whispered. She meant to ask if she could buy it, but instead, she burst into tears. Behind her, Shirley whispered something to Maggie, who tactfully slipped through the curtain. Clementine wrapped her arms about herself, sobbing her heart out. The pain was raw and breathtaking, just as it had been on the day Joseph died. At last, Shirley stepped forward, tipped her chin up, and looked her in the eye. She smiled sadly. "You're doing the best you can, sweetheart. Take your time. Be good to yourself." "I just realised." Clementine wiped her eyes. "Joseph is really gone, isn't he? He's gone, and I'm going to marry Roger." "Yes." Shirley held her hand. "Yes, you are. And you're going to be so darn happy, you won't know what to do." Clementine sniffled. She took another look at the two women in the mirror, standing side by side for the second time. Her heart ached terribly, but it soared as well. 2 years ago, she wasn't able to picture what another future might look like. That day, in Maggie's shop, Clementine looked her new future in the eye. She let her smile widen, even as tears still dried on her cheeks. "I think I'm ready." Shirley hugged her. "I think so too." Chapter 36. The day of Roger and Clementine's wedding dawned bright and clear blue. Unable to sleep, Roger watched the sunrise from the front porch of the sheriff's residence. It was his last night in the charming old house, and he'd barely gotten any rest. The fact that he'd been married to Clementine in a matter of hours was thrilling and nerve-wracking in equal measure. As the sun crept over the horizon, Roger washed up, dressed himself in his best clothes, combed his hair, dusted off his hat, and set off toward the church on foot. Something about the street looked different, but it wasn't until he had reached the main thoroughfare that he realised there was bunting strung up in storefronts and flowers decorating the fences and posts. A simple hand-painted banner had been tied over the general store, offering congratulations to the newlyweds. Roger couldn't help smiling. He was a lucky man in a lot of ways. Lucky to serve such a caring community, and lucky to have the most beautiful bride in the world. But his beautiful bride hadn't yet arrived. Roger glanced at the town clock and saw that restlessness had made him arrive early. The church doors stood open, decked with pretty white ribbons and a simple wreath. It wasn't much, but Roger appreciated the gesture. On his way up to the chapel entrance, the pastor came out to greet him. "Sheriff Wilson! It is both my joy and my pleasure to see you this morning." The old man's kind eyes crinkled into a beaming smile. "Truly, I couldn't imagine a more blessed occasion." He looked Roger up and down like a proud father contemplating his son. "Clementine will be a wonderful wife, I know it, but it is up to you to make sure that she is happy." Roger nodded. "Thank you, Pastor. And thank you for—" He gestured to the decorations. "All this. I couldn't have asked for more." "Nonsense." The pastor waved his hand. "In comparison with what you've done for the people of this humble town, a few simple touches are poor recompense." With one last shake of Roger's hand, Pastor Smith excused himself to finish preparing for the ceremony. Roger went inside and stood at the head of the centre aisle. He watched as the pews gradually began to fill with his friends and neighbours, milling together, talking and laughing. The cheer in the air was palpable and infectious. As nervous as he was, Roger couldn't keep the grin off his face. The moment of Clementine's arrival approached, and nerves gave way to excitement and anticipation. But Clementine wasn't there. No horse and cart approached down the road. In the pews, the townsfolk began looking around, murmuring to each other. They cast worried glances up at Roger, who pretended not to worry but couldn't keep his brow from furrowing. Clementine had a baby at home and a whole ranch to run. There were 1,000 things that could be making her late. To her own wedding, though. It wasn't long before doubts tugged at the back of Roger's mind. He shifted his weight, wondering if he shouldn't go and look for her just to make sure everything was all right. His eyes swept the congregation, and he realised one other face was missing from the crowd. Shirley was nowhere to be seen. A few minutes ticked by, and then a few more. The murmurs increased. People were starting to look uncomfortable. Roger kept staring at the clock. Just when he'd decided to throw caution to the wind and find his bride, someone looking out the front of the church raised a frantic cry. "Look there! Someone's coming!" Roger dashed to the doorway. He recognised Shirley's flying auburn curls before he even saw her face. She was bareback, astride one of the horses from the ranch. The sight was incongruous, worrying in itself. Both mount and rider were red in the face. Out of breath, he was at her side the moment she dismounted. "Oh, Roger! That horrible man has kidnapped Josephine." Roger didn't wait for the rest of the story. In one swift movement, he leapt on the horse himself. "Stay here," he told Shirley. Before she could muster an answer, he was off, kicking up clouds of dust. He found Clementine inside the house, pulling the place apart. She whipped around as he came up behind her. Her eyes were wide with fear and agony. "Roger!" Reed Cook came and took Josie. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "He took my baby." One trembling hand extended toward him. He took a note from her fingers. The message was scrawled quickly in an untidy hand. "Bring the deed and you can have your daughter. Don't delay if you want to see her again." Below the script was a poorly drawn map, marked with a couple of landmarks for orientation, and underneath that, Reed Cook had signed his name. It was clear that he felt no shame whatsoever. Perhaps he even felt some pride in successfully pulling off his little operation. Roger glanced from the note to his distraught bride, and his blood boiled. Tenderly, he wrapped his arms around Clementine. She resisted at first, but then gave in and leaned against him. The weak cry of despair that rose from her lips tore at Roger's heart. "I know, darling. We'll find them both. We'll get Josephine back, I promise." What if he hurts her? She grabbed at the front of Roger's shirt, pressing her forehead against him. "Oh, Lord, not my precious baby." An abhorrent thought, but anything was possible. He took Clementine's face in his hands and made her look him in the eye. "Listen to me, Clem. Take some deep breaths. Wipe your tears. I swear to you I will not let this criminal hurt a hair on Josie's head. But I need you to trust me, because she'll be safer if you let me go alone. I'll take you to Shirley at the church." "I could just give him the deed," she said softly. "If the ranch is all he wants, then we could rebuild somewhere else. There's a lot of land around the valley. We could take our ranch hands and go find someplace new." Her voice quavered as she spoke. "Nothing is worth endangering my child, Roger." "I know." He stroked his thumb along her cheek. "But I'm not going to let him get away with this. No need to give everything away just because he's making demands. He did not personally believe for a moment that Reed possessed the wherewithal to hurt a small child, but there was no way to know for sure. It wasn't the sort of thing that he wanted to test out. Come back to town, and I'll take a posse and see if we can find him. If this doesn't have to end badly for anyone, I'd rather it didn't. Clementine looked doubtful and terrified, but she swallowed hard and nodded her head. As Roger led her out to the porch, the sound of horse hooves coming up the lane stopped them both in their tracks. Gun half drawn, he realised the search party had come to him. Deputy Boyd and Deputy Lewis pulled their horses to a stop. They were flanked by some of the other ranchers, who had left the abandoned wedding ceremony to see if they could help. "Tell us what you need, Sheriff," Boyd declared, "and we will get it done." All of the men solemnly agreed. Roger glanced at Clementine. She was pale and unsteady on her feet. The pale blue dress she wore, an unusual colour for her, stood in stark odds with her panicked demeanour. She clung to Roger's arm. "See if you can sniff out where our friend Reed Cook is hiding. He and I have a bone to pick." Roger had intended to go after Reed himself, but Clementine was obviously too fragile to be left alone at the ranch. For now, he'd have to leave the legwork to his men. "You got it!" Boyd turned to the posse. "About face, boys! We're going hunting!" The group thundered back to the road, their hoofbeats fading as Roger helped Clementine into the cart. "This is taking too long!" she protested. "Roger, please! We have to find Josephine." "We will," he promised again. "Just let me take care of you right now. Boyd and Lewis are good men. If anyone can root out this snake in the grass, they can." His bride would not be consoled. She sobbed all the way to the door of the church, and then into Shirley's arms. Her neighbours pulled in protectively around her. "Go on, Sheriff," the pastor told him gravely. "Do what you need to do. We'll tend to her." "Thank you." He kissed Clementine's hand. "I'll come back, darling. And I'll have Josie with me when I do." The look she gave him was full of desperation. Her pleading eyes were all he could see as he rode out to meet the search party. Chapter 37. The world was a blur around her. Clementine barely registered the drive to town or the walk into the church. All she could focus on was the aching emptiness of her arms and the silence that should have been filled with Josie's voice. Instead of laughing as the little girl yelled, "Papa!" to Roger on their wedding day, Clementine cried until she ran out of tears. And then, somehow, she found the reserve to cry even more. But as they had done previously in times of great tragedy, the people of Long Valley lifted her up, bolstering her against the storm. She was offered water and had cool compresses applied to her face. The women sat down around her and began their ritual of soothingly harmless chatter. Clementine didn't hear them. She sat, each hand held by a friend, staring out the open door of the church. Roger had left only moments ago, and as time continued to pass, the knot in her stomach drew ever tighter. The longer he was gone, the worse the news would be when he returned. She was sure of it. Maybe Reed intended to abscond with little Josie and sell her to some wanting family out west. Clementine choked back a fresh wave of tears. She dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, sucked in her breath, and tried to stay strong. All of her memories of Josephine flooded her mind's eye. How could she live if she never got to see her beloved angel again? It was more than she could bear. Suddenly, a shout jerked her out of her reverie. She straightened in her chair, heart hammering. The posse was on its way back, but she didn't see Roger among the riders. Despite the women's best efforts to contain her, Clementine jumped to her feet and rushed to the two deputies. "What's going on? Have you found her?" Deputy Boyd rested his hands on her shoulders. "I'm sorry, Miss Clementine. We don't have her yet, but the sheriff has a plan. Turning to the crowd, he raised his voice. "Where's the postmaster?" After that, everything happened in a whirlwind of confusion and activity. Clementine was ushered back to a pew, for fear that she might simply become overwhelmed and faint on the spot. She strained to hear what the men were discussing. The postmaster was given paper and pen, and someone brought in the ledger from his office. He flipped to a page near the back and bent over his blank sheet. At last, Clementine was able to make eye contact with Deputy Lewis. Frantically, she motioned him toward her. "Please tell me what's happening. Where is Roger?" "Sheriff Wilson's waiting to go and meet Reed," Lewis answered. He saw more panic start to wash over her and quickly added, "Not to worry. He won't be giving him the deed. Not the real one, anyway." Gesturing to the postmaster, hard at work, he said, "We were told to whip up a fake and bring it back." "Oh," Clementine blinked. "Does he think it will work?" "He's sure of it, ma'am." Lewis offered a confident smile. "We'll draw the rascal in by pretending to do what he wants, and then Roger will put the chains on him. You'll have your baby back in no time." "I hope you're right," Clementine said softly. Yet another lump threatened to close her throat, and she put her face in her hands. Deputy Lewis gave her a somewhat awkward pat on the shoulder and rejoined the others around the table where the postmaster worked. "How are you doing, Clementine?" Shirley sat down beside her friend, wrapping one arm around her. "Is there anything you need?" "I just miss my baby," Clementine cried. "I miss her, and I'm so scared." She took a deep, shaky breath. "We've already lost so much." All Shirley could do was sit beside Clementine and hold her. "It will be all right," she murmured. "Roger can save her. Everything will be all right." Clementine couldn't take her eyes off the cluster of men around the postmaster. His pen worked at an amazing rate, scratching back and forth across the paper. Every now and then, Deputy Boyd looked down at the copy and nodded approvingly. Those small signs of positivity gave Clementine the barest shreds of hope. She had to believe that Roger's strategy, tenuous as it sounded, would go off without a hitch. It was either that or sink into the depths of despair. Poor little Josephine had already lost her home and her mother, so much loss in her short life. Clementine's heart broke to think of the baby struggling to adapt somewhere else and calling another woman Mama. Her whole chest ached as if she had been struck or stepped on. "I have to go," she blurted out suddenly, getting to her feet. Shirley gazed up at her, puzzled. "What do you mean, honey?" "Go where?" "I have to go with Roger to the meeting place." Now that she had some sort of plan, sorrow was replaced by grim determination. Whether or not the plan was any good didn't matter to Clementine. She would happily risk her life for Josephine's sake. She would do what she needed to. "Now, you're just talking wild," Shirley said, a little nervously. "Sit back down next to me, sweet pea." She tugged encouragingly on Clementine's hand, but Clementine's mind was already made up. "I'm sorry, Shirley. I don't want you to worry about me. I just can't stand by and do nothing while my daughter is in danger. I have to know she's all right." At the same time as the postmaster lifted his copy of the deed off the table, Clementine pulled her hand from Shirley's grasp and started toward the church door. "Clementine, wait!" Shirley stood up, reaching out to her, but when Clementine glanced back, she had clasped both her hands to her chest and was regarding her with eyes full of concerned admiration and tears. "Oh, what am I saying? I can't stop you." She smiled wanly. "All I can say is, there better not be a scratch on any one of you when you get back. You hear me, Clem? Not a scratch." "Yes, Shirley." If she had time, Clementine would have run back and embraced her neighbour. "Thank you so much." Then she turned and ran, hitching up the skirts of her wedding dress. Clementine ran like the wind. She quickly managed to overtake a few of the posse riders headed for their horses. All they saw was a flash of blue streaming by, and then she vaulted herself nimbly into an empty saddle. The horse snorted and shied. "Hey, whoa!" The rancher, whose mount she'd usurped, frowned up at her, shading his eyes from the sun. "What are you doing, Clem? You got to stay in the church where it's safe." She shook her head. "Sorry, boys. I'm that baby's mama, and she needs me more than anyone." She didn't look back as she tore down the road. The only thought in her mind was of Roger and Josephine. Clementine! For the second time in 5 minutes, she heard someone at her back calling her name. This time it was Deputy Boyd. He rode like a highwayman to catch up to her, leaning low over his horse's neck. Clementine urged her mount to stay ahead, but the old bay was stubborn and tired. Boyd gained ground fast. "Hear me out," he said as he drew even with her. "I'm not here to stop you. Just listen. Roger will lose his darned mind if he sees you about to confront Reed. He might well call the whole thing off or wait until you're out of danger. We can't afford that kind of extra uncertainty. The time we've taken to forge this deed is reckless enough." Clementine's breath caught in her throat. She could not live with herself, knowing anything she had done might endanger her baby further. Yet her resolve stood strong. "You said you weren't here to stop me." "I'm not. Just hang back," Boyd advised. "Let us go first. I'm not going to make you give Robbie back his horse. He can cool his heels for as long as you need him to, but let us get this train rolling. It's the only way this will work." Clementine eyed him warily. She hated the notion that anyone might try to stop her from reaching Josie. Nonetheless, she knew Roger well enough to see the deputy's point. The direness of the situation might ultimately force his hand, but it would be foolish to toy with his iron sense of righteousness under these circumstances. She tugged on the reins until her horse began backing up. "Go on then, but you better be quick about it. I can only wait so long." "Thank you, Miss Clementine. This is the wisest way." Boyd motioned for his posse to follow, and she watched them ride by, touching the brims of their hats as they passed. The seconds counted down in her head. Clementine gave them a full 5-minute head start, which was almost more than she could stand. Then she dug her heels into the old bay's flank and followed after. Chapter 38. He had never been so anxious in the saddle. Every few seconds, Roger twisted around on the back of his mount to see if his men were on their way back. The preparation stage of his plan felt like it was taking too much time. He'd known from the outset that they could be cutting things very close, depending on Reed's levels of patience. Then again, how complicated did the false deed really need to be? Again, Roger checked for signs of his comrades. There were none, and he forced himself to breathe deep and clear his mind. The son of a miner might not know much about how to distinguish a fake document from a real one, but then again, he might. Roger recalled the vagrant by the train station, telling him how rich Reed's father had been. Maybe Reed was more familiar with this sort of paperwork than anyone knew, but there was no point in second-guessing the plan now, not when the postmaster had doubtless already begun the task of forgery. Roger felt a little guilty about forcing an upstanding Long Valley citizen to help him commit fraud, but if everything went right, no one would ever see the bad deed apart from them and Reed. It was a clear case of the end justifying the means. He looked down at the note still half crumpled in his hand and smoothed it out over the pommel of his saddle. The location indicated on the map was a vacant field 1/2 mile out of town in the opposite direction from Clementine's ranch. If Reed had nabbed Josephine minutes before Shirley came roaring into town with the news, then he would likely have been in transit. while Roger was rushing to be by Clementine's side. By the time the search party had gone out, he was already waiting at the spot. Roger glanced at the sun, gauging its position in the sky. The feeling that time was running out made him feel a weight on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He wanted to head straight for where Reed was lurking, but he needed the deed. Then the drum of hoofbeats met his ears, distant at first. Boyd led the herd, his arm extended toward Roger. The deed stuck out from his fist. "We got it!" Boyd called. "It's good! Get out of here!" Roger snatched the paper from his deputy's hand and spurred his horse into an instant gallop. He was not too far from the empty field, but every minute was precious. The edges of the rolled-up deed rattled in the wind. Suddenly, another sound cut above the rush of air. Roger's heart almost stopped when he realised what he was listening to. The squalling of a baby. Relief and anger fought for dominance in his chest. The nerve of this petty crook, to resort to abducting a child. If he hadn't been the sheriff, he would have taken care of justice himself, at the end of a pistol. He rounded a bend at breakneck speed and caught sight of two figures on horseback in the overgrown grass. The taller horse was Reed's grey stallion, the shorter a sleepy-eyed, stub-eared paint favoured by the mailman, Silas Tucker. Roger couldn't help noting that Cook sat strangely, almost as if he was in pain. The sound of Josephine's cries rose to a piercing volume. "There you are!" Reed's outburst reeked of exasperation. "What the devil took you so long, Wilson? We've been waiting out here with her forever." He was clearly discomfited by the proximity of a screaming child, and Roger could tell he wanted nothing more than to be rid of her. "The deed was well hidden," Roger replied. "I'm sure Silas could have told you that." Silas shrugged and nodded, to Reed's visible disdain. For some reason Roger wasn't quite able to pinpoint. Silas's presence reassured him in a strange way. Perhaps it was the odd mix of concern and empathy in the young man's expression as he eyed the bawling baby. Whatever questions remained about Reed's character, Roger knew Silas would not be able to harm Josephine. He was a thief and a liar. He was not a murderer. Reed shook his head impatiently. "No matter. I don't have time to spend jawing with you. Hand it over." "What?" Roger feigned ignorance. "This." His confidence had increased tenfold once he confirmed that Josephine was alive and well, if upset. He held up the paper. Yes, hurry up." Reed looked almost fearfully down at the little girl in his arms. "I'd hate to keep her any longer than is absolutely necessary. The brat's made my life a living hell since I got her." "Seems like a fair punishment for taking what doesn't belong to you," Roger retorted. Reed motioned to Silas, who proceeded forward expectantly, but Roger held the deed back. "If I'm not mistaken," he said, "this is an exchange. That means you give me the girl, and then you get the paper." Reed narrowed his eyes down to slits. "Are you trying to trick me, Sheriff?" "If you don't give me the baby, I don't give you the deed," Roger declared firmly, but the hair on the back of his neck was standing on end. Tension grew thick as fog in the autumn air between them. Reed opened his mouth and let out a howl of pain. Baby Josephine, seeking a new way to display her displeasure, had reached up and seized his long, sharp nose in her little fist. She clamped down as hard as she could, twisting it side to side. "You what?" Roger laughed in spite of himself. "I didn't quite catch the rest of that." "Fine." Reed's eyes watered. "Take her. Get this awful creature away from me." Mildly bemused, Silas turned back and took Josephine into his arms. He tried to quiet her, but she would not have it. In order to preserve the safety of his own nose, Silas made the trade-off rather quickly. He grinned like a madman, as soon as the deed was in his dirty hand. Josephine stopped crying immediately. She looked up at Roger through her huge blue eyes, and a smile bloomed across her face. "Ah, Papa." "Hi there, sweet pea." Roger cradled her in his arms, an enormous weight lifted off his chest. To the two men, he said, "Thank you, gentlemen." With that, he turned to go. "That's it?" Reed's aura of smug arrogance was interrupted by his surprise. He smirked. "Never in my life did I think the great Sheriff Wilson of Long Valley would roll over like a dog. I should be thanking you." "I wouldn't do that just yet." Roger answered. "All you asked for was the deed. You didn't say it had to be the real one." A beat of dead silence passed. "What do you mean?" The dawning anger in Reed's tone said he knew exactly what Roger meant. The question was followed by the distinct click of a cocking gun. Roger, following the lead he'd seen from Clementine so many times, slid Josephine into the fabric sling across his back as he faced Reed once and for all. The gun pointing at his chest was the same one he had stared down weeks ago in the square. Roger didn't have to be told that there was no joke this time around. Undaunted, he smiled. "What a shame! I was willing to let you go for now, since you were kind enough to release my child. But now you've gone and threatened her at gunpoint." Reed sneered. His lips curled at the corners. "Do your worst, lawman," he snarled. "I'm not afraid of the likes of you." "Not yet," Roger said. His gaze darkened from clear blue skies to storm clouds. "You will be." Chapter 39. Clementine crouched in the grass at the edge of the vacant field. She felt as though she might faint. Every now and then, she got up the courage to creep a little closer and get a better view of the scene playing out in front of her. The cries of her baby were music to her ears. It took every last ounce of Clementine's restraint not to spring up out of hiding and snatch her away from Reed. The way he looked at Josephine, the way he talked about her, made her skin crawl. She'd never been prouder of that little girl than after her attempt to pull Reed's nose from his face. Roger, for his part, remained the picture of calm, although she could tell he was apprehensive. She held her breath while the exchange was made and wept silently with relief and joy at the sight of Josephine in Roger's arms. The euphoria didn't last long, however. In the blink of an eye, things changed completely. Clementine had to cover her mouth with her hands to keep from gasping. Her eyes were glued to the gun Reed brandished at Roger. She had no doubt it was loaded, and that he would fire if he thought it necessary. Her heart sank all the way into the pit of her stomach. Roger had Josephine on his back. How Roger managed to stay so tranquil, she couldn't imagine. Maintaining unbroken eye contact with Reed, he slipped one hand into his pocket. They were talking, but the words went in one of Clementine's ears and out the other. She wished so badly that she could catch a glimpse of Josephine's face. The abrupt crack of a gunshot nearly scared her out of her skin. On instinct, Clementine leapt backward, at the same time that a startled Josie began to cry again. The acrid smell of gun smoke hung briefly in the air before it was swept away by the fall breeze. Shocked, she looked at the men on horseback. Roger sat still as ever in the exact same position. His face was expressionless, completely flat. Reed Cook, on the other hand, wore a pale mask of horror that rapidly drained of colour as Clementine watched. A large red patch had begun to seep through the leg of his pants. "You son of a..." Reed trailed off as if he was in a daze. He began to slide off the side of his stallion, and Clementine thought he might try to run away, but his hurt leg crumbled instantly upon contact with the ground. He grimaced in pain. "I'm not sure if that was my worst," Roger commented nonchalantly. "The only thing I could have done better is aim higher up." He dismounted much more gracefully than his opponent and strolled over to where he lay. As Roger advanced, Silas Tucker wheeled his little paint pony around and lit out for the hills. "Tucker!" Reed bawled after him. He received no response. Blast it all. I should have known he'd stay worthless. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Roger leaned down, grabbed the grifter by the arm, and hauled him upright. "Odds are you'll be seeing him again." With Reed twisting in his grasp, he leaned down to peer at the wound in his leg. "You're lucky that was a cleaner shot than I thought. When you started bleeding, I figured there was half a chance you'd be gone before you hit the ground." "What's the point of this?" Reed snapped, gritting his teeth in between words. "You got what you wanted. Your foolish little ruse worked better than I'd like to admit." He glared at Roger. "Just turn me loose and save us both the trouble. I'll clear out as soon as I can walk." Roger pretended to consider the deal, then shook his head. "I don't think so, Cook. May I remind you that you pointed a loaded weapon at a sheriff holding a baby, or have you forgotten that already? That's exactly the sort of thing that lands men in jail." He took a long loop of rope off his belt, turned Reed around, and trussed him up like a Christmas turkey. Only after he had been securely bound around his arms and torso did Roger add shackles to his legs. "Now you sit right there," the sheriff said. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and released a shrill whistle. "We're taking a little detour before you move into your new digs." Reed sat sullen and silent, even as the deputies arrived to take custody of him. He glowered at Boyd and Lewis, but the effect was like that of a snake without its fangs. They treated him more or less like an ambulatory sack of feed. The loose end of the rope was tied to the back of Boyd's saddle. "How fast can you walk, Mr. Cook?" Boyd asked jovially. "Ask your sheriff," Reed grumbled. "He's the one who hobbled me." Boyd was unperturbed. "Well, good for him. Maybe next time you'll do better to get out of the way." He checked the knot on the rope and gave it a firm tug. "I hope you're ready for a jaunt, Reed. It's all right if you can't keep up. These horses have plenty of experience dragging ploughs." He mounted up and spurred his horse into a slow trot. Reed remained defiant until the instant he realised that the deputy wasn't bluffing after all. Groaning, he lurched into a lopsided, limping gait. For anyone else, Clementine would have felt pity. For Reed Cook, she felt nothing at all. Roger had stayed behind to handle Reed's abandoned horse. He was fashioning a lead out of some leftover rope when Clementine broke out of her hiding place in the tall grass. "Mama!" Josie shouted. Roger looked around, clearly confused. At the sight of his bride running toward him in her wedding dress, he raised his eyebrows. "Should have known you'd find a way to get here on your own," he said. "You look beautiful in your dress, by the by." With gentle hands, he took Josephine down from her sling and placed her in Clementine's arms. Clementine burst into a brand new torrent of tears. She had already spent the vast majority of the day crying, but this bout was cleansing rather than painful. As she sobbed out the last of the most intense emotions she had ever felt, she reached out for Roger with her free hand. The 3 of them stood there embracing under the sapphire autumn sky, while Reed's grey stallion looked on. "You saved her." Clementine finally gazed up at Roger, her eyes full of adoration. "Thank you for everything." One final tear tracked down the soft plane of her cheek. He wiped it away. "I'll always be right where I am now, Clementine, close by your side." Clementine smiled. She lifted her arm and wrapped it around his neck. "I hope you never, ever leave." Roger hugged her back. "I won't. And if you'd like me to prove it, we can mosey on back to the church whenever you're ready. I hear they've got it all set up for a wedding, and you're already wearing the dress." "I would love that," she responded softly. He was the most perfect man alive, half silhouetted with his back against the sun. even the sooty hole in his pocket, made by the bullet that felled Reed Cook, seemed as though it was meant to be there. "Just as much as I love you, Roger." He grinned. "Let's go, gorgeous. I can't wait for you to be my wife." The couple re-entered Long Valley to minor fanfare. Most of the wedding guests filtered out of the church, lured by the promise of an even greater spectacle. Deputy Boyd waited at the bottom of the main street, with an ashen-faced Reed in tow. The crook was favouring his bum leg, like a lame horse now. Beads of sweat stood out on his sallow skin. "Hey there, Sheriff," Boyd called. "Lewis and I had a thought that we might throw a little parade in honour of your holy matrimony. Thought maybe our friend Cook here might want to lead it. What do you think?" Clementine glanced at the man who had tried to terrorise her and buy out her land. He appeared to have shrunk on the half-mile walk back into town, his shoulders hunched forward. He did not meet her gaze, although she was certain he felt it. "I'm for it," Roger agreed. "Stick him up here on his horse so he doesn't fall over halfway through." And that was how Reed Cook ended up being marched on horseback through the town on Roger and Clementine's wedding day. He stared straight ahead through an endless gauntlet of angry shouts thrown by the people he had used and abused. His former henchman, Silas Tucker, made the first wise decision of his life by staying gone. When his tour inevitably ended in front of the tiny jail, all the fight had gone out of him. He allowed Roger and his men to pull him down from the horse and put him neatly away into one of the two cells. The door was locked by none other than Roger himself. Roger gave Reed a last look and smiled. "You know, this is the most thoughtful wedding gift you could have given me." Reed stared at the floor. "Congratulations," he muttered. Epilogue. Roger and Clementine Wilson were married approximately 30 minutes after Reed Cook, the criminal whose exploits had haunted Roger for months, was put away in jail. Roger had scarcely dared to dream of a feeling like the one that consumed him as he stood at the altar, waiting. His bride entered the church to the soft strains of someone's thoughtfully improvised guitar. Her dress was no longer in the pristine state it had been in, as Shirley had helped her don it that morning. There were bits and pieces of grass on the skirt, and places where dirt had smudged the fabric. But Clementine didn't care, and neither did Roger. She was positively radiant. Her emerald eyes sparkled in the late afternoon sunlight, filtering down through the windows of the chapel. A hush fell over the rows of pews as everyone in attendance watched her join her groom in front of the pastor. In the front row, Shirley dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, while Josephine gazed adoringly at her parents getting married, occasionally murmuring nonsense words. "Well," the pastor smiled. "This has certainly been an eventful day, hasn't it? And what better way to conclude a day like this than with a few moments of pure happiness and love? I am honoured to join Roger and Clementine in holy matrimony before the eyes of their cherished community." Roger took Clementine's hands in his. A thought suddenly struck him, and he reached into his pocket in a brief state of panic. To his vast relief, he found that the wedding band he'd been carrying to slip onto her finger hadn't been on the same side as his gun. There was no bullet hole for the little box to fall out of. Clementine gave him a questioning look, but he just smiled and squeezed her hand. Whatever meaningful words the pastor had begun to utter were lost on Roger. He was too enthralled by the sight of Clementine as his bride, and by the dreamlike quality his life had just recently acquired. All the pieces he had struggled to put together for so long were falling into place at last. "Now it is time for the vows," the pastor intoned. He turned to Roger first, tacitly inviting him to go first. Roger took a deep breath. He'd thought about marrying Clementine 1,000 times or more since their engagement, but somehow the actual vows had slipped his mind. The tiny, teasing smile on her lips told him that she knew and found it highly amusing. Determined to put up a good showing anyway, he opened his mouth without knowing precisely what was going to come out. Somehow he found the words he wanted. "Clementine, I think I may have loved you from the moment I first laid eyes on you. I was a loner in a strange town, a sheriff looking to clean up a mess, and you were the one to welcome me with open arms. I swear to you today that I will be here always, to love and protect you for the rest of my days." Her small smile burst forth like a flower in full bloom. After the pastor turned to her, she said, "I love you, Roger. I will always love you, come what may. I used to be so frightened of what lay ahead in my future, but now I'm not scared anymore, and that's all because of you." "Very good." Beaming, the pastor raised his hands. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." The ring slipped onto Clementine's finger. "You may kiss the bride." Roger stepped forward, drawing his new wife into his arms. The kiss was soft and tender, full of the sort of unspoken love he thought he'd never find again. She held on to him for a few precious seconds after they eased apart, just looking into his eyes. "We did it," he whispered. She laughed. "Yes, we did." After the ceremony concluded, in accordance with an offhand suggestion made by the local barkeep, the Beer and Buzzard opened up for a party the likes of which Long Valley had never seen. The taps flowed freely, and there was much laughter and jollity. The middle of the bar room was cleared out for a dance floor, and the newlyweds danced together amid hearty cheers. When the party showed little signs of slowing down deep into the night, Roger and Clementine fled the establishment hand in hand. Shirley had taken the baby back to her home for the night, and so they were alone as they made their way back to the ranch they now shared. "How does it feel to be home at last?" Clementine asked. Roger helped her down and then scooped her up into his arms. She squealed with laughter, throwing her arms around his neck. He grinned and kissed the tip of her nose. "It feels like everything I've been waiting for," he said honestly. "Like I've found my place." Then he carried her up the steps and across the threshold into their waiting home. Outside, the moon hung low in a velvet sky spattered with stars. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read The Next Book. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.